To join us, the meeting is going to be in English and Italian. So if you have a problem with one of the two languages, we have headsets at the back of the room. Please feel free to get them. So people will be speaking either or. So if you don't understand Italian, there will be a few speeches by local representatives in Italian, I guess. Please get your headsets. We thank our interpreters, and I apologize in advance for switching from one language to another at some point, but it happens. Or may happen. So once again, if you don't understand Italian, please get your headsets at the back of the room. They may be handy at some point, actually from the very beginning. Fresh. To those that have just joined us, the meeting will be in Italian and English. Please get your headsets if you don't understand Italian or you don't understand English, or actually, because otherwise it's going to be complicated. Fresh. The headsets now at the back. Thank you. May I also ask you to put your cell phone not on airplane mode, but at least on silent mode? I know we cannot live without our phones. This is not a hybrid meeting, but we will have some connection via Zoom with some friends and colleagues from other parts of the world. So Ditemi voi quando- Beh, no? Okay. There has been a sudden change of speakers that will be speaking in Portuguese, so just 2 more minutes to coordinate the interpretation from Portuguese into English, and then we're ready to start. Siamo pronti? Buongiorno, benvenuti e benvenuti a Roma.
So good morning.
Welcome everybody to Rome, to the Campidoglio, the original Capitol Hill. All the others are, I wouldn't say fake, but copies of the original one. My name is Marco Perduca, and since last year, I'm back on the board of No Peace Without Justice after having coordinated its activities in New York in 1996 for a few years, maybe a decade, and is where I met Niccolo for the first time. Tomorrow, we are here to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the founding of No Peace Without Justice, Non C'è Pace Senza Giustizia, as it is known in Italy. And we wanted to celebrate this birthday together with friends, colleagues, experts, human rights activists, and defenders that we have met over the last 30 years, but also to talk about what is happening around the world these days. We still remain very convinced that there could be no just peace without fair justice. Justice administered according to the highest standard of international law. And this is not happening very close to us, very close to our Mediterranean, and on the other side of the world, and in our neighboring continent, Africa. Together, we will have a conference that is entitled Strengthening the Legal and Political Environments for Accountability and the Rule of Law. We will begin with an opening session, and then we will split into panel discussions. As said, the meeting is going to be in Italian and English. There will be a few Zoom intervention from other parts of the world, from people that are working in institutions with which we have had a lot to do in the past, or partners that actually already yesterday with Niccolo had organized a side event during a meeting of the United Nations in Geneva that is talking about international crime this day. I'm very glad to have at the presidency our new president, Tara O'Grady, who will be addressing the audience later on. Mattia Peradotto, who's the head of the National Office Against Racial Discrimination of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, and he will be the first to speak. Rosario Italia, who's the first vice president of the International Criminal Court, who will join us on Zoom, and then a keynote speech by Silvia Fernandez de Gurmendi, former ICC and former ICC Assembly of State Party president and a longtime friend. She didn't recognize me, or she pretended so before, but we met in 1996 for the first time when she was a very active diplomat of the Argentinian delegation to the PrepComs, and has been even more active during the diplomatic conference that was held here in Rome at the FAO in 1990. And last, but certainly not least, a call to action by our friends from the indigenous community in the Amazon. So without further ado, I'll invite Mattia Peradotto to the podium to share with us his presentation on behalf of UNAR. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Many thanks to President O'Grady for the invitation, and to the Secretary General Figata Lamanca. I'll now switch in Italian, if you may. Buongiorno a tutte e tutti. È veramente con grande piacere che vi porto.
Good morning, everybody. It is with the greatest pleasure that I greet you on behalf of the office dealing without racial discriminations, and we are addressing all people and even the quality bodies of each country. Now, I would like to join not only what was recently said, but also what will be said after me, to greet all of you on the occasion of this very important anniversary, which sees us all gathered to celebrate the 30th anniversary of There is No Peace Without Justice. I would like to thank in the first place Filippo Di Robilant and Emma Bonino, founders of No Peace Without Justice, the municipality of Rome, hosting us in this wonderful location, and all of you who are here to just go back to some topics such as the strengthening of human rights, democracy, state of rule of law, and all of those things that are the very foundations of our own democratic life and living. Old issues still not solved after some 30 years, but also new issues that are calling for the perseverance and the political, social, and cultural commitment, which is what the founders of No Peace Without Justice did so far, together with all of them and those who came after them. In these years, even the Italian institutions has been making some quick progress, and sometimes some pauses did strengthen all of the activities to try and protect and promote human rights in line with the legal tools and the universal systems and the regional tools available at sectoral level. They did so always by abiding the subsidiarity principles in view of constructive dialogue and work by taking part in a number of national, regional, local conferences, and contributing to the negotiation and definition of important legal tools in terms of soft and hard law, both at international and at regional level. The Italian action has been characterized and guided by a number of topics ranging from promotion of dialogue between cultures and different regions, the international moratorium on the death penalty and sentencing, the protection right for children, and the fight against slavery and women trade, and trying to oppose the fight and trying to oppose all the activities having to do with FMG and promoting equal opportunities. without ever forgetting the Italian commitment for promoting and protection of human rights and protection against discriminations. But it is not just because of the commitment of the institutions that these goals are being stressed once again and strengthened at international level or locally. And it is not just local authorities that work to oppose any such situations, but it is rather the general work which is constantly perpetrated and brought forward by the associations, the social organizations and institutions at international level, and what is done by all of them to obtain concrete results, universal themes and subjects that are deeply felt and rooted in the social fabric all across Europe. On our side, as public administrators, we try and safeguard and protect the planning and the implementation of operational activities and all of the goals that have been acknowledged at international agenda level. From the UNAR Observatory, I would like to say that it is essential to contribute to the general protection of human rights by adding something, which is the protection of the principle of equal footing in terms of treating and non-discrimination. And in Italy, we share with the third sector, social society, which is what at European level we try and do with our counterparts, European counterparts. Removing and eliminating and uprooting discrimination is what leads us to take concretely actions to allow for equal footing, equal treatment for everyone, whatever their own background, ethnicity, age, belief, religion, sexual orientation, and gender identity, and also because of their own abilities or disabilities. Now, today here, I would like to stress, by greeting all of you, to stress the importance of this aspect when thinking of human rights and protection. The global recognition of one pillar of our constitution and statute is the non-discrimination principle. The acknowledgement of everybody's rights, and most of all, of those communities, those people who, more than others, either directly or indirectly, whether aware or not, have seen a breach in such equal footing in terms of treatment, equal treatment, because of maybe their sexual orientation, because of their origins, whether they be migrants, asylum seekers, the Roma and Sinti communities, and all of other groups who are strongly excluded at societal level or either in this country or in other countries. This is a commitment that can never be set in a pause because it is also because of the non-discriminatory principle recognition and acknowledgement that we cannot afford any slowing down of our actions or pauses. Now, on the front of rights, for example, as far as UNAR is concerned, the first decade of our foundation after the year 2000, that looked like a new spring in terms of human rights. And the new directive down to number 78, we thought we were faced with a very strong growth, something that was completing the protection and safeguard mechanism. That was a historic moment, which was boosting other tools that were being activated to enlarge our activities in terms of fight against discrimination. We need to be aware that this is a heritage that it needs to be constantly protected, acknowledged, legitimized through our operations in order to neutralize possible gaps or tendencies to allow them to rise again, to have discriminations, new discriminations, intolerance, and hate. With UNER in the past 20 years, we were trying to oppose racism, fighting against homophobia and transphobia, and allowing and protection for Roma and Sinti and migration communities. We did have some tangible results, which was the obvious result of the reduced discrimination, but some other times we were faced with other results which were not equally strong or fast. There have been moments of enthusiasm, temporary enthusiasm, that we had to quickly allow for new activities. We had to face hate speech, even in public speech. And we also are witnessing a new rise of anti-Semite and anti-Islamic hate. We constantly witness a constant coming back of our past history under new clothes, new facets, according to dynamics which are rather worrying at international level. Now, dealing with all this, with a punctual monitoring of all of these phenomena and through prevention activities, and dealing and facing with this kind of discrimination and unequal treatment is what has to lead our own activities in trying to achieve an enlarged community in the protection of human beings. Now we are surrounded by new conflicts, terrorism, persecutions, and people fleeing from their countries. This is what reminds us that the protection of the most vulnerable people have to be always the very focus of our democratic actions, and remind us that peace can never be given for granted, but needs to be safeguarded day after day. All of these days are anniversary days. Today is one of them. And this is the evidence that this is not the time for being discouraged. It is rather the time to unleash our best energies, fight for new purposes in order to achieve new universal purposes such as peace and justice, goals that no peace without justice is always trying to achieve with concrete actions and new projects. This allows for the light at the end of the tunnel in order to have a more effective prevention and fight against discriminations. And as the official office, national office against discrimination, I would like to greet you all here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mattia Perodotto for the National Office Against Racial Discrimination of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers. He has been with us since the beginning. It is now a pleasure for us to give the Zoom floor to Rosario Aitala, who's the first Vice President of the International Criminal Court. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Warm regards on behalf of the International Criminal Court. Out of nostalgia, we'll be speaking my native language, Italian, since you are in Rome. Rivolgo a tutti un saluto molto
I
cordiale.
would like to address everyone here with my very warm greetings, also on behalf of the ICC, and I would like to address a very, very warm anniversary wishes to No Peace Without Justice, because you are the animators of No Peace Without Justice. ICC owes a lot to No Peace Without Justice, and most of all to those who were conceiving and allowing all of the activities that were brought forward. And I'm referring to Emma Bonino, Filippo Nicolo, Alison, and many more who I came across in the course of the past years. I would like to express to all of you my deep esteem and admiration for having devoted the past decades to fundamental right fights and to international criminal justice. You've been of paramount importance and fundamental not only for the birth of No Peace Without Justice, but also because you were always a critical voice, but very much objective at the same time, impartial, very much involved, balanced, level-headed as regards our own activities. The court, the International Court, the ICC, in the past years did a lot, but not enough. Not yet. We believe that we can do more, that we can improve our action and activities. In the past years, something happened. The court changed radically. The world has changed, and the ICC became an adult body. All of the international magistrates and judges and procurators and officers working within ICC tread upon history. We have the privilege of changing history, but we also have the very unpleasant feeling knowing that we are treading upon blood and upon the many atrocities that were perpetrated. The ICC took up a role in protecting human civilization and societies. And this is a role for those who, like me and Emma Bonino, were in Italy, in Rome in 1998, a role that was never, ever conceived before, whenever dreaming of an international criminal court. Today, the court is more necessary than ever. This cannot be replaced. It's an irreplaceable rule of law tool, and it is a tool of hope for mankind at large. It is indispensable as a tool because in tens of countries worldwide, thousands of people are losing their life while they go to work, while they go to do their own grocery shopping on a daily, or while they are in hospital, because millions of people are being discriminated worldwide, persecuted, jailed, re-educated, forcefully re-educated, I would even say, because of their thoughts, because of their thinking and beliefs, and because of what they are. Only too often, wars are fought on the skin of civilians, children, the elderly, the sick, the different, and they have been fought by just bringing down hospitals and schools. And this is because someone today tries to bring down those principles and humanitarian principles that were built upon the many barbaries and barbarian activities of worldwide wars, because the Convention on Genocide against tortures, the Convention of Geneva, are obviously the evidence of the blood that was shed, innocent blood that was shed. Without rules, mankind is lost. We all know that. Without rules, mankind goes back to the year zero of civilization. There is no justice without peace, and there is no peace without justice. We all know that. Your name, your motto, originates from what Martin Luther King said on January the 14th, 1968, in front of the jail of Santa Rita. 3 months later, he would be assassinated. He had gone there to visit John Bates, who, together with his mother and other activists, had been jailed because they were protesting against the war in Vietnam. And now let me conclude by saying that we all knew that you who were here in Rome and those who came after you, that the ICC had to face politics, because genocides, international politics, rapes, massive discriminations, bombs on civilians are always political actions in order to achieve power and to grab power. And someone today is projecting upon the prosecutors of the ICC, because we are doing what we need to do. That is our duty, because someone would like to prevent the ICC to do what needs to be done, would like to stop the ICC, and would go against the impartiality of the ICC. We will never stop doing what we are doing. We will go on doing what we were embracing when signing the statute. And I think that it's important to say that this is no longer an ICC belonging to states. It's not ours either. We are serving the ICC, and we do that for a number of mandates. This belongs to mankind. It belongs to people. It's no longer available to the states. And we have to be accountable, all of us, together with states and you. This is why the ICC needs you, needs no peace without justice, together with those who believe and think just like you and us. And this is why I wish you well. I wish you a good anniversary, a best anniversary, and I please ask you to go on doing what you're doing with us, trying to fight for fundamental rights and for international justice, in which we deeply believe.
Thank you very much, Rosario Aitala, first Vice President of the International Criminal Court. I would like to assure him that when we were in Rome, we knew what would have happened if the court would have been established. And in fact, it has happened. The Emma Bonino and the Radical Party have always been classified or presented as visionaries. So what We may have been visionaries, but in a pragmatic way. And that was the way to demonstrate what the vision was, to set up an international criminal court. Before giving the floor to our president, Tara O'Grady, I would like to recognize the presence of Filippo Di Robilan in the room. We have to clap our hands for him because he's one of the founding members of No Peace Without Justice. He was in the room 30 years ago. He has remained in many rooms all over the world for the last 30 years. So thank you very much for your presence and your support. It is a pleasure for me now to give the floor to our president, Tara O'Grady, who will be opening our debate from here, if you want. Thank you very much.
This is a very, very proud moment for me. And I feel very honored to be in this position. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tara Rayner O'Grady, and for the last year, I have had the honor to serve as president of No Peace Without Justice. And my collaboration with No Peace goes back to 2011. I'm delighted to welcome you here today to the Campidoglio, the political heart of historic and present-day Rome. We gather in a place where the treaty establishing the European Economic Community was signed in March 1957, bringing about the creation of what today is the European Union, and where on the 17th of July 1998, the Rome Statute for the International Criminal Court opened for signature, realizing one of No Peace's very first goals. We gather at a time marked by completely avoidable human tragedy, when civilians are targeted on a massive scale, suffering under bombs raining from the sky, denial of food and water, where homes, schools, and even hospitals are no longer safe in too many parts of the world. 30 years have passed since Marco Pannella and Emma Bonino, who is here with us today, and other human rights activists of the Radical Party decided to transform what was an international mobilization to support the activities of the ad hoc tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda into an organization primarily dedicated to the establishment of a permanent international criminal jurisdiction to end impunity for individuals responsible for grave violations of international criminal law. Within 4 years, that ambitious objective was reached. It was the culmination of months of coordinated activities in Europe, Africa, the Americas, and Asia by some of the people whom we have the pleasure of having with us here today. No Peace Without Justice, a sort of description of several regions of the world where there is still no peace, nor justice for that matter, has always struck alliances with experts, civil society organizations, elected officials, and opinion makers on specific human rights objectives. It is in this spirit that directly after the signing of the Rome Statute, we launched a global campaign to obtain the 60 ratifications necessary for the treaty's entry into force. The first 4 ratifications, Senegal, San Marino, Trinidad and Tobago, and Italy, were all partners of our organization. We are here today to celebrate the work we have done and the objectives we have been able to achieve, thanks to collaboration and partnerships we have established over the years. We are here to celebrate, too, the modus operandi of an organization that never rejected formal collaboration with governments and institutions. Unusual for non-government organizations then, but a definite added value for how reforms in the international arena can be brought about. We are also here to remember the times when campaigning was not only posting videos or photos online, but organizing undercover missions, documenting human rights violations in situ, mapping conflicts on the ground in war zones, convening heads of states and governments to adopt solemn declarations not only on general principles, but also on concrete reforms. We have had the rare privilege of being a proactive protagonist of some crucial international mobilizations at crucial times in recent world history too, and we are proud of playing our part in it. But more needs to be done. In Gaza, Ukraine, the Sudan, Congo, the Philippines, Afghanistan, Amazonia, and elsewhere. For these and other as yet unforeseen crises, No Peace Without Justice remains committed to continuing to play our part. We are here together to visualize the next 30 years and to see how to address the challenges of these difficult times, building sustained fresh actions in favor of freedom, law, peace, and therefore justice. We are delighted to be joined by friends, colleagues, experts, and human rights defenders with whom we have walked and struggled together to end impunity, ban female genital mutilation and forced marriage, to set up special courts, document conflict and egregious human rights violations, to draft official indictments, promote democratic reforms, and support the work of human rights activists and independent journalists. Some people have considered the work of No Peace Without Justice too political. Others, not political enough. It certainly has been both. Nobody is perfect after all, but it was the work of a committed group of people that has been able to move things forward, together with our local partners. And things have been moved forward indeed, always ensuring the voices of victims are heard and listened to directly, based on our fundamental belief that when you speak for the victims, you take away their voice. We make space for our partners. This is why you will not hear No Peace denouncing or protesting this or that. We propose, not protest, and we open the paths to justice for our partners. We walk with them, not instead of them, as is evident from the program that you will see here today. In working for the affirmation of the international rule of law and the respect of human rights, one becomes exposed. And especially when your adversaries are powerful or rich governments or ruthless criminal organizations, one can be attacked. It is in those very moments that the integrity, reputation, and strength of the organization are put to the test. A test more trying than spending days on top of a snowy hill in Kosovo, waiting to interview the leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Army, or somewhere at the border with Syria, or in the pluvial forests of Brazil. It is no mystery that No Peace Without Justice and our Secretary General, Niccolò Figatellamanca, have been the target of an orchestrated campaign to discredit the crucial work that impacted the work of the European Union, the people that live here, and those that live in the countries benefiting from EU support. Today is a day to celebrate, but I am here speaking first as president because in December 2022, our Secretary General, Niccolò Figatellamanca, was arbitrarily arrested as part of what is still an ongoing investigation in Belgium, known as Qatargate. Niccolò was released after 2 months, without conditions, by the same judge who arrested him. But those days and the relentless onslaughts in the weeks and months since then have taken a painful toll on him, his family, his friends, such as myself, the dedicated staff of No Peace, our partners, all of us here, and the organization itself. The fact that we are even here today bears testimony to the resilience and resolute determination of No Peace Without Justice in dire straits. It also reminds us that we cannot take things granted, even in a so-called democratic society. I am confident that we will eventually be able to clear our name publicly, redeeming our reputation, which suffered an immense blow, and demonstrate that Niccolò and No Peace Without Justice were the targets of a nefarious assault because of our human rights work. Fiat justitia ruat caelum. For today, I am thrilled to be surrounded by old and new friends, determined that this will be the beginning of another 30 years of campaigns to promote the international rule of law and affirmation of fundamental rights all over the world. let the conference begin. Grazie mille and welcome once again.
Thank you, Madam President. And from one president to another past president, now the floor is to Silvia Fernandez de Gurmendi, former ICC and ICC Assembly of State Party President. You have the floor, wherever you wish to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
That was good.
That was good. Is it my phone? Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry for that. I thought it was an attack on former presidents. So I start again, Madam President of No Peace Without Justice, distinguished participants. I'm really honored to take part in this event to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the establishment of No Peace Without Justice. I really thank the organizers to inviting me to address you today. I am indeed delighted to be here with so many good friends and colleagues, with some, like dear Nicolo Figa Talamanca, Director General of No Peace Without Justice, or Professor Flavia Latanzi, who is hiding there back in the room, and other esteemed colleagues in this room. I have been fortunate to share some 3 decades of justice efforts in various capacities. The last time I had the opportunity to be in this magnificent Campidoglio was on Saturday, 18 July 1998, when, full of emotion and joy and some tears also, we gathered to open this, or to signature the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. This historic treaty had been adopted the night before at the diplomatic conference held here in Rome at the headquarters of the FAO in a dramatic vote that followed 5 weeks of very difficult negotiations and 4 years of preparations. I am sure that many of us today cannot resist the temptation of going back with nostalgia to those unique moments we were so privileged to be part of. Last year, we celebrated at the UN headquarters in New York the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Rome Statute, by which we created the first international criminal court to investigate and prosecute perpetrators of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and aggression. Expectations at the time were very high, and they are extremely high even today. The creation of the court, similarly to its ad hoc predecessors for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, was based on the belief that prosecuting those responsible for the worst atrocities would not only bring remedy to past crimes, but also prevent others in the future, thus contributing to international peace and security. In other, shorter words, the court was based on the premise that there cannot be peace without justice, as brilliantly summarized by the name of the organization which we are celebrating today. I would like to recognize the vision and hard work of those who founded or contributed to No Peace Without Justice from its inception, most prominently Emma Bonino, Filipino Robilant, Nicolo Figa Talamanca, Marco Panella, Marco Pertuca, and others. They not only captured the spirit and ideas of the time, but devoted an impressive amount of energy and hard work to translate these ideas into reality. By so doing, they made an essential contribution to the creation of the International Criminal Court, which they continue to promote until this day. The history of No Peace Without Justice is inextricably intertwined with the with the history of the International Criminal Court from its establishment in the 90s to the current days. Indeed, No Peace Without Justice continues to follow the work of the ICC and to carry out initiatives to contribute to its activities. This is fortunate, as we still very much need the work of No Peace Without Justice. In a world that has become increasingly polarized and in the midst of violent conflicts, the quest for justice is more necessary and maybe more difficult than ever. That is why this commemoration should not only give us an opportunity to rejoice about the accomplishments of the past, no matter how sweet our memories may be, but to rather focus on the important challenges ahead. It is crucial that the court can deliver justice to its full potential. This requires not only efforts from the court, but of the international community as a whole, including civil society organizations like No Peace Without Justice. In the 25 years that followed its creation, the court has demonstrated its capacity to investigate and prosecute in situations in Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. It has also showed that it is possible to involve the victims and survivors of the crimes in its proceedings and to repair the harm suffered by thousands of them with the assistance of the Trust Fund for Victims. Notwithstanding these achievements, the court has not been able to meet the expectation that all atrocities, wherever committed, would be addressed. Today, the Rome Statute has 124 state parties, a significant number that comprises 2/3 of the international community, but still insufficient to allow the court to intervene in all situations that would deserve its attention. This lack of universal participation in the Rome Statute leaves entire situations beyond its reach. That is why one of the main challenges ahead continues to be the enhancement of universality of its founding treaty so that the court can realize its global aspirations. Another important challenge is to ensure political support and sufficient resources for the court, as well as concrete cooperation for its investigations and prosecutions. As we all know, the ICC, like other international tribunals, relies entirely on the cooperation of states, organizations, and civil society to collect evidence, protect witnesses, arrest suspects, and provide victims access to justice and reparations. This cooperation is needed for the impartial and efficient delivery of justice. Unfortunately, cooperation cannot be taken for granted, and it may indeed be an uphill battle to obtain it in certain situations. Experience shows that support and cooperation may not always be forthcoming, and that instead there may be attempts to frustrate the core mandate of the court through open hostility and attacks, including sanctions, criminal proceedings, and other forms of reprisals. These are not just hypothetical dangers. We have already witnessed economic sanctions being imposed against the former prosecutor and one of her directors, and more recently, criminal proceedings imposed against the current prosecutor and judges of the court. Human rights defenders cooperating with the court have also been victims of threats and attacks by virtue of their work. Joint efforts of states and civil society organizations have been and continue to be essential to counter such attacks and mitigate their impact. Without prejudice to any other initiative that may be taken by individual states or civil society, the Assembly of State Parties to the Rome Statute must also step in to ensure an appropriately collective, robust response. It has indeed recently adopted a mechanism to be followed in case of such threats of attacks, which is intended to improve coordination within the Assembly. However, this does not guarantee a unified reaction, as the Assembly is not immune to the prevailing divisions of our world. To ensure the protection of the court, its officials and staff, and those cooperating with it, the mobilization of civil society remains today as crucial as it was during the founding period of the court. The participation of civil society has also been enormously important during the recent review process undertaken by the Assembly of State Parties that aimed at strengthening the Rome Statute system as a whole. This holistic review not only includes initiatives to accelerate proceedings, improve the performance, governance, and work culture of the court, but also, inter alia, measures to improve the selection process of judges and other courts officials and to enhance cooperation and protection for the court. This process, still ongoing, is conducted by way of an inclusive and transparent dialogue of all those involved, namely states, the court, and civil society organizations. Contributions, candid views, and constructive criticism by civil society have been crucial to the success of this review that will be completed this year. It is to be hoped that the strengthening of the system will enhance the court's performance and its ability to deliver on its fundamental justice message, and that it will attract more state parties to the system. There is no doubt that the efficiency and effectiveness of the court proceedings are key. However, to meet the expectations of all victims of the world, it is necessary not only to deliver high-quality justice at the court, but also to contribute to justice efforts undertaken by others. Fighting impunity for massive crimes cannot be and was never intended to be the work of the court alone. On the contrary, the court was created as a complementary institution of last resort. It is a welcome development that nowadays, despite adverse current circumstances, the international community has redoubled its demand for justice initiatives, and indeed, measures to that effect have multiplied. In addition to the proceedings by the court and other international tribunals, more states are willing to exercise universal jurisdiction over international crimes at the national level, and international mechanisms are set up to assist in the collection and preservation of evidence. We witness the gradual emergence of a global system of justice, or a justice ecosystem, within which international and national courts have a role to play. In this context, the court, states, and civil society must join forces with all those involved in justice efforts to help to consolidate this system. In this context, I again commend the efforts by No Peace Without Justice, which not only continues to contribute directly to the work of the ICC, but also engage in projects to promote the rule of law and accountability around the world, including through capacity building and outreach initiatives. All these efforts are needed to ensure the consolidation of this emerging global system of justice. That is why, while we celebrate the achievements of No Peace of Justice in its first 30 years, we must also stress the importance that it continues its good work, cannot escape. So, to conclude, I would like to wish a happy birthday to No Peace Without Justice. Its establishment 30 years ago and the effective work that followed deserve to be celebrated and recognized. I hope that the discussions to be held here today among so many distinguished scholars, practitioners, and human rights defenders will help you to identify new initiatives and strategies to develop in the next 30 years. So thank you, No Peace Without Justice, for your past, present, and your future justice efforts. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Silvia Fernandez de Gurmendi. Now we have spoken about the past for the last hour or so. Now we're talking about the future. So as perfectly in line with your presentation. My Portuguese is a little rusty and we plead guilty to discriminating against this language and we apologize, but thanks to Roberto that I invite to join us on the podium together with Almir Narayamoguks Surui, and again, apologies for the mispronunciation, who's the indigenous Peter Sarui leader, and he joins us with a delegation of his people from Rondônia in Brazil. There will be an interpretation done from the presidency. Thank you very much.
Bom dia a todos.
Morning,
Não
everybody.
falo inglês, somente português e tupimondé.
Good morning, everybody.
Eu sou Almir Surui, o líder maior do povo Paité Surui, que vive no estado de Rondônia, que faz parte da Amazônia brasileira.
I'm Almir Surui. I'm the supreme leader of the Surui people in the Western Amazonia, state of Rondônia, which is part of the Brazilian Amazon.
Assim, quero agradecer o convite para que a gente pudesse estar aqui em uma delegação com o cacique Raoni, só que ele teve imprevisto na saúde e aqui estamos nós como parte da delegação dele.
I'm proud to be part of the indigenous delegation, which was in Rome in these days, led by Chief Raoni, and unfortunately, Chief Raoni had a health problem this morning, but he's on his way to arrive, and he will join us. So we have exchanged our roles here in the meeting, so he will be coming in a little while.
Eu quero dizer para vocês que nós estamos bastante felizes quando o evento, seminário, discute paz, que é um dos instrumentos mais importantes que um ser humano deve ter.
We refer to human rights as the basic instruments for any human being to be able to perform anything else. This is true also for us as indigenous people.
E outro é justiça, né, que identifica o direito de viver de todo ser humano que vive na planeta.
And the fact that you refer to human rights with the issue of justice as an organization is especially important for us, because this makes this characterizes and qualifies the human rights in a way that that reflects our perspective. Our perspective is one that brings justice into human rights.
E também nós, povos indígenas, tem lutado bastante para trazer grande reflexão no mundo da importância da floresta em pé, para que ela serve também dos instrumentos de equilíbrio de toda a humanidade.
Now, we as indigenous people are are bringing an additional issue to these and make it even more complex. That is the forest, our essential essential basis for our living. So this is a human right for us. The forest is a human right for us.
Sabemos que nada é intocável, mas como instrumento, como é ação importante, deveria ser construído com responsabilidade, visando médio e longo prazo para garantir o futuro da humanidade.
We are aware, of course, we are realistic. We are aware that nothing is untouchable. So we are not thinking that absolute protection as something that doesn't allow any kind of activities. We are realistic, but we have to do this on a criteria that allows the basis for survival of the people who depends on it, and on various degrees. So closer or long or far from the forest.
Assim, identificando instrumentos importantes para esse tipo de desenvolvimento, como foi dito aqui, democracia, respeito, valorização da cultura e economia consciente, para que a gente possa, então, estar junto, unido, refletindo, construindo o futuro, um dos melhores caminhos para o futuro para nossas gerações.
And we understand that democracy, we understand that respect, and we understand that building of viable economic activities are instruments, should be regarded as instruments for the conservation of the natural resources we depend on, and on which you also more indirectly depend on.
Como o cacique Raoni falou ontem lá no Vaticano, que a maior parte do mundo consome o que é produzido na Amazônia. Isso também traz ameaça, como o desmatamento, e desmatamento traga também outra ameaça, como a mudança climática.
As Chief Roni stated yesterday in the Vatican at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences meeting on climate, most of the foreign countries are they import or consume goods that are implying conversion of the forest into something else, either food or issues or products resulting from mining, and this is something that you need to be aware of.
Isso ele queria dizer que a gente tem que consumir com sabedoria, verificando se a origem do produto se tem responsabilidade ambiental, social e com consciência econômica.
So you need to start doing a consumption which is wise enough to be based on knowledge of the origin, on knowledge of the way products are developed and exported. So this means awareness.
Porque talvez muitos países consomem esse produto sem saber se ele está apoiando esse desmatamento, essa destruição da Amazônia. E isso também traga impacto muito negativo à vida do nosso povo indígena que vivem na Amazônia.
Because in most countries, we realize that people or importers just ignore, just don't know what they consume, and especially how this is produced. So they don't know whether something creates damage, for example, for indigenous people.
E hoje é a nossa união de vários povos, indígena, não indígena, é muito importante para construir esse caminho do futuro que queremos.
So, but now we are at a cross point where it is no longer possible to solve the problems alone, and so we are at a crossroads where indigenous and non-indigenous people need to join forces and collaborate. That's what we realized in these years. Unless we have this collaboration, the problems of deforestation, loss of natural resources won't be solved.
O nosso planeta já está alertando na prática em várias regiões do mundo. O meu país, uma parte do meu país, que é Brasil, no Rio Grande do Sul, está acontecendo enchente. E outras partes no mundo, aquecimento global é na prática. Então, a gente já sabe, a gente está sentindo dor, como que a atitude humana tem criado esse desafio para nós mesmos.
In these days, the southernmost part of Brazil, the state of Rio Grande do Sul, is flooded with unprecedented effects and large number of displaced population. This, of course, you know, is happening not only there, also in other parts of the world. But it is the first time that this happens on this scale in Brazil. So these should lead those who are not from Amazonia to understand how the impacts on climate of Amazonia are critical for the survival of people and or for the chance of people outside Amazonia to make their living, to keep their households.
Então, é necessário hoje para que as nossas autoridades, grandes líderes, personalidades possam influenciar a opinião pública para que realmente a gente pode refletir e qual o futuro que queremos seguir. Se essas ameaças ou a gente pode construir equilíbrio do nosso planeta.
So those who have influence on public opinion, those who have influence on decision making, those who has the responsibility of having information, they need to share and to make to create awareness among larger groups in the social economic environments to make clear that this partnership we are talking about is not just, on words, but it is something that happen in practice.
Porque se continuar assim, a Terra já está avisando que não vai produzir e o que a humanidade vai se alimentar? Vai secar porque nós vamos beber de água, né? E de que adianta a gente ter muito dinheiro e o que comprar com esse dinheiro?
Because it is clear that we have the signals of how the Earth as a system is responding to this. We had an unprecedented droughts in our own region in these months. So seeing our rivers dry is something that you could never imagine. But this is happening. So we are seeing this and it's happening. So at the same time, there are the floods in southern Brazil. We have we had the droughts in Amazonia. So it's all the opposite of what you would expect. And this is getting more and more serious. So we don't need to highlight how serious this is.
Agora é o momento a gente usar a nossa sabedoria, nossos conhecimentos tecnológicos, valorizar nossas culturas, se conectar mais com a planeta e respeitar também mais a floresta. Então, dessa maneira, eu quero deixar o meu agradecimento aqui.
So it is time to make sure that you use your information, that you use your technological advancement, that you use the progress that science allowed the world to have, and to make these at the service of these major task, which is about the human rights to a sound environment. That unless we keep that, we jeopardize life on all grounds. And this is my final statement.
O conhecimento de instituições já diz que a gente pode produzir de quantidade e qualidade dentro do espaço que foram já desmatados, né? Então, assim seria transformar esse modelo em desenvolvimento sustentável.
Existing knowledge shows that we can use already deforested areas in a way that can be managed, can be used sustainably.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Roberto. Obrigado. We'd like to welcome also Chief Raoni, indigenous leader that just joined us, and he will be speaking in the next session. So we conclude the opening, and now we switch to the first panel, which is entitled Accountability in Action, and will be moderated by Nicolò Figata-Lamanca, who's the Secretary General of No Peace Without Justice. So thank you very much. Nicolò, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marco, and thank you very much to our opening speakers. Thank you for the words, which are very much appreciated. While our panelists, while I call the panelists to come to the high table, Nader, if you want to. I want again to apologize. We had a complication with the translation in Portuguese that has failed. So we have the challenge of the consecutive translation, which I think Roberto managed very well. With Chief Raoni, we will have a double consecutive translation into Portuguese first and then into English, which would be a little bit of a further challenge. But as always, we persevere. For the panel of today, we have more unexpected developments. But I'm very pleased to say that the deputy prosecutor of the International Criminal Court had planned to be here in Rome, is with us on Zoom. So, without further ado, I would hand her the floor for her intervention. Nazat Khan, Deputy Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to participate at this milestone event, which marks the 30th anniversary of No Peace Without Justice. And I would have loved to have been there in person, but I unfortunately have a knee injury, which made it very difficult for me to travel. But I am absolutely delighted to attend online. I want to express my sincere gratitude to No Peace Without Justice for hosting this event and for the kind invitation. And it is particularly appropriate to be marking this occasion in Rome, where just a quarter of a century ago, Italy hosted the diplomatic conference that led to the conclusion of the Rome Statute, establishing the ICC and the legal framework to address and prevent the most serious crimes of international concern. For 3 decades, the NPWJ has been a catalyst for change in the global pursuit of peace and justice. Your work in empowering the voices of victims and the vulnerable has been crucial across communities in all parts of the world. Through your impactful initiatives, most notably through your work to strengthen the ICC, NPWJ has been leading important initiatives and efforts to support the cause of human rights, the rule of law, and the promotion of accountability. We are at a particularly consequential moment in the life of the international legal system, which includes the ICC, it includes its partners and the broader legal framework in which it operates, with many crises and situations of active armed conflict in different parts of the world. We need to demonstrate that the law is alive and that the expectations of affected communities and victims are not in vain. And as they turn to the law for justice and protection, we simply cannot fall short and let disillusionment settle, or to let those communities be absorbed by fatigue and despair. This is a moment when our true commitment to the norms and principles of international law and the Rome Statute is being tested, and a moment for us to reaffirm through action that all lives have equal value and that justice indeed is not a false promise. In our work today, as we speak, we feel the most urgent need for all stakeholders and partners to truly show their commitment to justice and the rule of law. If I may, I would like to dwell for a moment on the ongoing initiatives and progress of the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC. Given the many crises around the world, it is our responsibility to act at the speed of relevance and with the utmost determination. The Office of the Prosecutor has been making progress and delivering tangible results, including through partnerships and innovation, and in accordance with the vision of the prosecutor and our strategic plan. While some of this progress has been made public, there are some results that we are not able to report on publicly because of our responsibility to the court or the need to protect victims and survivors. We remain committed to further delivering results in the courtroom and undertaking vigorous investigative activities through our renewed prosecutorial approaches and increased focus on fugitive tracking. And as we set out on this path, there are unprecedented demands on our office's investigative function, including in a number of large-scale ongoing conflicts, such as in Afghanistan, Darfur, Palestine, and Ukraine, requiring us to work amidst highly challenging operational environments and security contexts. These require continued support from state parties and other stakeholders in the Rome Statute system. In order that we progress our core work in a coherent way, our office remains committed also to our key policy priorities, whether they are gender-based crimes, crimes against and affecting children, or in other areas. Through a strengthened policy framework, we seek to reinforce the Rome Statute's application to its fullest extent, respecting various areas of the law. Last year, in 2023, benefiting from the close collaboration with key stakeholders, states parties and our partners in the field, civil society organizations, we launched the renewed policies on gender-based crimes and on crimes against and affecting children. These have been true milestones in supporting our thematic work across situations and upholding the standards of operation in the most challenging environments with some of the most vulnerable parts of social groups. Applying survivor-centered trauma approach and intersectional approaches to all aspects of our work is central to all of these policies. In particular, applying intersectional approaches helps us to uncover different layers and vectors of discrimination, in particular against the most vulnerable populations. And these approaches remain relevant to all our policies, including ones on slavery crimes and on the environment, which we are planning for this year. The upcoming slavery crimes policy will seek to make visible slavery crimes, which are often otherwise hidden in plain sight. Slavery crimes are committed against a multitude of persons in a multitude of ways, whether they are child soldiers, persons who are forced to migrate or be trafficked, and persons detained, disappeared, or forced into marriage or labor that then devolves into slavery. Contemporary forms of slavery are committed in diverse ways, and they are the reality of so many lives. In relation to crimes relating to environmental harm, the international community has come to realize that we are experiencing a defining moment for our planet and future generations. The choices we make today will have consequences that continue for generations to come. I understand particularly, I am from the Pacific, and I understand the urgency and the gravity of this discussion. Our office is taking active steps to formulate a policy that will guide our work in the context of environmental crime. In this, we do learn from the experiences of national institutions and national criminal systems, many of which have moved very fast to incorporate environmental crime as part of their criminal justice framework. All our policy documents will further strengthen the provisions of the Rome Statute at operational level, including through the important work conducted by national jurisdictions by enhancing complementarity and cooperation efforts. But we can't do this alone. To implement these policies effectively, we need these partnerships with national authorities, civil society, and other key partners, experts, and stakeholders, including United Nations mechanisms, and all of these partnerships are crucial. This brings me to another important overarching policy initiative that the Office of the Prosecutor recently launched, the new policy on cooperation and complementarity, which represents a fundamentally renewed approach to the principles of complementarity and cooperation, which is at the heart of the Rome Statute. The office functions not as an apex, but as a hub for action. Together with partners in the field and key stakeholders, the implementation of this policy by the Office of the Prosecutor will aim to bring our work closer to affected communities and further enhance partnerships with regional and international organizations. To conclude, as we look ahead to the next 5, 10, or even 30 years, we must take into consideration the important experiences and lessons that we have learned in our efforts so far to fight impunity in all parts of the world. I believe for us to have a chance to effectively address the challenges we face today, we would require a true, unwavering commitment to work together in upholding the principles of the rule of law and justice, and conforming with its universal application across all communities and parts of the world. We look forward to continuing this fruitful discussion and work with you and with other partners, and we invite you to continue to support our work. I'm very pleased to have contributed to this discussion today, and I look forward to our work together in the years ahead. Thank you so much, and I echo others to say happy birthday. Over to you.
Thank you to the Deputy Prosecutor of the ICC. Now, in effect, that swap that Chief Almir was talking about, I would ask Chief Raoni and Pachon if they would like to come to the table, as this is now their session. Chief Raoni, if you want to come to the table. And again, with apologies for the complications with the interpretation into Portuguese, I want to thank very much Enzo Laurora for having agreed to help us translate Pachon, who will be translating Chief Raoni. No, perché se c'è la selezione Justice of Sierra Leone is already with us connecting to intervene, but with his indulgence, I will instead give the floor to Chief Raoni. I think Chief Raoni hardly needs any introduction. When he came here to Rome for this event, he was kidnapped and taken to see the Pope, which he did yesterday, as a sign of never missing an occasion for anybody to see Chief Raoni. So he's perhaps the best known indigenous leader from Amazonia in the world, and has been for many years the pioneer voice for conservation in the Amazon region. What brings us together, if I may, is the conviction that environmental devastation is the result of human devastation, not the other way around. So we're not worried about the devastation to the environment because of the harm it does to us. We should be worried about the devastation of the environment because that devastation is achieved by harming who lives within that environment. And this is a little bit the twisting around of the usual perspective, also on the issues of environmental crimes. Now, Chief Raoni is the voice, and we're very honored to have been working with him for a number of years, and extremely honored that he's here. Again, with apologies for the now double consecutive translation, I am sure that it is worthwhile your patience to wait until it will come. And again, thank you to Vincenzo Laurola for his volunteering at the last minute, and of course to Pachon, who's always accompanying Chief Raoni. Chief Raoni, thank you. You have the floor.
Mara ya bai ya ka me mo re mo ka me biu ri yu ma me ma ka ti me jane me uri bui ko me ka mi ki me ma re ta ne ya.
Bom dia a todos. Eu vim pelo convite de vocês. Agradeço que tenham me convidado. Eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui com vocês hoje. Vou começar a minha fala agora.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning. I thank you for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be here.
Ha detto che è felice di essere tra noi.
He is happy to be here with us. He will now begin his speech.
Aben kul baka ben jit me pari be apto me kute moya pundu yo mono ya be apto ki me sha be tania.
Nós que estamos vivendo essa geração, que estamos aqui, devemos unir nossas forças, ter a língua, a única palavra, pela paz, para não termos guerras, conflitos entre nós. Enfim, é isso.
Oggi noi che viviamo,
Today, we live, we are alive, and we are part of this generation, and we must get together, join strength, and speak with one single voice in favor of peace and against war, against conflict.
No, me udah ben wa chwega. Me ben ka ngul ka umari pundu akuru mai kene ikwa mai kene on mai kene ka pri ne baba o mo I pri de ka I bok ti de ka mo mu ya mo ka I bam kutei ma ane ko de ba ai bi me ba toi ma ne ya mo ye me aro me ku ben pari kene ta aben ju ya ben pari kene ne aro mo toro mo tania.
Quando estamos em guerra, nós não dormimos bem, nós não comemos bem e não vivemos bem com a nossa família. Eu vi isso no meu povo quando eu era criança. E meu pai me orientou muito, falou muito comigo para eu falar com as pessoas para eles não continuar mais com as guerras no meu povo. Então, hoje, eu luto pela paz. E no meu povo não tem mais mortes, não tem mais guerras entre nós indígenas.
Quando siamo in guerra,
When we are at war, we don't sleep well, we don't eat well, we don't live well. The reality of my people, ever since my childhood, my father has always taught me how important peace is, that we must always look and strive for peace. I always continue working in this way, doing what has been handed down to me. And today I always strive to achieve peace. In our people, there is no longer war. We live in peace. We have found a way to manage, to handle our conflicts without waging war anymore.
Pai te mea mo me ba yi pe yui, me ba ku ga mara yi pe yui. Me ba kai mo ku te me pe. Ba me mo ane ga me ai ta ma mana me tin yui u ka pani rai. U mari cho me ba ka yu mari cho rai. You ka me ko ane ku be amio ba. Ara mia muia. Ara mari ora ya biri ni ara mui. Yel ba me mo amia ne yo ai ke. Iyo mui ke bana ie ara mui ke bana ya ne ke ne. You be kwa ti no bom. Ari ora wa bi na ro mu. Kara be ye yu I mo ang me da me ten. Ba ari ora voi na ro mu. Ari mo gijaga aben ne me maka ben ke me aben pali kita. Ben no mo metin yui. Me baka yu mari jo kute kuni mari. No mari kwai bafumu, me bafumu para o boitanea.
Eu vou falar sobre o nosso Criador, que vocês chamam de Jesus. Eles só querem que a gente vive bem, em paz, um com o outro. Eu já tive sonhos de ter visto eles. E eles também me dão força para eu falar sobre apenas o bem viver de todos nós.
Parlerò ora del nostro
I shall
creatore.
now talk about our Creator, the one you named Jesus, the one you called Jesus. He wants us at peace. I've been dreaming him a number of times. He always wants us to live in peace.
Matiakan ba ten ie me nyo me a fumu motenyo me be kone korore ikai pa. Ma me kotenyo iji be kuperi. Ne kute iji be teko bin mo titi kote. Titi kote ba ye abende kumika ben mo amik ari ora mi kuya ten montum. Prina mi pari kon io ai pa. Ma me amare. No. Ma me amo gume abeno ba fia au. Gume ona ben pari keten. Gume abeno banyo bikwa ko manager. Me tum mia kale da beno banyo bikwa ko manager. Ari kute me batu me bakai mo ipe yo inari me mo ka benya ji. Me ba mo me ya que ya me kube kuben. Me ya me kube ko karen. Me ya que ya me ate mono yo. Me ya que ya me puga ega mono. Ya ne me ba mo ayua. Gume kam kamari baba. Me ari kute me ba mo moya kunio amini. Ari kute mulu me ari kute pijo bagan pijo ya kuni me ba mo o amini. Ne kute tevyo ngoko tevyo kute o amini. Tania, ya ne imami me tung kukura ya kuni ane yo ko karao yo me ona doari ma ane yo temba kuma tania.
Gitu aja kita kali kita kabin memang bani ona kabin kan.
Ma?
Ah.
Esta noite, sonhei com meu povo. Eu estava indo visitar meu povo. E um grupo conhecido como Panará. Me encontrei com eles primeiros. Um deles, chamado Cuperi, foi matar o outro, batendo. Estava sonhando com isso. Aí eu fui apaziguar a briga. E eu me mexi muito forte. E eu caí na cama. Eu estou com o pé doendo agora. Mas tá melhorando. Então, até no meu sonho eu faço isso. Temos que ter respeito entre nós. Não podemos fazer mais guerras. Somos todos irmãos de única origem, porém com várias culturas. Temos as plantas, os animais, todos os outros seres que foi dado para nós. Assim meu pai me contou. Assim também os meus orientadores, Cláudio e Orlando Vilas Boas, também me contaram.
Mơ. Ai, eu moro em cabine alemã.
Pode falar.
Sì. Stanotte ho fatto un sogno.
Last night I had a dream, and the dream had to do with my people. There was an official visit that was being done to some cousin of ours, that is the Panara people, and there was someone named Kuperi belonging to those people, and he was having a fight with someone else. They were almost beating each other, so I had to intervene to calm them down, to bring peace back. And in my dream, while dreaming, I fell from my bed and I got hurt, my foot. And this is the reason why this morning I was late. But now I'm doing better. This is just to show you that even when I sleep and dream, I'm still committed to peace. What I think is that we need more respect. As I said, more respect. We need to respect each other. We need mutual respect. We are brothers. We all have same origins, though our cultures may be different. Plants, animals were entrusted to us, were given to us. And this is what our original stories have taught us. And this is what the first non-indigenous people, the brothers Vilas Boas, whom I met, have taught me.
Mà mẹ mane. Guai asi kon baga benjige me yombo. Me kute kuru me mo oi pokia. Ori ko urket. Puin ba me bajo. Ten ba me be kaya po I mono jo. Puin me vengo crea puin I bajo. Kam ke jaga ari ko vika benia man. Mana amene be chingi mari I mono kamiai papa ri boy. Baye papa mo kuya kungo. Mana Brazil kan meg mane ke meg o meya fiao. Kan bai mo iye be o mo amene pia kaba nem mo pio ka pringa nyulke. Kenya ka ko ni mo pio ka pringa nyulke. Ibo ke burn on pugaya kuru. P.O. Kute pugaya kuru. Ka june bate Brazil ka mea mane yo mo me market ka ti ha pui me ba ja ka me ko ba ja ka o bana te ka me kupa you me kama mi poi me o bin kede you be maybe kaya Paul nene me kupa ni me na ma mi poi me kupa you be ane o ane ba malo te ni ma ki ke kumare me kute pin obat ame paria i maki kene me kute ken ka kunyo paria o kute me paria i maki kene tanea.
Então, eu quero falar para vocês aqui, precisamos de apoio de vocês para proteger nossos territórios. Cada povo indígena tem sua própria terra tradicional. Nós, caiapós, vivemos em uma terra. Outro povo indígena mora em outra terra. Eu gostaria muito que vocês me entendessem. Eu vim com Sting aqui falar com o Papa João Paulo II, nessa cidade. Por isso eu não vendo madeira, eu não vendo ouro, nunca aceitei dinheiro de nenhuma dessas pessoas que querem esses madeira e ouro, porque precisamos de floresta. No Brasil, não respeitam essas minhas palavras. Isso não é bom. Madeireiro tira madeira e depois mata a indígena. Garimpeiro tira ouro e mata a indígena. Isso não é bom.
Voglio dirvi
What
una
I'd like
cosa.
to say is the following.
Serve il vostro aiuto
We need your help
per proteggere i nostri
in order
territori.
to protect all of our lands and territories,
Popolo indigeno
all indigenous people, whether traditional,
ha il suo territorio,
has its own land,
la sua terra ancestrale.
its own ancestral
Io
land,
sono venuto già qui
where forefathers were born. I came here already once, many years ago,
siamo
and
andati a parlare con
I went
il
to
Papa Giovanni Paolo II.
have an audience with John Paul II, the then Pope.
Io non vendo
I am not selling
oro,
gold,
non ho mai accettato
wood,
offerte
and I
di
have never
denaro
accepted any money
per le
or
nostre,
money offers
per le nostre risorse, dei nostri territori.
in exchange of our own
Quello che ci
lands
serve
or
è la foresta.
resources. What we need is the forest, the whole of it.
Sia diciamo dall'esterno ci sono i maderai.
And I know that from outside you can see the madereros, the ones who want to have exploitation of the natural wood, then the galiperos that do illegal mining, and they fell trees and they look for gold and search gold, and at the same time they kill all of the forest people. This is why I reject them. I've always been refusing them, rejecting them, and I will still go on doing that.
Yabi baru mea ma kati mechale mea ma ringoro me bayo Aringoro meja ren. Arumika pen oi no retane.
É isso que eu tenho para falar. Eu desejo um bom dia para todos vocês. Um abraço para todos e encerro a minha fala.
Ecco,
Now,
questo era il mio messaggio.
that was my message to all of you. Thank you for listening. I wish you a very nice day, successful one, and I would like to embrace all of you and hug all of you.
Ringraziando
Again,
il Chief Raoni,
now I'd like to thank Chief Raoni.
di nuovo mi
And
permetto
once again, please allow me
in English to ask the Deputy Minister of Justice of Sierra Leone to hold off his intervention by Zoom. Hi, Alpha. And I would ask Emma Bonino, who joined us in the room, to come to the table. In piedi o lì? Emma, grazie per essere venuta. So che questo è un
Dear
periodo
Emma, thank you for being here. I do know that this is a very, very tough moment for you, full of commitments. And I think that the pen was yours, although the hand was the one by Filippo who signed the funding act of and funding deed of No Peace Without Justice. We are very proud of having been with you, side by side with you, in the past 30 years and in all of the things we've done. And we are so proud of having you here with us today, dear Emma.
Italian or English? Oh, no, per sapere.
This is just for me to know. That's why I was asking whether I should speak Italian or English. No, I did something foolish this morning because in my own condition, this is truly a foolish thing to do. And the foolish thing was the one of coming here. And I did it because I wanted to be here in person and thank all of you for having had the idea of celebrating this 30th anniversary of the ICC. I believe that this is the only event that has been arranged in Italy. I don't know in other countries, but I think that this celebration is the only single initiative organized across Italy. And this is why I would like to thank you twice for that. Now, having said this, I just came here very, very quickly to greet briefly all of you, to see you in person. Some of you I already know, have been knowing for many years. And in part, many of you are unknown to me. I can see new militant faces, and I'm so happy about that. I believe that from that very, very highly emotional day where many hands were raised in the FAO assembly, that was the location where that was taking place. That was a diplomatic location of the and delegation or assembly of the Italian government was there. And there were 7 hands that did not lift, were not raised. And they were giving me the impression of something rather awkward happening. Looked like that was sort of an alliance. The United States, China, North Korea, Sudan, their representatives were not raising their hands. That was quite an original thing, a unique thing for different reasons. It was quite a mix, but there were 7 countries that did not approve the deed and the act. After that, we went along with the campaign, and then we had the ratification and acknowledgement provisions and measures. And everyone was telling us it will take you 10 years to get them all. But as a matter of fact, thanks to the effort and thanks to Carmen Colitti, a very special militant, we had all of the papers ratified in very few years. It is true that Carmen dragged me from Paraguay down to the Philippines, going through Cambodia. Then next was Mozambique. And I must say that we were always with her. We were introduced by her everywhere across the world. And I believe that in the end, that's how we ended up having the 60 ratifications. So the court could be taking off. I was so very happy. But then the very court had and still is met by many difficulties. The very big first obstacle is an insufficient budget. The second one is that so many states are not joining in. Let's consider Bashar as an example. Bashar in Sudan was condemned by the court. No one ever arrested him, and I believe he lives in somewhere covered in one of the Gulf countries, and I'm not even sure of this. Then we had to deal with so many more things. But I believe that the most urgent thing is to inject new strength in the court by providing an adequate budget, not such an insufficient one, allowing the court to have more staff members and to do some outreach activity to sensitize audiences, not just during conferences, but, and I don't know what else. Probably you know better than I do. I'm here today because I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for what you're still doing. And I know how many hurdles and how many problems you're met by and how many difficulties, but you never give up. So once again, thank you to all of you, and I hope that next year there will be many more initiatives. Thank you again.
Thank you and enjoy your stay in Rome.
Thank you once again to Emma Bonino. We resume session. I think the next speaker is on Zoom. Okay, good. We have Minister Alpha Sese, who is Deputy Minister of Justice of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone has been one of the most proactive partners of the activities of No Peace Without Justice at the beginning of this century, or rather millennium, when at the United Nations in New York, we started the negotiations that led to the setting up of the Special Court on Sierra Leone. It was a diplomatic and political work and juridical work that was actually eventually appeared with a presence in Sierra Leone for months or maybe years. I don't remember them. Maybe years, yes, 2 years. Sierra Leone has remained a partner in those that advocate for the affirmation of human rights and democracy, and in 2014 hosted an international conference to announce to the world that they had abolished the death penalty. So little by little, the seeds planted by No Peace Without Justice when eventually used by other organizations. One is Hands of Cain. I was there and I spent myself a year in 2014 in Sierra Leone to organize that event. I left the day in which Ebola arrived to Sierra Leone, so I was lucky. But we have to not only to thank Sierra Leone for what they have done, but also for their resilience in dire times. If all is ready, we're happy to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Justice of Sierra Leone, Alpha Sese. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. First, I'd like to, and I really hope that the sound and video are working well, especially from my end. So first, I'd like to join others who have said congratulations to No Peace Without Justice for celebrating this really important milestone. Nicolo, is the sound okay? Thumbs up? Good. Good, thank you. So huge congratulations for celebrating this milestone, 30 years. And I also want to use this moment to apologize for not being with you all in person during this celebration. Some emergency came up that forced me to cancel my planned trip at the at the very last minute. But it's good that I am able to participate from this end. I'd like to really start by saying that my own early days into the international criminal accountability and human rights space is really tied to the work that No Peace Without Justice did in Sierra Leone, and that it continues to do around the world. My very first interaction with No Peace Without Justice, when I met with Nicolo and Alison, was in the early 2000s, just as the war in Sierra Leone was coming to an end, and there were intense discussions about transitional justice processes, which led to the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and then got the Special Court for Sierra Leone. That was really over 20 years ago. So when I received the email from Alison about this event and saying No Peace Without Justice was turning 30, I looked back, more than 20 years ago and said, maybe I'm not, so much of a young person anymore. I feel old already. The point is, I was a university student then, had just started a human rights clinic in the university, when No Peace Without Justice had its presence in Sierra Leone. And I was one of those early interns assigned to No Peace Without Justice, which is really how I started my career, and I remember walking into this building. By then, No Peace Without Justice were operating within the Ministry of Justice. And so I walked into this building, Lamina Sanko Street. The building is called Guma Building. I think it was on the second floor. And walked into an empty office, and met Alison and Nicolo, and we had some chat. The interesting thing is that that building and that floor is really where I sit now as Deputy Minister of Justice for Sierra Leone. So it's really exciting to see that my first time in that building was when I had interactions with No Peace Without Justice, and then now being on this end. So I really feel like it's a blessing to have been on both the demand side of this advocacy for accountability and the need to strengthen human rights, and then now being on the supply side, as a government minister. So huge thanks to the significant role that No Peace Without Justice played in this. I'd also like to note that in Sierra Leone we cannot discuss accountability for atrocity crimes without mentioning No Peace Without Justice. As you just had, we have a very rich history with the organization, noting the technical support that the organization gave to Sierra Leone in negotiations for the establishment of the Special Court for Sierra Leone, as well as that technical support to the Sierra Leone delegation in the context of negotiations for the adoption of the Rome Statute. So yes, it was really important to have No Peace Without Justice in the country. Recently, as we marked 22 years of celebrating the legacy of the Special Court for Sierra Leone. It is really exciting that Sierra Leone continues to play that really important role in the international justice space, as you will note our engagement around issues relating to the International Criminal Court, and then of course broader discussions on accountability. As someone who lived through the war in Sierra Leone, and whose say my teen years were all spent as an IDP, except for the time that I spent out of Sierra Leone as a refugee in Guinea. Transitional justice processes are very close to my heart, and I'm a really strong supporter of domestic voices in leading this process, and so when I worked with Open Society Foundations and was based in The Hague, and later in Washington DC, and worked around transitions in Kenya following the post-elections violence, as well as in Cote d'Ivoire, I really always insisted on having the victims themselves get a seat at the table. It is important that we speak for them, but it is really important that they can speak for themselves as well. And so that is why I'd like to share a few thoughts on the need or the importance of taking the lead from those people and communities most affected by violence. When we conceive mechanisms designed to bring peace in conflict-affected societies. I like to go back to a question that a victim of sexual abuse in Kenya asked, when we had discussions around accountability. Her question was, whether we really understood the justice that they wanted. And, that has always taken me to this question of whether sometimes in moments of transition, the justice we seek, is it the justice that the victims need? So I think, that question should always be asked and should help us frame our engagement in accountability discourse. In the context of Sierra Leone, I'd like to note that first, local voices were really crucial in discussions around the peace process. I think, the crucial role that local voices played or civil society played in even, bringing the conflict to an end in Sierra Leone, and then, their active participation in negotiations with the rebel forces for the signing of the Lome Peace Agreement, that gets lost sometimes. But then, what we can all really testify to is, how loud local voices were, when it got to setting up the transitional justice processes in Sierra Leone. When the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was being set up, civil society actors or local actors were very crucial in the design of the kind of Truth and Reconciliation Commission that Sierra Leone will adopt. It's also really crucial that women's groups were really very deliberate in their engagement, that there should be a gender dimension to any work that the TRC did, and that was reflected in the appointment of the commissioners, as well as special hearings on gender-related crimes, and then a chapter that really focused on harm suffered by women. And that is why, on the recommendation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, it was really significant for a lot of women's groups or rights activists, for the president of the country, Amat Kaba, to make a public apology to the harm suffered by women, and that is really tied to the crucial role that women's groups played in the design of the mechanism itself. And then, of course, there was the special court. Of course, we all know that the special court itself is a product of a request and then negotiation and an agreement between the government of Sierra Leone and the United Nations. Of course, the request came from the government of Sierra Leone, and of course, the significant international support was crucial to making this institution a success. But it was really important that the court itself was being established and meant to operate at the seat of the conflict, right? And the place where the conflict happened, in the presence of the victims and with their participation. And then it was really also important that there was emphasis on hybridity of the mechanism itself, judges, prosecutors, defense counsel, and a lot of other administrative or support staff working within the court. Today, we see the legacy of that mechanism when we look at the significant role played by alumni of the Special Court for Sierra Leone within the justice landscape in Sierra Leone. I am a product of the court's legacy, and I'm glad that I'm on the supply side of this process as well. But then, where do local actors sit in this? So, when discussions started around the need for a war crimes tribunal, and then eventually the setting up of the Special Court for Sierra Leone, civil society immediately got itself together, with the setting up of what was called a Special Court Working Group. And so that was a coalition of civil society actors that started broad advocacy across the country with policymakers on the kind of mechanism that Sierra Leone will establish. And then once the court was established, the Special Court Working Group transitioned to what became known as the Coalition for Justice and Accountability, called COJA. Much later, COJA would move into trial monitoring through the setting up of a process that monitored proceedings at the special court and then engaged communities, especially affected communities, and then obtained feedback from those communities. That feedback was brought back to principals at the special court to have an understanding of how the process itself was being perceived and how it was operating in the country. That project was eventually transformed to what became known as the Sierra Leone Court Monitoring Program, and then, moved from a project to an NGO. I'm proud that I got to manage that project and then transitioned that into an NGO called Sierra Leone Court Monitoring Program, now called Center for Accountability and the Rule of Law, one of the most vibrant rule of law actors in the country. And then, of course, there was this deliberate decision to set up an outreach program. Outreach program run and managed by Sierra Leoneans full-time. It was actually the only unit within the Special Court for Sierra Leone that had a 100% Sierra Leone leadership and staff. Of course, there were interns coming in here and there, both from within and outside Sierra Leone. And, as part of that broad coordination with civil society actors, with victims, with affected populations, the outreach program not only engaged in communities, but had what it called a Special Court Interactive Forum, which met on a weekly basis to discuss things around the work of the Special Court and what the impact in various communities were. At the university level, there was a human rights clinic, that continued discussions, and then the Special Court Outreach Program itself moved around tertiary institutions and set up what was called Accountability Now clubs. These clubs were actively engaged in discussions around the work of the Special Court for Sierra Leone. There were other actors, media actors, like Search for Common Ground, that has credibility on the ground, running media engagements on various subjects. Their dedication to running drama programs understood by communities with a focus on the work of the Special Court was really very, very important. And the fact that Sierra Leone designed an outreach program that one operated within the Special Court for Sierra Leone, but also looked at its broader engagement with other actors involved in outreach in the country was really crucial. But then, the important thing I think, about the outreach program was that, it created a significant space for victims to really communicate messages about the work of the Special Court for Sierra Leone. I know sometimes, I remember sometimes, people said in Sierra Leone that, victims want to move on with program. And that significant engagement with victims, communities, they became the active participants. They became the leading voices in communicating issues around the work of the Special Court for Sierra Leone. And up to today, if you talk to victims, they're still able to articulate, what the court did in this country several years ago. But of course, this with the conviction of a few people, and that is why we need a complementary approach, to our engagement in accountability processes, where there are obviously prosecutions, but then, investment in other processes that bring reprieve to victims, and that underscores the significance of really important, really effective reparations programs. So that is how victims perceive the accountability process in Sierra Leone. Yes, they've seen few people tried and convicted, but then, of course, for them, the healing process continues. And, we will continue, or we should continue to respond to the needs of victims through various reparations programs. But yes, Sierra Leone is a clear example of how victims or affected communities took the front seat, in the broader discourse on accountability following the end of the conflict in Sierra Leone. And it is really a model that we advocate that is replicated in various other places where there are discussions. And I say all this, to close that for us in Sierra Leone, we note the significant role that No Peace Without Justice played in one, designing this process, and two, seeing this process fold out. This process folded out across the country. But really noting that there are actors that No Peace Without Justice work with in Sierra Leone and who continue to do the significant work that the organization invested in this country. So once again, on behalf of the people of Sierra Leone, I want to say thank you, No Peace Without Justice, and huge congratulations for this really significant milestone at 30. Looking forward to our continued engagement on this work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alpha. I'm now going to give the floor to Nader, who has been patiently manning the high table. Nader is one of the most prominent Afghan human rights leaders. He's been a leader in human rights for longer than you think, because he started as a kid. He was the youngest ever, I think, delegate and representative of civil society at the Berlin conference. For those who remember, it was almost the same time as No Peace was founded, but not quite. And he has been both inside and outside government institutions. Inside, when he believed he could change things; outside, when he believed he could change things from outside. So he was the founder of a number of NGOs in Afghanistan, notably the Free and Fair Election Foundation. He was a commissioner in one of the most effective independent human rights commissions, and I think a model for other countries in the world, which was the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission, serving next to Sima Samar. I was about to say under Sima Samar, but next to Sima Samar. And it was him who brought us into Afghanistan when Richard Bennett, the now Special Rapporteur, who will speak later today, was at the Human Rights Office there. And he was bizarrely also the head of our mission in Libya for a while, which, if you can believe, that in the spirit of having Kosovars train Afghans and Afghans work with Libyans and Sierra Leoneans actually also come into Afghanistan in the sense, I think Tara said it at the beginning, when you speak for the victims, you take away their voice. So we don't do that. We give opportunities for the victims to speak for themselves, and that's the sense of the empowerment work that we do. Unfortunately, now Nader not only is outside the institutions, but also outside the country. And that perhaps is the most painful place to be for a human rights activist. But he's certainly not stopped advocating for human rights in Afghanistan. I'm very pleased that he was able to join us here in Rome. After Nader, we take a break. So no need to get up for coffee until you've had the chance to hear it from the horse's mouth. Nader, you had the floor.
Thank you very much, Nicolo. Thank you for having me here. It's wonderful to be in this room. Also to hear Emma, Judge, and the Chief, and Tara. It brings me to the point when almost close to 2 decades ago, when we first met in Italy, talking about justice and accountability in Venice. And then 2007, we began a journey together in Afghanistan, where you and Alison and other colleagues, plus the colleagues from Sierra Leone, and Kosovo were in Kabul to help us shape our justice and accountability path. And I'm also in particular delighted to be here to see you and to see you at the NECO that you have always been. And that's the credit to your resilience, your integrity, and your courage. And we all join Tara to echo that voice that there was an injustice being done, and we need to rectify that. What I would do is, understanding that we are way beyond the schedule, I will keep it short, but I will be alarming. So I will raise, for the sake of the today's situation and the future, I will share a few thoughts about the current state of the global human rights advocacy. To begin with, I would not hesitate to call the global system of human rights advocacy as almost broken, basically institutionally. When we look at the number of conflicts globally, and then we look at also, in absence of conflict, a systematic and widespread suppression of human rights has become so much evident and obvious and without accountability that gave us not less of an indicator for a broken system of rule-based. As we see, the UN Secretary General, just in the course of 5 months, issues at least 40, 50 statements to Security Council, to General Assembly, and exhausts references to international laws and submits an appeal in the name of humanity. Please stop killing civilians. You can very well see how the international system of protection and accountability is ineffective today. We do also see that the UN Security Council itself is in gridlock. So it is a different moment internationally of using these instruments to address grave human rights situation. The times of substantial discussion at the Security Council and other major accountability mechanisms that could collectively enforce international law is a thing of the past. It's populism, polarization, and purely interest-driven, not ideal-driven interaction that shapes the discussion in the Security Council, UN Security Council, and therefore the gridlock continually. And with that, we do see the key international institutions for accountability, but most importantly, those who were in charge of protecting the rule-based order are losing immensely their moral authority. Not only the conflict in Palestine, in Gaza, but you see in Ukraine, you see in Afghanistan, you see in a number of other places in other continents, from Myanmar to other places in South Sudan and other places, things are not being addressed in the way that the international system of rule-based order was able to address them in the past. And therefore, a very fundamental element of that I see as a decline in moral authority of both the actors that were at the forefront of, as countries at the forefront of advocacy for human rights or protection of human rights, but also the institutions that, because of the actions of the member states, as an example, the United Nations, is not now able or capable to prevent atrocity crimes, but also to advocate or promote international accountability. Institutions like the ICC, we have heard both from the deputy and the former president, while is the very few or one of the very few hopes that exist, but because of the proliferation of the atrocities across the globe and the limited resources the institution has, it's not able to meet the expectation of the victims that are currently and in this age are in real time connected with the lack of delivery of justice, and therefore significantly and in multiplied way are frustrated with these institutions. So what I would see that while we do need new rules, definitely, for example, the atrocities that are publicly, officially being implemented and carried out by a fanatic regime in Afghanistan, the Taliban, requires new rules. For example, the crimes against women, and therefore a very obvious and blatant display of gender apartheid there would require a new rule to define gender apartheid as the crime. But it is much more the question today is how we can protect the already existed rules in place, how we enforce them, and how the institutions that were made in the past almost half a century or 75 years to protect these rules and enforce these rules, those institutions itself could be protected. So to sum it up, what I would leave you with is probably 2-3 points, not expanding them or answering them, but the questions there. The first one is, as we look to the next 30 years, we see there is a new global order emerging, and therefore there is also new global actors in place. And history is instructive. Every new global power tries to see and design the world order, or the way the world looks, into their own image. From China to India and to others, they do not see the world as we see it today with these sets of rules. And therefore, if we talk about human rights, they don't want to have the international institution engage with the same tool, and they consider it interferences. And therefore, they would define it in a different way. And the question to us is, are we going to acknowledge that change in that transition of the coming 30 years? Are we going to engage and helping in shaping that new definition of the new rules in the way that serves our ideals too? Or are we going to continue staying in the margin and resisting those? The second issue is that all tools of advocacy and civic engagement and changing of policy is now not much finding a route because of having living through a transition period in terms of the age of AI, the artificial intelligence, the TikTok, and the Insta age. And the population and the public and the generation growing up with that, having not the same level of patience of sitting in long debates, substantially exploring the issue, and then developing an action. Their engagement would require new innovative sets of advocacy and activism too. How we are going to address that as we chart new sets of operations for No Peace Without Justice, and also for the global human rights advocacy. And lastly, in this transition period, which there is a global shift from polarity to multipolarity, there are more actors in play, and the rules are being challenged consistently. Are we going to find a way to be consistent in messaging? Because this new age of short spin attention takes away the sense of activism in many places. In the cities, if the atrocities like one that's happening today in Gaza was happening 2 decades ago, there will be everyday people on the street in Europe, in this city, in Paris, in Berlin, in London, and in cities in US. You see campus demonstrations in the United States, and occasional getting together and demonstration, but that's not a consistent long term. As activists and as organizations and civil society, how are we going to shape the consistency of the messages, and then shaping incentives for these new generation of people to be on the street? So with all of this, what we would require is probably coming the first couple of years with the mapping that you helped us get in Afghanistan of doing a mapping of almost 30 years of the conflict, a massive document of 1,000 pages that we both felt proud of what we have achieved, but also felt disappointed significantly of not being able to make it actually deliver justice to the communities. So can we spend some time mapping the current landscape of both activism, the social changes, but also the political situation? We do see as one element that more and more far right or those who does stand against multilateralism and engagement active. They are with resources, they are in the decision-making positions in the parliaments, in the Congress, and in the governments. And for somebody who have been in the government, I've seen that you can make differences if you have the right people in the right places. And today, how many of those kind of people who would be in favor of these multilateralism, defense of ideals, are in the positions of decision-making? So one part of the mapping is that one. And we unfortunately are failing in there. And that's why policies are consistently being changing against these ideals, against these engagements. And therefore, the activism would be in two levels. One, getting few people into those positions and defining this new situation through their prism and engaging in policy. And second, backing those who are already there and also defining new tools and coming with the new tools to actually make sure that the debate is consistent and loud and making a difference. I would stop there, Nico.
Nader. Thank you very much, Nader, for this call for action and call for reflection. We say the analysis that has the purpose of doing recommendations to other parties, we leave it to the think tanks, you know? We have to do analysis that has the purpose of recommendation to ourselves. What are we going to do about it? And that's something that we learn together with you. A little later than planned, but I would invite you to share with us coffee outside on the terrace. It's a beautiful view, but please be back in about 15 minutes so we can catch up with the program. Marco?
No, in about 10 minutes then. We're sure that it's going to be Brazilian coffee, but roasted in Italy. So it's the most known cultural appropriation we can offer today. See you later. Grazie a tutti. Sì, sì. Ecco, thank you. Siamo pronti per ricominciare. We are almost ready to start again. Fabio, pensi come fare tu?
Sì, faccio il backup di Fabio?
No, no, eccolo lì. Welcome again.
No, allora sono due online.
Sì, prendi una penna, scrivi. Okay. Welcome again. We are ready to start with the second panel that will lead us to lunch. Hoping that Jove Pluvio, Zeus, will not ruin the lunch break with some rain. Yeah, as we say, pranzo bagnato, pranzo fortunato.
We say that a wet lunch is the lucky lunch.
I hope there's going to be several plant-based offerings. I switched to a plant-based diet also not only to honor our colleagues coming from Amazonia, but also because I believe that it's a way more sustainable choice. And it's good for your health, especially if you spend 20 hours in front of a computer doing nothing else but typing. In this session is entitled International Advocacy and will be moderated by Fabio Maria Galliani, who is an international criminal lawyer, who was one of the other people that were with us during the diplomatic conference. So we go back 26 years now, knowing each other and working together. He was actually reminding me that we were on the balcony at the day in which the final vote was cast. And I think it was the most undiplomatic situation. It sounded and looked more like a football stadium rather than a UN meeting, because everybody was cheering, jumping on the table, on the chair, complimenting each other. So it was a very lively atmosphere, testimony to the 5 weeks of intense negotiations inside the building and outside. There was a tent set up by Amnesty International where the final match of the World Cup that was held in France was hosted, thanks to the US delegation of all countries, where Coca-Cola and hamburgers and hot dogs were distributed, so no plant-based food on that occasion. Then we organized speaking marathons, something that in those days wasn't called, and I still don't know how to call it, this flash mob to try and impress delegates inside the building. People were on hunger strikes, other people were distributing leaflets, everybody was lobbying for their own special issues inside and outside. And No Peace Without Justice actually provided some 40 young jurists to a dozen delegations from the least developed countries and developing countries, and I think they made the difference. And some of them were amongst the first to, as it was mentioned this morning, to ratify the ICC statute. That support continued during the prep comms after the adoption of the statute, because the statute was indeed written and adopted there and then, but other documents had to be further developed in the next couple of years. I guess we have more or less everybody, or at least the first speakers of the next panel. Yes. And if we're ready, or actually if Fabio is ready, I could go on for years, if you want. It's 30 years, so at least a year of anecdotes can be put together. Oh, okay, good. So we will start this afternoon session with our keynote speaker, Atis Cengiz, who's a scholar and human rights activist. And she will be speaking from the podium. Thank you. Welcome once again.
Before I begin my speech, I would like to express my joy at being here with all of you today. It is truly a pleasure to be celebrating this important milestone with my friends at No Peace Without Justice. For many reasons, including being here in this building where No Peace Without Justice witnessed one of its first triumphs, namely the opening of the Rome Statute for signature. Dear guests, just one day before Jamal's departure, he had gone to London to speak at a conference about Palestine. I take this opportunity to call on all relevant authorities to take responsibility for ending the humanitarian tragedy in Palestine. I would like to express my deepest condolences for all journalists who lost their lives in the attack in Gaza. And I would like to highlight the ongoing need for support for our Palestinian brothers and sisters, many of whom, including some here today, continue their brave work defending human rights despite the extreme challenges they face. Now, let me take you back 5 years without delving into too many details. On October 7, 2018, Jamal and I visited Saudi consulate for the second time to officialize our marriage. On the morning of October 2nd, we conversed in our Istanbul home. Our conversation revolved around his belief that the future would be beautiful. He talked about how the free atmosphere in London affected him, making him more hopeful for the future than ever before. Undoubtedly, I was thrilled too. Every moment we shared was filled with solidarity and love. Our conversations were endless, and we always listened to each other attentively. And on that morning, he emphasized how, regardless of one's achievements, fame, or financial status, the most important thing one could strive for and fight for was hope. In his eyes and words, I could see how life would lost its meaning without hope. His eyes sparkled and his smile was infectious. When we arrived at the consulate, we were embarking on a new beginning. As long as we were together, we will fight for the same beliefs and principles, striving for a more meaningful world for tomorrow. Jamal held my hands as he exited the car, saying, "Let our hands together, always be together." Then with deep hope and contagious smile on his face, he walked into the consulate. I waited unaware that this waiting marked the beginning of a quest for justice. For me, from that moment to this stage. Shortly after Jamal entered, he was brutally murdered. The assassination team awaiting him had prepared for his arrival, and mercilessly, they killed him. We and the world learned about these facts daily through the news. Saudi Arabia official confession came after 19 days. After this massacre, love, dreams, and aspirations gave way to endless trauma. News continue to be added daily, along with some statements related to these news. In a single day, the press and media entered my life. And I was tasked with narrating or reminding people of a murder. I thought my fate couldn't be like this. I couldn't accept it. Having to accept this, acknowledging the truth and surrendering to fate felt like the same thing. I believe in fate, but surrendering was not an option. Therefore, inevitably, I started defending Jamal's right. I became involved fighting for justice against this crime wherever my voice could be heard, including the United States, including the United Nations and the US Congress. Many journalists and human rights advocates supported this fight with great commitment, including and especially No Peace Without Justice. So that even though more than 5 years have passed, Jamal and his tragic death have not faded away. But what's of justice? Have we been able to achieve it? Sadly, the answer is not yet. Any process we were able to being has legally ended due to the political interest behind it that effectively supported impunity despite the lip service paid to accountability. Nonetheless, the killers and their instigators will continue to be judged in the court of public conscience. This, for me and those who fight for justice like me, was the greatest thing we could do. Today, we continue this struggle because we believe in the values Jamal believed. and still know that those values are indispensable for humanity. Jamal chose exile because he couldn't use his pen and wasn't respected for his professional experience to voice his thoughts. The voice within him told him that speaking was important now. Why now? Because the pains of change and the need for change were more significantly in the Middle East now. He used to tell me that intellectuals and thinkers should be pioneers of change. He believed this task was his responsibility. As you know, today the Middle East is filled with regimes ruled by force, oppression, and dictatorship. But it is not just the Middle East. Although impunity is often more the norm there than anything else. There are many places throughout the world where horrendous crimes are being committed. I mentioned Gaza already, but there are several more, as participants gathered here can attest on a very personal, real, and direct level, as I myself can. These 5 years personal and unique experience has taught me a lot. It has taught me the importance of freedom, security, and love, which allow us to have hope. And it has taught me about the absolute need to safeguard those pillars of life, which is a shared responsibility, all of us. But we don't need to do it alone. We can't do it alone. As human beings, we need our society to support us in our rights and to seek justice when they are violated. In the first instance, this is often family and friends. But I have learned one other thing, namely that our society goes beyond that, beyond our town and cities and beyond our country borders. When we look at human history, we see that change and revolutions are made not by governments, but by people, not by political parties, but by individuals, not by advocates of the order, but by those who fight against injustice. And we see that those who fight against injustice are stronger and more effective when we join hands and fight those battles together. I fight for you and you fight for me. Together we can overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Hatis, and for your presence also. I know it hasn't been easy to get all the necessary documents to be in Italy, so thank you twice for your presence and your words. I think we couldn't agree more that together we can achieve what is being considered unachievable. And after the court of public opinion, also some criminal court would be the necessary place where to address what you told us, the heinous assassination of Jamal Khashoggi. And now we switch to a panel discussion, international advocacy, moderated by Fabio Maria Galliani, international criminal lawyer. I would, if possible, invite everybody to keep it within the most reasonable amount of time necessary to say what you have to say. Thank you very much.
Ecco. Sa che qualcun altro è acceso perché sento un riverbero. No, dicevo, parlerò italiano perché è
I will
raro.
speak Italian. It's rare to speak Italian when addressing these issues. Since we're in Rome, it's the capital, and there are interpreters, I will speak Italian. I would like, above all, to thank President Taragredi and the Secretary General, Mr. Nicola Figatalanca, for the honor entrusted to me, the task of moderating this important panel. But above all, I would like to thank There is no peace without justice. I thank them for existing, because the meeting with No Peace Without Justice with Nicola Figatalanca in 1998 at the Rome Conference for the international diplomacy allowed me to find my space, my tool required to quench the thirst for justice that had been tormenting me since I was at school, just as it was tormenting my professors. The 30-year experience of No Peace Without Justice confirms that all goals are possible, as proven by the masterpiece, that thing we obtained with International Court or Criminal Court. But this reminds us that there is a commitment for human rights. It's a work that is always being threatened. Some countries seem to be the cradle of democracy, and then they turn out to be medieval in a way in terms of laws. These hurdles, however, must not frighten us. They must act as a driving force that is to increase our conviction that improving the world depends on each and every single one of us. So I say that No Peace Without Justice is more necessary than ever. I'm sure the next 30 years will bring about more and more successes for the sake of mankind. I now leave the floor to Maurizio Ekvana, Director of the Utucara Association. He is a Brazilian indigenous leader and activist of a community that is found in the northwest of the Roraima state in Brazil. He represents Yanomami and Yekuna, which are the largest indigenous territories in Brazil, and he is part of a new generation of indigenous leaders who keep on working to fighting to protect their lands and to set up a communication channel between international stakeholders and indigenous populations. Over to you.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Meu nome é Maurício Iequana, diretor da Utucara Associação Yanomami, do estado de Roraima, Brasil.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning. My name is Maurizio Iequana. I work for the Utucara Association of the Yanomami people in Boa Vista, Roraima, Brazil.
Eu estou numa missão de continuar a viagem para cá, para a Europa, porque eu fui participar numa reunião sobre a raça e igualdade racial no México, falar um pouco sobre a questão de direitos humanos também.
Io sono venuto qui dopo un altro viaggio.
I came here after traveling to Mexico, where I attended meetings on equality between races and ethnic groups.
Não podia te deixar aqui, quando se fala de direitos, nós não podemos esquecer a questão da nossa terra-mãe.
In questo contesto,
In this context, where we speak of human rights, I cannot forget to talk about our motherland.
Todo que a gente precisa. As coisas que a gente faz, a extração, vem tudo da terra. E por isso devemos ter a consciência de não ter muita extração minério da terra.
La nostra madre terra
Our Mother Earth offers us all we need to live. That is why we must be responsible when using these resources. We must not extract too much from the earth, especially minerals.
Nós, povos indígenas, que está em vários lugares do mundo, estamos, né, o Estado não está ainda conseguindo reconhecer o direito dos povos indígenas do mundo.
Noi popoli indigeni
We, indigenous peoples, live in several regions of the world. The states are still not able to fully recognize our rights.
Estamos no Brasil, quando a gente fala do Brasil, durante a minha infância na escola, se falava descobrimento do Brasil. E naquela época, né, e a gente achava que o Brasil foi descoberto, mas que para nós, povos indígenas do Brasil, o Brasil foi colonizado, invadido, muitos líderes, muitos indígenas foram escravizados, muitos indígenas foram esquartejados, muitos líderes indígenas foram mortos por essa colonização no Brasil.
in Brasile, quando
In Brazil, when I was a child, I was told that Brazil had been discovered. But for us, who have always lived there, Brazil was simply colonized. The indigenous peoples were enslaved, they were killed, massacred during this colonization, which is still underway.
E hoje nós estamos numa luta de resistência, defender o nosso território, defender pedacinho do nosso território que resta para nós e lutamos, estamos resistindo que nossos direitos sejam reconhecidos pelo Estado brasileiro.
E quindi oggi noi siamo
And
impegnati
so today, we are fighting this struggle of resistance to defend our territory. Actually, some plots, some areas of the territory which are still there. So we are pursuing this struggle to uphold the right, our right to survival.
Pelo o Estado não indígena, Estado colonizador, afeta os nossos direitos, direito à nossa terra e muitas ofensas o governante não indígena, onde tem o diálogo. Para que os indígenas querem tanta terra se não produzem nada?
molti attacchi dello Stato colonizzatore
Many attacks by the colonizing states have an impact on our lands. It is a constant attack by non-indigenous governments who say, Why do you indigenous peoples want so much land if you produce nothing?
Somos poucos hoje no Brasil que defendemos, que fazemos a diferença aonde discute a questão de mudança do clima.
Oggi siamo pochi a
There are
difendere.
few of us today who actually defend our Mother Earth, but we're able to make a difference, especially in terms of countering climate change.
Tentar finalizar aqui. Ontem, o presidente da Câmara dos Deputados ele fez uma criação externa para olhar a terra indígena Yanomami, criou uma comissão que investigue a questão crise humanitária dentro da terra Yanomami. Essa comissão externa é composto por a maioria do governo passado, que é bolsonarismo.
In conclusione vi do una notizia recente. Proprio
In
ieri
conclusion, I can give you a very recent piece of news. Yesterday, I got to know that the Speaker of the lower house in Brazil has set up an external committee for the Yanomami indigenous land. This committee is almost entirely formed by members of parties that supported the previous government led by Bolsonaro.
Nós, povo Yanomami e Equana, estamos nos manifestando, repudiando a indignação por mais uma ação truculenta feita pela Câmara dos Deputados e está muito longe de se manifestar a favor dos povos indígenas. Que nessa comissão pretende-se utilizar a morte do povo Yanomami e Equana, né, para as disputas políticas internas do Estado brasileiro e também defender a maior veneno, a maior seres, né, pessoas que invadem a terra indígena Yanomami e outras terras indígenas também, que chamam os garimpeiros.
noi, rappresentanti degli abitanti,
We represent the inhabitants of the Yanomami indigenous region. These are the Yanomami and Yukwana peoples. We reject firmly, we are outraged. We reject this umpteenth brutal attack by the Chamber of Deputies, by the lower house. They want to manipulate the situation. They want to make the most of the deaths caused by the humanitarian crisis, to settle internal political disputes. But they actually, what they do, they defend the invaders that are poisoning and threatening our lands. These are the garimpeiros, the illegal gold searchers.
Atividade de garimpo dentro das nossas terras, muita destruição, mortes, violências, abuso das mulheres Yanomami, crianças sendo adotadas por garimpeiros na cidade. E com isso, com essa criação externa, estamos vendo que vamos morrer muito ainda, vamos continuar morrendo por contaminação do mercúrio, por contaminação dos nossos rios, nossos peixes, e quando mais poluição, nós vamos continuar morrendo enquanto o Estado brasileiro não pare, né, de olhar a fazer essas situações dentro dos nossos territórios.
Da tempo assistiamo
We've been witnessing for long the damage, the harm caused by Garimpo to. We've witnessed the death, the destruction, the violence of all sorts of violence, sexual abuse, illegal adoptions. As long as the government does not put an end to this invasion that is poisoning our rivers, the fish we feed on that are contaminated by mercury, if the government doesn't take action, we will keep on dying.
Não é só terra Yanomami, mas também outras terras indígenas que estão sendo afetados. Eu não podia de falar em nome das outras terras indígenas, que está aumentando cada vez mais também a inclusão de facções criminosas dentro dos territórios, nas áreas fronteiriças, Brasil, Venezuela, Colômbia. Então, tem atuado muita firme e muitos problemas dentro dos nossos territórios, como o mundo também ouviu falar na morte do Dom Phillips, né, britânico. Então, nós tememos muito com isso, que isso vai ocorrer se continuar dessa forma com essa ação do governo.
Io parlo in nome della terra indigena
I
Yanomami.
speak on behalf of the Yanomami indigenous land, but there are many other indigenous areas that are suffering. The invasion is increasing. The Garimpos, together with them, criminal associations, groups of organized crimes are getting through to our lands. At the border with Venezuela in the north, in northern Brazil, where we are, but also at the border with Colombia and other states that border with us in the Amazon rainforest, but even in internal regions. For example, what happened? Something that the entire world got to know. The killing of British citizen Don Phillips. That's something, the kind of thing we've been witnessing for long. In this case, it was a British citizen who was killed, so it made it to the world media, but it's something that happens on a daily basis.
E nós queremos, né, apoio internacional para que tenha uma recomendação para o Estado brasileiro que cumpra o que está escrito na legislação, que cumpra o reconhecimento, o Estatuto dos Povos Indígenas no Brasil, que seja cumprido essas obrigações e então era isso que eu queria estar comentando aqui, falar e repudiar a nossa indignação pelo Estado brasileiro que está fazendo em favor dos grandes invasores das terras indígenas.
Per questo vi dico che ci
That is
serve
why I'm telling you that we need your support. We need international support. A recommendation should be issued, a recommendation to the Brazilian state to put in practice, to respect, to comply with the legal obligations provided for under the national law and under international law.
Estamos aqui acompanhando uma comitiva, eu estou acompanhando o nosso grande liderança, Raoni, mais conhecido, liderança mundialmente. E aí vem depois o Davi Copenau Yanomami, que 3 semanas atrás ele veio aqui falar com o Papa, também cobrando das igrejas, fazendo essa diferença a favor dos povos indígenas. Então, meu muito obrigado a todos e todas.
Quindi nel ribadire, registrare.
So, while reasserting that we are outraged, may I remind you that we are here today with you, with the great leader, Chief Raoni, but already 3 weeks ago, so very recently, even our Yanomami leader, Daviko Penawa, was here in Rome. He actually met with the Pope and he called for the support of the church for our cause in defending our land, in upholding our rights. So thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie anche per la penna. Darei ora la parola a Barbara.
I would like to give the floor to Barbara Ibrahim, author and researcher, independent researcher in Cairo, Egypt, and from 2006 to 2015, she was the director and founder of the Blancard Center for Philanthropy and Civic Engagement, American University of Cairo. And I have to admit that when I read Cairo and United States, I'm thinking of Professor Sheikh Rassoni and his commitment for the ICC. Forgive me. And you are very well known as an eminent sociologist of the Arab world with an infinite quantity of publications. You have the word. You have the floor, sorry.
I do so wish that my husband, Saadetdine Ibrahim, was here today with me to celebrate the courage and the accomplishments of No Peace Without Justice. His legal case was brought to the attention of Europe, was supported by No Peace's work with our legal teams in Egypt, and the ultimate exoneration of my husband after 3 jail terms and over 3 years later. I know how much you would have loved meeting the distinguished people in this room, reacquainting himself with Nader and others who he's known for many, many years, and especially to see his old friend, Emma Bonino. I believe they were exactly the same age. Unfortunately, he left us 8 months ago. So I am here in his place and here to thank and to celebrate No Peace. Our story began with this organization in the year 2000. Emma made a trip to Cairo, Egypt, to investigate government harassment of our great feminist leader, Nawal Saadawi. And kind of on the side, she decided she wanted to know who was this professor, Saadetdine Ibrahim, who had been arrested and jailed and was facing multiple charges over the summer of that year. In fact, he'd been arrested with 20 or more of his young staff members. His center, the Ibn Khaldun Center for Development Studies, had angered the government by launching an election monitoring campaign over the last 2 rounds of elections. Each time they trained young Egyptians in what it was to practice their voting rights, but also their citizen rights to monitor. And each time they found egregious manipulation of the results. But I think they were living with that. The real reason that Saadetdine was arrested was that he wrote and published an article speaking about the Mubarak family as part of a trend in the Arab world where families were training the next generation to take over power in what were supposedly democratic regimes. Emma asked to meet me at her hotel, and that electric conversation began our long relationship. She's a woman in a hurry. Those of you who know her are aware of this. She cuts to the heart of an issue. She asks the questions that get to the facts, and then immediately she starts to think aloud with you about how do we right a wrong. We explained to her what the center had been engaged with, and she became convinced on that visit to Egypt that those like her who lived and worked on human rights in Egypt did not know enough about what was going on in the southern tier of the Mediterranean. And that was not just a conclusion, but something, once again, that she acted upon. Emma moved to Cairo. She started studying Arabic. She spent more than a year understanding the real issues that underpinned the problems of the Arab region. But first, before doing that, she made sure that Saad's case and Noel's were raised in the European Parliament and all of the other political venues in which she is so active and superbly effective. That's when we got to know Nico. He then moved in and he took care of the nuts and the bolts of making sure that Saad's case was prosecuted as well as it could be in Egypt. And I want to just say that this is a panel about international activism, but the role of No Peace in working and partnering with local organizations cannot be overestimated. The human rights and the legal resources in Egypt were struggling. They had no press, they had no outlet. The media was painting human rights defenders as agents of foreign states, the narrative that you're also familiar with. But when No Peace comes and works in a country in the special style that they have, the result is always a stronger, a more united, and a much more effective and strategic local initiative. And for that, I will always be grateful. But Saad and I really came to know Nico, Allison, and the team, and his amazing strengths following Saad's complete acquittal in the year 2003. He came out of prison determined to continue his human rights activities, but much weakened health-wise. Some of the activities that we organized together that were especially meaningful to us included the establishment of an Arab Fund for Democracy. The small amount of organizations that were active in this field were starved for funds, and there really were no Arab foundations or funding agencies that were brave enough to do that work. And I fondly remember, some of you in the room like Nader were there as well, an organizing meeting on the Lido in Venice, where we enjoyed the atmosphere and we spent 2 or 3 days really thrashing out the strategy, the appeal that would be made, and how this funding organization would work. The other thing we did together that got us in a lot of trouble and put my husband in exile for about 5 years was a conference in Doha, not so long after he was released, on human rights assessment of its failures and its strengths across the Arab region. It was a very high-profile conference. There were hundreds of people there. And to give you an example of how effective it was, a minister in Egypt called 2 of the judges who were attending that meeting and threatened them with arrest if they did not leave immediately and get back home. They did not leave, they did not get arrested, but that meeting got so much media attention that it led to 20 additional legal cases against my husband and his exile for a few years. After that, I want to mention one other initiative because Emma reminded me of it when she was speaking today. FGM was an issue that was recognized in Egypt, and the feminist community had been working on it for years, but we had no effective legislation, and we had no government officials that would speak publicly against the practice. No Peace, with its careful and principled approach, which is not to protest, not to condemn, but to work with and engage with government, spent months organizing a conference and convincing the First Lady at the time, Suzanne Mubarak, that she should open this conference. She should speak publicly to her own fellow citizens about the dangers of FGM, like she had been doing abroad, but had never had the courage to do at home. And she agreed. And on the morning of the conference, Emma, Nico, others in attendance, she got an early morning phone call from highly placed government officials warning her not to attend, not to do this, that it was dangerous, it was a foreign plot, all the other excuses that they use. And she ignored them, and she attended, and she gave her speech. And because we've had so many failures and setbacks of democratic practice in Egypt, I think it's one of the ones that we can celebrate with No Peace today. I'm going to skip over the Arab Spring because it's a very depressing outcome, and I know we're short on time, and actually perhaps leave you with that high note. But our world is again in deep crisis. We all know that there's a seemingly endless war in Ukraine. Millions of people in Gaza are currently displaced if they have not died under the rubble of their country. And many, many people I know have lost faith in humanity at this particular moment. But coming together to celebrate what all of you are doing and to congratulate No Peace Without Justice for their principled, tireless, and effective work around the world, I think gives us all reason for hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do ora la parola a Kadi Koita, attivista senegalese.
I now leave the floor to Kadi Koita, an activist from Senegal who works against violence on women. She was a victim of injustice herself. As a reaction to the injustice she suffered, she co-founded the group for the abolition of female genital mutilation in Belgium. Already in 2002, she was at the helm of Euronet, which is the European network for the prevention and eradication of female genital mutilation, and she is a member of Kite Yalla. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to say thanks for giving me this opportunity to participate at this amazing event organized by No Peace Without Justice. I apologize for my English. I hope you will understand what I'm saying. I remember in the late 90s, I was meeting Emma Bonino and all her team. I remember all we have achieved together and all the people we met, everyone committed to the same goal, to respect the human rights. We fought together against harmful practices affecting women's and girls' health, such as female genital mutilation, forced marriage and child marriage, and all forms of discrimination, humiliation, violence, and abuse. I'm here today to represent the association La Palabra, we created in 2006 and committed to girl education. We are based in Belgium, in Senegal. We try to help teenagers living in suburbs. We currently have 60 girls and boys coming every afternoon in our place to do their homework. And I'm really proud to say that in 2023, 100% of them achieved their high school diploma. We have managed, thanks to contribution of the region of Madrid and Embassy of Japan in Senegal, some company like Basics in Belgium, and especially our partner Nobuko in Japan also, to build the big center, and of course, all the help from NOPIS. The goal of this is to provide help women who are suffering from all forms of violence and are in need of a safe shelter to heal physically and psychologically. We also provide them with the necessary education to be economically and socially independent. We wish to find financing partner so we can achieve correctly our goal. Unfortunately, today, many governments are not yet ready to include us in the budget. But they must know today the shelter are necessary in many countries in Africa. Thanks to No Peace Without Justice working, we managed to gather all the people and groups engaging in this fighting against female genital mutilation, and all forms of violence. So our advocacy work is stronger and more effective. This work results in landmark rolling made by the European Commission and the United Nations, and result in a very important resolution adopted by 194 countries in December 2011. And thanks to No Peace again, campaigning ban FGM in the world, which many people, many association organizations, and also the former First Lady from Burkina Faso, Chantal Campaoré. We have also launching campaign in West Africa in Strangle, then our implementing law against female genital mutilation. Especially, we have worked on the ratification and implementation of the Maputo Protocol. This has been hard work, but we never gave up. Now, I must admit that when I read the UNICEF report publishing on March 2024, I feel frustrated and sad. It is a real disappointment to realize that after 40 years of work on the ground, female genital mutilation is still on the rise. But at least some part of the world, it has also discredit, which is clearly encouraging our work. There is the report published on March at the CSW in New York. According to the new report from UNICEF, more than 230 million women suffering from the genital mutilation. According to the new global estimate in this report, the total number of victims has increased by 15% compared to data publishing 80 years ago. It means that an additional 30 million girls and women are affected by this issue. Our progress is ending. In ending those practices is too slow compared to global population growing, especially in places where the practice is widespread. Unfortunately, our progress is too slow to eradicate this problem by 2030. Yet, some activists in the ground have always been aware that this goal was impossible. We urge the politician to change their way of addressing the issue of violence and discrimination against women and girls. Most of West African countries continue to mutilate girls aged 0 to 5 years old, and from everyone else because of obsolete culture. We must recognize the political and religious leaders should put substantially more effort in the struggle against gender issues and to promote women's rights. This may create specially infrastructure to assist women in need. I will continue to say that giving financial and human resources to local and grassroots associations is paramount to address all these issues. Hoping the next time we will bring maybe more good news. I think when the politicals can forget their self, herself, and thinking about the population to take care what's happening and do the work for behavior and comportment changement, we need to go back to campaign to sensitize against all these practices. We need to go back to the grassroots level, particularly to the young people who are the future. Finally, I want to just thank again and congratulations to Madame Tara, our new president, and also to thank Nicolo for all the work, and thank the NOPIS team and voluntary in Brussels and Rome, all what they do in 30 years we met, since 30 years we met. I hope in the next 30 years, human rights will be really and real and effective for all the population by the politician who be here for the population and not for themselves. Can be one day say human rights for all and stop to say woman rights. Women and men are both human. Human rights will be must, and the people must be understand women and men are complementary and not inferior and superior. Thank you again to NOPIS. Thank you for all and good anniversary. And just good luck for the future. Can we continue to work together for the best future to stop impunity in many countries. Thank you very much. Wow.
Con Mr. Bennett. Intanto presento Richard Bennett, Chief of the Human Rights Service with the UN Assistance Mission in Afghanistan. è stato rappresentante della High Commissioner for Human Rights, advisor to the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission, è stato anche Chief of the Staff for the UN Secretary General's Panel of Experts on Sri Lanka and Special Advisor to the Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights in New York. Non so se lo abbiamo in linea. Lo abbiamo in linea? Eccoci, buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I already introduced you and I give you the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Fabio, if I may. And just to say that I'm here as the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan, appointed by the Human Rights Council. I regret very much that I'm not with you in person in Rome. But this weekend, I had some family commitments in Denmark, where I live, although my own country is New Zealand. And I would really like to say how honored I am to be a member of this wonderful panel that I've been listening to the whole day. And the previous speakers have so much moved me with what they have been saying about human rights. But not only that, also paying tribute to No Peace Without Justice. And I would like to join them in doing the same, to congratulate No Peace on your 30th anniversary, and especially for your fantastic work to advance international justice and human rights for decades now. I have had the pleasure of cooperating with No Peace, first in Sierra Leone, later in Afghanistan, and also briefly in the Philippines, where I had a contract with you. And I'd like to pay tribute to Nico and also to Alison. Alison is not always in the front lines, but she has played a magnificent role, a very strong role, and continues to do so for No Peace Without Justice. I'd also like to have a word about Emma Bonino in relation to Afghanistan, because Emma has been a champion for the women of Afghanistan for decades, especially during the first regime of the Taliban. And in fact, she was even detained briefly by the Taliban during the late 1990s, I believe. I'd also, moving to Sierra Leone, it's very heartwarming to see Alpha Cisse. I worked in Sierra Leone and first met Alison and Nico there in 2000. And Alpha Cisse was a young, I think at that stage, an intern. And to see his progress is wonderful. I happened to be in the UN mission and was the focal point for the establishment of the Special Court and also the TRC in Sierra Leone. And I worked closely with the civil society, which I remember and would continue to say has been playing a critical role in Sierra Leone. And it was wonderful when I had the opportunity to meet Nicolo and Alison and other colleagues who came and played a pivotal role in Sierra Leone. I'm also delighted to see my friend Nader Naderi, who's already spoken on Afghanistan. And it's my honor that I think that I gave Nader No Peace's book on Kosovo while we were together at the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission, and that led him to reach out to Nicolo. And as they say, the rest is history. And finally, No Peace has been a great supporter for me before and since I became Special Rapporteur for Afghanistan 2 years ago. I think it's really important that today we recognize the achievements of no peace over 30 years. And for those of us that have been around for 30 years or more, I think it's also important to look to the future and to try to interest the younger generation in continuing the wonderful work of no peace. I'm the first of three, I believe, three special procedures mandate holders, but three special rapporteurs who No Peace have invited as speakers today. And I think and believe that this reflects No Peace's partnership with our mechanism and a commitment to it. I also note that we're the only UN officials that are invited today, and that perhaps says something about the importance of this mechanism, because we are appointed in our individual capacity as experts. We're not UN staff. We're independent human rights experts. We are not paid, and I think that is one of our strengths. We are, as other speakers have mentioned already, in a period where respect for international human rights law and humanitarian law is under enormous pressure and is close to breaking point. It is, I think, a crisis. This is highlighted in Gaza and the West Bank, but in fact, in many other places, as has been well articulated already by Nader and also noted by Hatis earlier. I think special procedures as independent experts stand as a bastion of advocacy for international human rights law. Our work is also critical for international justice and for the ICC. And we've taken a stand against the attacks on the ICC recently. We issued a statement about a week ago, and other human rights defenders. However, we are not institutionally protected very much, as we act in our individual capacities and our identities are very public. And regrettably, some of my colleagues, and I refer here especially to Francesca Albanese, who is my counterpart as a special rapporteur on OPT, have been defamed and threatened simply for doing our jobs and standing up for human rights. And a couple of days ago, we issued a public statement on this. I also want to make a connection between these attacks on human rights defenders more generally, on the ICC, and on special procedures mandate holders, and those attacks made against No Peace Without Justice, in particular Nicolo, in the last year and a half, simply for defending human rights. And unfortunately, this is the tip of an iceberg of attacks on human rights globally, as has been mentioned already. I'll just speak a little bit about my own mandate and the advocacy work. In it, it was established after the fall of the Republic in August 21, the takeover for the second time of the Taliban, and I'm mandated to continuously assess the human rights situation in Afghanistan, to make reports and recommendations to improve it. I have a documentation and preservation mandate, and very importantly, I work with civil society, have a survivor-centered approach, and integrate the rights of women and also and girls, as well as child rights. What have been my achievements? Because after all, after 2 years, there is not much to report, not much good to report, not much improvement since the Taliban takeover. I think echoing and amplifying the voices of Afghan human rights defenders, especially women, has been important. Not speaking for them, they speak for themselves, but helping to give them platforms to speak for themselves. trying to keep Afghanistan on the international radar screen at a time when there are many other human rights crises, and the situation in Afghanistan continues to be dire. And insisting that there is no normalization, there should be no normalization of the Taliban or of the human rights violations being committed in Afghanistan, primarily by them. As particularly at a time where half the population has been erased from public life because of the agenda. And insisting that civil society, especially women, have a seat at the table in any political process. The Doha Agreement that led to the hasty withdrawal of the international forces, and after that, and thereby most of the international community, was negotiated between the United States and the Taliban. There were subsequent talks, only subsequently, with representatives of the Afghanistan Republic, including Nadeh. By then, it was too late. The damage had been done. I won't go into this further now, but I do wish to make that point. Documentation of human rights violations is critical. It's critical for all forms of accountability. There must be consequences for violations. And therefore, my mandate cooperates with others, including the ICC. I support all accountability mechanisms, also the ICJ and universal jurisdiction. And as has been mentioned, there is a possible future Crimes Against Humanity treaty, and I support a movement for the codification of gender apartheid. Shortly, I'll be making another report to the Human Rights Council specifically on where I'm specifically mandated to report on the institutionalized discrimination, segregation, and exclusion of women and girls in Afghanistan. I'll be recommending the use of all tools. And I listened carefully to the Deputy Prosecutor of the ICC, who emphasized an intersectional approach in order to uncover the different layers of discrimination. I have also taken an intersectional approach. And I noted as well her reference to slavery crimes. And without giving away too much, my report will also address this. And finally, I want to mention environmental issues. Afghanistan is one of the countries most subject to climate change. And a week ago, there were flash floods in a part of the country that killed over 3,000 people and made thousands homeless and without livelihoods. In addition to this, Afghanistan has suffered 40 years of war, and the environment has suffered grievous harm with the degradation of the air, the water, and the soil, impacting especially on the health of children and future generations. And I mentioned before the hasty withdrawal. A huge mess has been left behind. I consider that cleaning up this mess is a collective responsibility. And actually, we can see it through a transitional justice lens. And I note that Marcus, the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Toxics, is a later speaker. And this is perhaps something of interest to him as well. The situation in Afghanistan is polarized. For the country's future, Afghans, including the Taliban and the international community, need to find common ground. And I think the issue of environmental harm caused by all parties, without pointing the finger at any one, is one of the areas that could be promising. Finally, I am going to mention the UN's liquidity crisis. Due to the non-payment of UN dues, we are badly affected, including special procedures mandate holders. We are all now reduced to making one country visit a year instead of two. And we also struggle to meet our commitments to travel, for example, to Geneva and New York. I'm not sure where I'm going to get the money for that right now. So I want to mention how underfunded the UN human rights system is as a whole, and specifically at the moment, there is an additional factor of very serious cuts to the budgets, including for us as special procedures mandate holders. Finally, and in conclusion, many thanks again to No Peace Without Justice for your support and best wishes for the next 30 years. New tools are needed, as Nada has made clear, but without abandoning the old ones. And you, No Peace, are needed now more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you, Richard, for what you have been doing and what you do. Interromperei adesso
We
la
could have a break now. We could break for lunch and resume after lunch. It might be raining. We're running a little late, but I'd like to point out that I received this panel late from the previous moderator. You might know him. So we will resume the session at 2:30. Thank you.
2:30 sharp, and not to ruin your lunch, I think the Doha Agreement reminds me of the Dayton Agreement, and what happened afterwards may be testimony of what we may expect to happen in Afghanistan. Bon appetit. Lunch is served. You get out and down the stairs. So terrace and down the stairs. We apologize for the lack of technical support. Yes, yes, yes. Good. Good afternoon. Sì, forse. Ce l'ho, però. Sì, sì. Ah. Eccoci, welcome back. I hope the lunch was dry enough and good enough. Was not necessarily plant-based, but that's okay. We cannot have everything. So we will have the last two speakers of the previous panel, and that we thank very, very much for their patience and flexibility, and then we'll move on with the program. The moderation is back in Fabio's hands, please. Bye. I think we can start and I can shepherd people in if you don't mind.
Sì, bene, abbiamo sicuramente tutti ripreso
So we
energia.
have all had lunch. We have restored our energy. I don't see the chair here in the hall.
Allora, intanto io darei la parola.
I will now leave the floor. Should we wait? I was told to resume the session, actually.
When people listen to hear voices, they are attracted in a way. So if you want, I can go
Ok,
on.
allora prima di ridare la parola ai relatori, io vorrei annunciare.
So before giving the floor back to the speakers, I would simply mention that Abdelkadir Ahmed Ali is in attendance here as the foreign leader of LSEC, Khartoum Federation of Somalia. In February 2023, his association was attacked, and in an operation that led to the killing of almost 1,000 people, and 5,000 people were wounded by the militia of Somaliland, who used means that were held by international organizations. And when, well, Somaliland right now announces new military attacks, the administration of SSC Katuma, who is represented by Mr. Ali, who is here in attendance, is drafting a handbook, a manual for its soldiers that forbids what can be done in war, even in war. That shows a total difference between the two things. And before the indifference of the international community before this massacre, Mr. Ali has just signed a letter sent to the president of the Somalian Federation
Somalia alla Corte Penale Internazionale. Noi la ringraziamo, Mr. Ali, consapevoli che anche per la Somalia il raggiungimento della pace passa attraverso l'affermazione della giustizia. Grazie.
Even for Somalia, the justice is paramount. Thank you. Now that everyone is in attendance again, we can leave the floor to the next speaker of this session, Giovanni Fontana, co-founder and president of Second Tree, an organization that works in the field of refugees in Greece. It deals with training. He has held a number of offices and functions. I won't list them all. His curriculum is way too long to list entirely. Over to you.
I will speak English, because normally Italians speak better English than non-Italians speak Italian, unless they want to be priests or opera singers. So 15 years ago, I learned something, and something that I learned while I was working as my first or second international job at No Peace Without Justice. I was actually working side by side with Kadi, who didn't remember me because somehow people at No Peace Without Justice don't get old. Actually, Nicolò, I don't know how he does that, but he was much older then, 15 years ago. I would like to say that I had long hair, but now I can just say I had hair. And the thing that I learned was that shared rules are important to defend or to support people that are different from me, because I have a loud voice, you can hear it. If people don't give me what I'm owed, I will fight it. But the thing that is important is that these shared rules are for the people who don't have that voice, for their status, for their position, for many other conditions they are in. I have gone on to do a number of things. For the past 10 years, I've been working in an organization that I co-founded that works in refugee camps in Greece and does training in Europe with municipalities and at the borders of Europe, let's say, Ukraine, Iraq, Armenia. And basically what we do is that we try to explain to people that victimizing, having pity, trying to protect migrants and refugees is the wrong way to go. And so I have been working for years trying to avoid victimization of migrants and refugees. And the tragic irony has been that I found myself supporting a person, a family that is probably the epitome of the victim. I'm clearly here an imposter. The person who should be here is Abu Bakr, who is the husband of Fatmata Camara, who is a Sierra Leonean woman who was shot and killed 1 year ago at the border between Greece and North Macedonia by a border police officer. Abu Bakr is now in North Macedonia. He's fighting the legal case to establish justice. And of course, if he was to leave the country, they would never let him back in, and we don't know what would happen with the trial. And basically, the full story is that we met Fatmata, or Fatima, how the term of endearment is, in one of the camps we work in. We knew them, her and Abu Bakr, quite well. And one day they just left because they had been rejected the asylum request in Greece. They crossed the border. A border policeman, on the day in which Frontex started their mission in North Macedonia, shot her. He shot her and killed her. And what happened after this was probably even worse, in the sense that Abu Bakr asked to go in the ambulance with her. And they said, don't worry, there is no space in the ambulance, but get in the police car and we'll just follow the ambulance to the hospital. And then the police car just went to detention. So that was the last time that he saw his childhood sweetheart. Like, they had been married forever. They knew each other. I went to accompany the body in Sierra Leone at the funeral, and I saw, like, he was living in Mill Street 3. She was living in Mill Street 4. Then they saw him. He understood what was happening, so he started taking pictures with his phone of the bloodied clothes and the gunshot hole. And the police saw that, took the clothes, handcuffed him, and took him to another detention center 3 hours away. And then, after having kept him for a day and a half without any news of his wife, they said, you know what? We'll take you to the border. We'll take you to the border with Serbia. The Balkan route is quite open. That's the deal. We just forget about everything. And that was the moment that basically this story, which is a story that we might have not heard, changed. Because this guy, this 24-year-old guy, said, no, I want to stay here to fight for justice and truth for my wife. That's when he called us. And he said, basically, I don't know anyone here. You're the only ones I trust. Please come. And so we went there. We don't have any experience with advocacy. What I had learned for 15 years prior, that advocacy is basically relentlessly bothering people to do their job, so that you are as annoying as possible and annoying enough for them to find easier to do their job than not to do their job. And so we started bothering everyone. And actually, we had lots of people who tried to help, including No Peace Without Justice. And surprisingly, what was a story that was basically condemned to oblivion started assuming some status. The European Parliament submitted a written question to the Commission. OSCE is monitoring the trial because the guy got indicted and there is a trial. An illegal migrant managed to take a border policeman, to trial in North Macedonia. Even the Pope wrote a letter to Abu Bakr, and we did, these things that don't count much, but they count, like conferences at Harvard Law School, et cetera, et cetera. And so this story that was very, very tragic ended up taking a slightly better subtone, in the sense that what the family said was quite obvious. We will never have her back, but let's hope that something happens with this, that we manage to prevent anything similar from happening again to someone else. So now what we're trying to do is just trying to find people who want to use Fatima's name, trying to find people who want to maybe tell this story in order for this not to happen again. And we have this from the approach of someone that has never worked in advocacy and is very good at bothering people. So we'll keep bothering people for them to take this story. I think one thing that Mariato, who is Fatima's mother, said at the funeral resonates with many of us as human rights advocates, humanitarians, however we want to call ourselves. She said, let's hope that at least her death helps someone. And I think that basically what No Peace Without Justice and us have done for the past many years has been trying to strengthen and multiply these at least. And so is with the same spirit. And I hope, on behalf of some of the people that don't have a voice, that I want to say that I want to hope that and wish No Peace Without Justice at least another 30 years.
Ringrazio Giovanni Fontana.
I would
Ora
like to thank Fontana, and now I give the floor to Ahmed Aboufou. He is an international lawyer and human rights advocate. Al-Haq, well-known and old center for the protection of Palestine with a headquarters in Holland. He was born in Gaza and is a research fellow of the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. You have the floor.
And I thank No Peace Without Justice for the opportunity to celebrate them their 30th anniversary, an important milestone indeed of their continuing achievements. Al-Haq is also grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this important conference discussing a timely and important topic. Few words about Al-Haq. Al-Haq is the oldest Palestinian human rights organization. It's actually the oldest in the region, established in 1979, and works to promote the Palestinian human rights in the occupied Palestinian territory, individual and collective rights. So this also includes the right of self-determination and the right of all refugees to return to their homes and villages. To best address the topic today and to talk about international advocacy, I believe it's important to discuss the relationship between peace and justice, something No Peace Without Justice understood very well, to the extent that they decided it would be the organization's name. Thank you. Its motto, in a way. The relationship between peace and justice was best articulated, in my view, by Benjamin Friends, former Nuremberg prosecutor and a long advocate for international justice, who once said, Ben once said, there can be no peace without justice, and no justice without law, and no meaningful law without a court to decide what is just and lawful under any given circumstance. The Nuremberg trials indeed are considered by many as the origins of international criminal law, but also the whole so-called rules-based order that emerged after World War II. One could possibly think that this should be the mantra governing Western foreign policy, especially since this rules-based order was created in Europe by Europeans, by the West, and promoted by them for almost a century. Indeed, the origins of the so-called rules-based order can be tracked back to the horrific experiences of two world wars in Europe. The idea that atrocity crimes must not go unpunished finds its origins in the Nuremberg trials persecuting Nazi war criminals. But while the Nuremberg trials were a great and a significant contribution to the body of international law and international humanitarian and criminal law in particular, they were also the trials of the victorious. None of the allies were held accountable for their crimes. This, in my view, has created in the Western consciousness a sense of ownership to this body of law, a deep belief that this body of law is theirs to apply on their foes and opponents, but they can't envisage a scenario where this law can be applied on them or their allies, being the ones being held accountable. This perhaps is the reason why Western powers and Western leaders are clearly selective in applying these principles. For example, since the war in Ukraine, Western governments have shown us how they can mobilize the whole body of international law and the so-called rules-based order to help and support people in their struggle for the right to self-determination and recognize their legitimate resistance against a foreign occupation and an alien domination. Rightly so, they also have shown us how they can impose sanctions on oppressive regimes and military occupations. Western powers have also passionately, rightly so, called for accountability in Ukraine, especially at the International Criminal Court. Some even called for a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. Although many of these very Western states, like the UK and France in particular, were in fact the reason why the International Criminal Court does not have jurisdiction over the crime of aggression in the same manner it has on other crimes of the Rome Statute. Western powers never missed a statement without mentioning the importance of accountability and international justice, again, and rightly so. But when it comes to the situation in Palestine, this seems to evade. While they condemn Russia's threats against the ICC and its officials, some have not even uttered a word about Israel's and the US's thuggish-styled threats against the court and its officials. Civil society organizations around the world have been persistent in their condemnation of any attempt to intimidate or threaten the ICC. Civil society support for the ICC's mandate and its independence is indeed unwavering. As regards the fight against the long-lasting prevailing impunity in the situation in Palestine, most Western states, regrettably, won't even mention the need for accountability and justice. The only call for a there's only a call for a so-called peace absent justice. But what does that actually mean? When Western states passionately call for peace in Palestine but never mention justice, what does abstract peace absent justice really mean? Kwame Toure, a prominent organizer in the civil rights movement in the US, answered this question when he said, there is a difference between peace and liberation, is there not? You can have peace and you can have injustice. You can have peace and be enslaved. So peace alone isn't the answer. Liberation is the answer. He goes on saying, peace is the white man's word. Liberation is our word. Indeed, peace is a natural consequence of a meaningful justice. Therefore, justice and peace in this very order achieve liberation. But are the Palestinians entitled to this liberation? I mean, it seems like an easy and clear answer. Of course, all people deserve freedom, the right to self-determination, and dignity. If we really mean that, then we must wonder why the international community has allowed the Israeli illegal occupation, apartheid, and settler colonialism to dominate every aspect of the Palestinian people's lives for decades. We must also wonder then why some wish to believe and actually behave as history somehow started on October 7th. As the UN Secretary General rightly pointed out, the current situation did not happen in a vacuum. Indeed, this is the result of 75 years of Zionist settler colonialism and apartheid imposed on the Palestinian people as a whole. This is also the result of over 57 years of Israel's longest in modern history illegal, belligerent military occupation of the Palestinian territory. This is also the result of Israel's over 17 years suffocating military blockade on one of the most densely populated areas in the world, where I grew up, in the Gaza Strip, where 2.3 million Palestinians, half of whom are children, live in around 65 square kilometers. Over 70% of the Palestinians in Gaza, like myself and my family, are refugees who were ethnically cleansed by the Zionist militias from their homes and villages, from their ancestral land in the 1948 Nakba. The West did not only ignore this context and history, but it even joined Israel in a relentless campaign to undermine international law in support of Israel's apartheid. Responsibly and shamelessly, in my view, distorting the interpretation of international law. For the sake of time, I will only give one example, and I think you've heard it a lot: right to self-defense. Western leaders have been parroting that Israel has the right to self-defense. This is legally incorrect and a flagrant lie. The right to self-defense is regulated under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. This is a right to a state when it's being attacked by another state, not a non-state actor. And even if there is doubt in academia that a state can invoke the right to self-defense against a non-state actor, so for example, 9/11, there is absolutely no doubt that an occupying power does not have the right to self-defense against the people it occupies, because it naturally has positioned itself as the aggressor. And international law, international humanitarian law in particular, envisage and recognizes the right of people under occupation to resist their occupier in accordance with international humanitarian law. As a matter of fact, this is not only my opinion. This is what the court said in 2000, and the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, said in 2004 in its Wall advisory opinion, where it ruled that the right to self-defense is irrelevant to the occupied Palestinian territories. So in brief, just to close this topic, as long as the occupied Palestinian territories are occupied by Israel, Israel has no right to self-defense, and the Palestinians have every right to resist. This is international law. Whether the West liked it or not, we didn't create it. They created it. So this is indeed international law, whether what I would call the axis of genocide in the West likes it or not. In supporting Israel's apartheid regime and its genocide in Gaza, by continuing to provide it with diplomatic coverage and weapon, Western governments are in clear violation of international legal obligations under customary international law, but also under international treaties, such as the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty, the Genocide Convention, the Fourth Geneva Conventions. I would have also added the Apartheid Convention, but for those who don't know, most Western governments are not party to it, are not signatory to the Apartheid Convention, and refuse until this very moment to ratify it. While people around the world, including in the West, marched the streets against apartheid South Africa, Western governments were the latecomers when it came to denouncing that apartheid regime. They only did after the mounting pressure from the people on the ground and the anti-apartheid movement. How similar the past is of today. It seems that these governments are insisting on repeating such shameful history. Don't take my word for it. Look outside, look at the streets, listen to the people. The clear gap between what the people of the world want and what their governments are doing is evident. Indeed, Israel's genocide in Gaza and the world's reaction to it is, in my view, our window to the reality of the world we live in. A reminder that we don't live in a post-colonial world, but rather we live in a neo-colonial and an imperial one. A reminder that Western past crimes against indigenous people across the world, be it in the Americas, Africa, Asia, or elsewhere, the horrific and unforgivable crimes of slavery and colonialism continue to shape our world, including its structure and justices. The genocide in Gaza is, therefore, a preview of the dystopian future ahead all of us if we allow it to happen in Palestine, in Gaza in particular. And therefore, the people of Gaza, the Palestinians in Gaza, are fighting for all of us, for the rest of the world, the very same world that abandoned them. In conclusion, the people of the world, especially civil society organizations and intellectuals, I think have a responsibility to represent their communities, a crucial role to play. We have a responsibility to speak up, to educate, defend, organize, mobilize, and rise up against this genocide, apartheid, and settler colonialism. The students of the world are teaching us all a lesson on how this should be done. They are also filling the moral vacuum created by complicit and morally corrupt politicians of our age. In this dystopian age of international community's paralysis and the complicit, morally corrupt ruling class, people are taking things in their own hands through their democratic institutions, through their civil society organizations, to do advocacy on behalf of the people, to hold their governments to account and put pressure on these governments to live up to their legal obligations, but most importantly, to stand for humanity, for our very humanity. From several legal cases in different jurisdictions against governments exporting weapons to the Israeli apartheid regime, to cases against heads of states, like in the US, our case against President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, and Secretary of Defense Austin, as well as people taking the streets and students putting pressure on their universities, the people of the world are united against the genocide in Gaza, and they will prevail. This is how the people of the world are reclaiming international law. This is how they're not treating it as a Western property, but as a human heritage for the people, all of them. And no government should underestimate the people's will and desire for freedom and their determination to stand for their humanity. What Al-Haq is doing, just as what No Peace Without Justice is doing, and many of our partners around the world, is an expression of the free will of the people of this world. It is a true representation of victims of atrocity crimes committed around the world, victims and affected communities' resilience and determination is where we get our strength and inspiration. And we shall stay the course until justice prevails, peace is achieved, and the people of the world, all of them, are truly liberated and able to enjoy what they are entitled to, their birthright to justice, self-determination, freedom, dignity, and peace. Thank you.
Ringrazio i relatori di questo panel.
I thank the speakers of this panel. I thank you not only for allowing me to make up for running late, but because you actually defeated rain. And this proves that only saints and lawyers and activists are capable of performing miracles in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now move to the next session, which is entitled The International Legal Environment and Problem of Compliance. Let me invite to reach us to the presidency Mauro Politi, former ICC judge, professor at the University of Trento, Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Palestine, Nasser Al-Geita, professor of international law and human rights, Libya, Victor Ochen, human rights activist, executive director of IANET, Uganda, Salvatore Zappalà, professor of international law, University of Catania, and David Donat-Katen, professor of international law, Center for Global Affairs, NYU, and longtime Secretary General of Parliamentarians for Global Actions. I'm not a guy who brags about the superiority of Made in Italy, but I think today we have an example of what Made in Italy is and can do. Our first encounter in particular with Professor Politi dates back to 1996, when David and I, when younger than 30 years of age, were still around. We have, I don't know how many years less than Professor Politi, but also Professor Politi is around. And he made us proud in a way. He was the only Italian voice that was being uttered in those negotiations. And we were all very pleased to not only listen to an Italian accent, even if he doesn't have one, but to hear the things the non-governmental organization were also pushing for in those days. And then it's also the days in which with Salvatore, we met here in Rome and we have continued our work together. We were able to recuperate the last two speakers, but we're still a half hour behind schedule. So I'm sure that our speakers will be good enough to try and do their best within the necessary time, but also keeping in mind that we're trying to end not too late today. So the first speaker is Professor Mauro Politi. You have the floor.
Thank you, Marco, and thank you for the invitation to this celebration.
No peace without justice. I always thought that has been doing for all these years an incredible job in support of the rule of law, first thing, and then international justice. I remember 30 years ago, 1994, the date of birth of No Peace Without Justice, if I counted correctly. Emma Bonino came to New York and delivered an incredible speech in the Sixth Committee of the General Assembly, offering, among other things, the seat of Rome as a seat for the diplomatic conference. Without the work of No Peace Without Justice, without the intervention and the dedication of Emma Bonino, we wouldn't have had the Rome Statute, that's for sure. And we probably wouldn't have had the ICC itself, because the impulse that your organization gave to the process was incredible. And I just want to congratulate the organization for organizing this event and for all the history of supporting justice and the rule of law, as I said, they have done in all these years. I recognize so many friends around here that I cannot name them all. You will. I'm trying to be short and not to spend too much time to say what I want to say. My comments are more of, I would say, of a general nature. I was impressed in recent time by the insistence in which in the media, and especially by experts of international relations, it has been said here and there that international law does not exist. International law is not there. International law is continuously violated. The resolutions of the United Nations are now worded the paper in which they are written. I heard also that. That the absence of legality in this world is a sign of our times. And obviously, I started to have, first of all, an identity crisis, because I thought, what I've been doing for all these years, if this is the end and the result of what I've been interested in. But then I started to think, and I started to put my thoughts on the fact that probably it would be interesting to think or rethink about the value and the spaces in which the law can operate in these times of profound crisis. And we have to recognize that these are times of profound crisis. Multilateralism, cooperation, the United Nations, all these elements that have nourished our life and our ideals, especially since the fall of the Berlin Wall. Those ideals that have given birth to, for instance, the ICC, 1998, was their golden age. If we hadn't taken that opportunity that year, the ICC would not have been there. Now, is there still a space? Is it worth it to think about what is the value and what is the relevance of international law and international humanitarian law and human rights law in these times of crisis? We all agree that international law is violated constantly and in its main most fundamental principles these days. I don't have to repeat, jus ad bellum, jus in bello, you name it. Aggression, violation of the rule that prohibits states to solve their disputes through the use of force, and then violations of basic principles of international humanitarian law. Think of the rule and the principle of distinction. The distinction between combatants and non-combatants is completely ignored nowadays. So if we think, I don't want to go through all the rules of the Geneva Conventions, of the protocols and all of that. You are very much expert on this, but we live in a situation of great crisis. It is true that it's not the first time in history We have gone through different periods of times in which the rule of law, multilateralism, and all of that have been at the center of the interest and the activity of states, and other periods of time when these principles have been totally or partially forgotten. But this crisis is different, I think, is perceived at least as a different type of crisis because it puts in danger the basic elements of coexistence among states and is characterized by the direct or indirect involvement of the great powers. The danger of a global confrontation is there. So we have this perception of a turning point in history that in the search, let's say, of a new legal order or new international order that nobody knows exactly what is going to be. The situation of uncertainty and what is going to happen in the future is the main element that distinguishes this crisis nowadays from the crisis of the past. I was thinking about after 2001 and 9/11 also. There were blatant violations of international law, but you didn't have that perception that everything may fall apart from one day to the other. This is the main difference. So what can we do or can we think about if we reflect on the value and the spaces in which international law can operate nowadays? Well, I have the feeling that international law certainly is much weaker nowadays. International law, there is a crisis. We agree with that. I don't want to downgrade the situation, but at the same time, there are elements to say that it has some vitality. Oddly enough, the first element of vitality of international law comes from those, I don't name anybody, but those states, other type of entities and organizations, for those who claim all the time that they're respecting international law. In other words, there is this race to say, oh, we do this, but we are respecting international law, which means that in the bad conscience, in the guilty conscience of the states and of the other entities, there is this fact that, international law is there. We should comply with it. We don't do it, but obviously they do it, either by clearly violating the rules or giving some interpretation that are very doubtful and very different from the real, true, and legal interpretation of the norms. And then we have the action of the civil society that is very important. There are human rights organizations, other organizations like No Peace Without Justice that I would say that offer an even greater contribution than in the times when everybody agrees that the law should be respected. This is a very important moment for the action of the civil society and non-governmental organization. The same demonstrations in the streets. I'm not in different cities of the world, and I'm not trying to color politically any of these demonstrations, but the fact that young people take to the streets and demonstrate in favor of peace, in favor of justice for all, in favor of a world that is based on the rule of law and not on the rule of violence, are elements that give some kind of hope for the future. We don't have to forget that. But coming to more concrete elements, I would like to underline 2 or 3 things on the work of the United Nations, on the role of international courts, and if I have the time, but I will be very short on that, on the role of human rights bodies. But we have other people who can speak about human rights bodies in this gathering, so I mean I will be very short on that. Why is that? because multilateralism is the main culprit, according to the people and to the commentators that I mentioned earlier, of the main culprit of the situation of non-compliance and of crisis of international relations and international law. Why do we have the United Nations? This is something that you hear everywhere. But I'm not talking about people in the streets or people who don't know exactly what the United Nations are. Eminent commentators say that to impress the people and to instill in the people the idea that it's not worth it to talk to another state. It's not worth it to try to understand the reasons of other parties to a dispute. So what is the situation at the United Nations? We know that we have a crisis that is basically, how can I say, rooted in the functioning or non-function of the Security Council. We know that. And this is one point that on which I want to comment again in an attempt to positively looking at possible developments in the future with regard to the reform of the Security Council. We know that the Security Council is in a situation of great crisis because the system of voting is the one of 1945. We came back to the situation where we have vetoes here and there. We came to the situation where even resolutions that are adopted without using the veto by one great power, one permanent member of the Security Council, are not complied with, are not executed, are not really put in practice. And I was very interested in hearing the explanation of vote of the representative of the great power who did not veto the resolution on the Ramadan truce. That to be clear on what resolution I refer to, saying that we agreed in making this resolution pass. This non-binding resolution, resolution under Chapter 7, was described by the American ambassador to the UN as a non-binding resolution. Do you realize what situation we are with regard to the work or not work of the and the efficiency of the Security Council? So this is the point. But still, there is an element of hope in there. The element of hope is given by the hyperactivity of the elected members. The elected members in the Security Council are those who are moving things, are trying resolution after resolution to put the international community in face of the gravity of the situation that is determined by the current crisis and the current conflicts. So the idea that the Security Council can become still an element of solution, of peaceful solution, or a solution of the crises that are affecting the world, is based basically not so much on the inaction or the continuous vetoes of the great powers, but on the action of those who are the elected members of the Security Council. And this is one element for fostering. I shouldn't insist on that because I've been working on this reform of the Security Council for a number of years, having in mind a clear solution, which was a solution suggested by Italy. So we shouldn't talk about this, but it's clear what is happening nowadays in the world shows that imagining a Security Council with additional permanent members of the Security Council with the right of veto is something that is completely out of any imagination or any idea of an international community that really is working for peace and for the solution of the disputes. Okay, the resolutions of the General Assembly are not binding. We all know that. It's the first thing that we learn when we take a course of international law. But the fact that a number of resolutions in both types in both conflict that we are basically talking about nowadays have been adopted with the great majorities is significant. It means that in the profound basis of the conscience of the international community, those elements and those principles that are the main principles of international law: respect for independence and sovereignty of states, respect for international humanitarian law and human rights, are based in the conscience of the great majority of the members of the international community. So the fact that they're not respected or fully respected, I would say, is physiological to the type of instruments, but the meaning of those principles set out by the General Assembly should not be underestimated. Not to speak about the action of the Secretary General and the activity done by all the human rights bodies within the United Nations system, humanitarian assistance, and all of that. It's strange that these things are not really underlined by commentators. They stop to say, "Oh, the resolution of the General Assembly has not been respected. The Security Council doesn't work. Why do we have the United Nations?" These are things that I've heard that the United Nations were coming maybe from great powers, saying that when they lost the majority in the General Assembly, obviously they started to say that the General Assembly would not be worth it to finance or to support. But now it's a more general idea that is spread around the world, and is an idea that should be at least elaborated, and you should really think twice about what the contribution of the United Nations is given to the solution of the current crisis. A couple of things about the courts. The ICJ. The ICJ has never been so busy. I think that the latest judges who have been elected to the ICJ, they're regretting very much the fact that they've been elected, because they're always in The Hague. They're always busy. They have an incredible number of cases, and very difficult cases. There have been provisional measures adopted that are particularly important and particularly interested. I don't want to get political, but the fact that in one case the ICJ has established the plausibility of the allegation of genocide is not something that should be regarded as as an element of minor value, because it is something that is at the center of the attention of commentators, of lawyers, of those who are more interested in what the ICJ is doing and the value of the ICJ decisions. So the activity of the International Court of Justice is an activity that is very, very important, very valuable in the context of what is happening nowadays, and what is the how can I say, the reliance of the international community in a judicial institution. This is contradictory to say that with respect to the fact that that international law is not important, is not significant nowadays. Why do states keep going to the International Court of Justice? Why they're very much afraid of provisional measures, even though then it's difficult to see them applied, but they're very afraid of having provisional measures against them. So, I mean, this is also an element that needs to be considered. Obviously, when we get to the point of executing the implementing the decision of the ICJ, it's a different story. It's a different story, but it's the old story of international law. When I was chairing the sixth committee, the then president of the ICJ, Guillaume, came to me and he said, "Nobody respects anymore the decisions of the judgments of the ICJ. What can I do?" But so it's a long story. It's a long story, but still, states go to the ICJ and they're afraid of provisional measures of decisional judgments against them. So this is another element that is in favor of the relevance of international law, international justice within today's world order. The ICC, I don't dare talk about the ICC. Silvia Hernandez can summarize at some point at what stage we are with regard to the ICC. We have had arrest warrants. We know that the one against Putin and the other commissary have not been implemented yet, but time will tell us exactly what is happening to those. The first arrest warrant of the ICC, dated 2005, was signed by a chamber to which I was a party of. And but then after how many, 10, 15 years, 10 years, one of the addressees of the arrest warrant was arrested, and now it has been convicted to 15 years on Gwen or something like that. So time is, as we say in Italy, galantuomo. It will come to terms with the reckoning for certain crimes. I don't get into the situation into the work of the ICC with regard to Palestine, because we don't know much about what's happening there. We don't know whether there is something under seal, whether there is something that is cooking, whether we have to expect something coming soon. I just want to have one comment on that. In my view, no matter what's going on, what's happening, what will happen, the court cannot afford not to do anything concrete with regard to the situation in Palestine. It would be a terrible, terrible mistake and a terrible, how can I say, outcome for the future also of the ICC. In short, and this is really my conclusion, international law is weaker, no doubt about that. International law is in crisis, but very often history tells us that, particularly from situations of big crisis, the impulse to renew the legal order, to renew the system, and to have another balance in the relations between states comes and has achieved good results. Reform of the Security Council is the first thing that needs to be done. Support to the ICJ and to the ICC, for instance, expanding to every state and to every situation, every crime of aggression committed by everybody, the possibility to prosecute and punish the crime of aggression. We know that we cannot do it. The ICC cannot do it now because state non-parties are not subject to the crime of aggression. Other reform in the field, for instance, of human rights, the Human Rights Council, the special procedures, the human rights bodies. I would have a lot of things to say, but we have colleagues here who can expand in that. Really, one more sentence. To imagine, to resolve the current crisis simply through realpolitik is something that will not work. It can be solved only through a combination of diplomacy and reliance on justice, either the one that we have or the one that we need to renew in order to make the world, the new world order, worth to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Politi. As said, we were being lectured every other day at the United Nations, and it's always a pleasure to learn more. One of the things that was just mentioned, the crime of aggression, was already being part of the Italian agenda before the United Nations when Professor Politi was the head of the delegation during the negotiations. So, and finally, also there, he was right in suggesting what eventually became part of the core crimes, but also all this new interpretation of the application of aggression. I think it's something to be shared. I should also apologize with Rodney Dixon. I didn't invite him to join us at the presidency because he's online. He's a South African international human rights lawyer from London, and he will join us later on via Zoom. Before giving the floor to Francesca Albanese, you would like to speak from here, over there, wherever you, okay. To go back to what was mentioned at the previous session, after the beginning of these endless meetings that we were organizing in Venice with the nationalities from Iraq and human rights activists from Afghanistan, Marco Pannella, being Marco Pannella, suggested to change the name of No Peace Without Justice. And also Sergio Stanzani, who I think we should remember, who was the president of No Peace Without Justice, who passed away many years ago. And I would also like to recognize Marino Buzdakin, who was the first Secretary General of the organization, who left us last year, said, why don't you call it No Peace Without Justice and Democracy? Because this is also another important element that could go in a way, in a direction in which, as was said, peace doesn't necessarily mean justice. I couldn't agree more. And the other way around to a certain extent. But if you start including democracy in the framework, maybe things can change. Francesca Albanese, you're a Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Palestine. You have the floor.
And don't feel bad at brutally cut me off if I go after my time, which is 7-10 minutes, right? Good. So good afternoon, everyone, and I'm really honored to be among you today on such an important anniversary for No Peace Without Justice, which has invested and achieved so much towards a common objective that in fact benefits us all, justice. No Peace Without Justice strives for a very specific and fundamental type of justice, that is justice over heinous crimes against individuals and peoples, which constitute a threat to humanity, present and future. Thank you and happy birthday, No Peace Without Justice. I salute you for your important work, your leadership, and for bringing us together today and me on such a distinguished panel. My mandate was conferred 2 years ago by the Human Rights Council and concerns investigating, documenting, and reporting to the United Nations on the violations, on Israel's violations that take place in the occupied Palestinian territory, meaning what remains, in fact, of historical Palestine, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. And I think I've been the only rapporteur who has gone beyond their mandate by including documentation of violations committed by the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas as the de facto authority in Gaza until the 7th of October. Now, we do not know who will be the next authority in Gaza. As Richard Bennett, my colleague, the Special Rapporteur on Afghanistan, evoked today, Special Rapporteurs do play a critical role for justice, and we have made it incredibly clear that we are a necessary voice for human rights and the system created to ensure them. Multilateralism. The same multilateralism who's getting increasingly under attack today as we hear everyone from the Secretary General, Special Rapporteurs, the head of UNRWA, and even the ICC prosecutor being accused of as an anti-Semite and supported terrorism. As even the ICC comes under attack, we have stood in strong defense of the independence of the International Criminal Court and its officials, to whose mission we do contribute with our investigation and documentation, which unfortunately often entails international crimes. 2 years into my mandate as a special rapporteur, I've witnessed the occupied Palestinian territory consumed in catastrophic violence. And while the attention is understandably on Gaza, where the safety of millions of trapped Palestinians together with Israeli hostages is in grave danger, we should not overlook the pace and intensity with which the horror is engulfing the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. There, movement restrictions, abuses, further forced displacement, and extrajudicial killings are escalating at the hands of Israeli soldiers and settlers. This is not new. It's just more violent than before. And arbitrary deprivation of liberty, which, let me remind you, has affected 1 million Palestinians in 56 years, including thousands of children, continues unabated. As a result, no Palestinian is safe under Israelis' unfettered control. For decades, Israel has prevented the realization of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, which has been carried out through a policy of forced displacement of the Palestinians as an indigenous people to Palestine and to replace them with foreign civilians. This is the hallmark of settler colonialism. That kind of situation that no credible international lawyer would disqualify as a crime. And at the same time, so many respectable international lawyers refuse to discuss as a crime. This should be treated as such, incompatible with the democratic nature of the multilateral order that was enhanced throughout the decolonization process and is unacceptable in a system that relies on international law and its universal significance. Settler colonialism, which is what Israel continues to practice in the territory that it has occupied militarily for the last 56 years, involves the destruction and replacement of the indigenous people, as their mere existence poses an existential threat to the settlers' entity. In my last report to the Human Rights Council, Anatomy of a Genocide, I concluded that what we see today in Gaza is not a rupture. It is the predictable continuation of this enterprise. Genocide is a process, it's not an act. And colonial history and the ideology teaches, as they teach us, they represent the peak. Genocide represents the peak of an eliminatory attack from the settler colonial entity on the indigenous people. And the Palestinians have endured this for almost a century right now. In the past 7 months, Israel has killed more than 35,000 people. Let this sink in. 35,000 people. And it has done so under our watch while its very victims were sending us videos. And even its perpetrators, in fact, because soldiers have been boasting on social media about the killing, maiming, torturing, abusing, humiliating a civilian population, because no one of the videos that I've examined over 5 months included a combatant. All the bodies which I've seen injured, humiliated, and mutilated were of civilians. In the last 6 months, Israel has destroyed Gaza. Its homes, its healthcare facilities, its telecommunication infrastructure, all universities, most educational facilities, which are not universities, municipal service, mosques, churches, and all cultural heritage sites, which are integral to the social fabric of any society. Israel has imposed extreme restrictions on water, food, electricity, fuel, and medical supplies, including anesthetics. Thousands and thousands of people, including children, have been amputated without anesthesia. Israel, without incubators and without baby formula. One of my key findings is that Israel's executive and military leadership have partaken in acts of genocide, including the killing of members of the protected group, including infliction of mental and bodily harm on members of the protected group, and the creation of conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction for the protected group. The intent is very difficult to prove in cases of genocide. I agree, but not when it's as conspicuous and as ostentatious as in this case. And Israeli leaders have announced it by calling Palestinians human animals, roaches, rats, and other infelicitous language, which is clearly indicative of genocidal intent. But more importantly, this language, Amalekites, Amaleks, has resonated, been absorbed, internalized, and acted upon by soldiers on the ground. And more seriously, and this concerns all of us besides Palestine, Israel has never denied what I'm saying. Israel has justified that as in compliance with international law. And by doing that, I claim Israel has used humanitarian camouflage, distorting the rules of distinction between who can be targeted and who cannot under international law. The principle of proportionality of military action and the principle of military necessity and precaution in order to legitimize the genocidal violence against the Palestinian people. Now, before the vice president, before the 7th of October, which by the way, included many awful, heinous crimes against Israeli civilians. I've said it and I've repeated as anyone who believes and who stands for international law. However, before the 7th of October, there had been 300 colonies for 800,000 Israeli Jews only established in what remains of historical Palestine and which is legally considered occupied, unlawfully occupied under international law. This is a war crime. The systematic and widespread arbitrary deprivation of freedom that Israel has inflicted on the Palestinians is a crime against humanity. The forced displacement of hundreds of thousands is both a crime against humanity and a war crime. The apartheid regime that has thrived through the military occupation that has been a vehicle to colonize what remained of historical Palestine was already before the 7th of October a crime against humanity and might amount to the crime of aggression because it's a perpetual denial of the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people. The vice president of the ICC today says something very important. The court is no longer of the states, it's of the people. Well, Palestine deeply and profoundly puts this argument to the test because Gaza and Palestine today is a test for justice, the ICC and what it stands for. As I often say, the ICC needs Palestine more than Palestine needs the ICC. The ICC, which has jurisdiction over the situation in Palestine, opened an investigation in March 2022, and yet not a single arrest warrant was issued despite the increasing severity of the crimes that I've listed above. The ICC has so far, and I don't think that this cannot be changed, but has so far failed the Palestinians and Israelis with them, as both are trapped in a cycle of seemingly unstoppable violence where the latter are victims of protracted impunity and the former are victims of a powerful and protracted indoctrination to a racist ideology, delivered upon the premise of the dehumanization of the other, which prevents them from fully seeing and appreciating the crimes that continue to be committed in their name. Palestine is, was, and will always be the elephant in the room as it sits as the crossroad of two strong and opposite forces, a desperate call for justice and what hinders the advancement of justice. We must have the courage to see, acknowledge, identify, fight, and defeat it. It is something immaterial, but also very tangible. It is not just politics, but a whole political system designed to preserve imbalance, asymmetry of power, and through this, injustice. The world order we have today still resents the legacy and resistance, and let me name it, of 500 years of colonialism. 500 years of colonialism have left such a huge imprint in our DNA of Western society. And indeed, by listening today, the representative of the indigenous people in Brazil, I was reminded of the fact that even if we continue to think of the Holocaust, which was it remains the most horrific page in our history as a European. The Holocaust was not and will never be the only genocide in history, because colonialism is a collection of genocidal experiences. And we I'm happy to see that not just people from the global south were applauding. So this is a step forward. So we need to overcome, and this is also the challenge for the next 30 years to come for you, no justice without peace. We need to appreciate, understand, and overcome our colonial amnesia and our colonial aphasia. We lack memory and we lack words, and these words need to be brought in. Now, let me say something that some in the room might not like. It was not prepared, but I need to say that. I'm surprised that in the room, while my colleague and friend Ahmed Abouful was talking, someone was probably affected by the fact that he didn't mention the 7th of October and he didn't mention Hamas. This murmuring reached my very attentive ear. But let me tell you, who do we think we are? Always teaching the others, always teaching the indigenous people the terms, the pace and tone of the discussion. We need to overcome this, and not because the actions committed against Israeli civilians are not despicable, are not crimes. The crimes need to be investigated and prosecuted. They do not give rise to war. We build peace with peace and not with war. And never in the West, other than from civil society, including Palestinian and Israeli civil society, we have heard Israeli political, military, and intellectual leaders, let alone Israeli civilians, being asked if they condemn what Israel has done to the Palestinians for 75 years, and including the last 56 years of military occupation, let alone the last 7 months of genocide. Voila. In order to pursue justice, and with that I conclude, I promise, in order to pursue justice, we need to practice justice as a value inside, with equality and equanimity, and for it to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Equality and equanimity, I think, should be the motto of No Peace Without Justice from today on for the next 30 years. We have a little break because I understand that Chief Raoni would like to present a present to our president, Tara O'Grady. I don't know how we're staging this, and I'm thankful. If people are speaking, they should be speaking into the microphone. If not, it's just an exchange of tokens.
Eu quero dar presente para Tara, né? Não deu? Tara é pessoa muito importante para mim, que está me ajudando muito no meu trabalho.
Volevo dare un regalo.
I wanted to give a gift to Tara, who is a person who is very dear to me and gives strength to my work. I want to give her a handicraft, one of my personal necklaces.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Raoni. Once again, we are being gifted and we are not gifting, but we will work on that for our next conference. Now the floor is to Nasser Al-Geita, Professor of International Law and Human Rights from Libya. You have the floor.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Nicoli and Mr. Faraj Finish, the Director for North Africa and Middle East for Peace, No Peace Without Justice, for inviting me to take part in this very important anniversary of the No Peace Without Justice. I am honored to be here next to Mrs. Francesca Albanese, whom I salute her courage, and also to Justice Eletto. And I'm telling myself, what am I going to say after those two distinguished figures have spoken? And since we are dealing with the international legal environment and the problem of compliance, I would say a few words about the problem of compliance with the international law, and then turn back to the struggle for justice in Libya and the work that No Peace Without Justice is doing in achieving justice in Libya. A lot has been written about the problem of compliance in international law. I mean, whether the international law is a real law, is black letter law, or it's a soft law, and but this is something that's been debated in the academia since as we all know that states are the primary legal personality of international law, the personnel who make law and also implement them, and the problem of economic and political interest, and also the double standard, which makes the selectiveness of the implementation of international norms, including human rights. And I remember the words of Francesca Albanese in the last session of Human Rights Council when she has encounter with the regional groups, the African groups and the Arab groups and other groups, when she asked about member states how to implement the resolutions of Human Rights Council. Why when it comes to Palestine, there is no implementation. She simply said, it is up to you, the states, to implement international law. And she compared the states have tools to implement international law and the resolutions of the Security Council or the General Assembly or the Human Rights Council through diplomatic sanction, economic sanctions, etc. But this is the double standard, the unwillingness of states to implement, not to implement resolution regarding certain cases and to implement them in other situations like Ukraine or other places. And also, I would like to draw to a comparison for the implementation of international norms when it comes to human rights. We have three systems of protection and implementation of human rights. The national system, which is close to the victim, where we have national courts, we have constitutions that enshrine human rights. And also we have regional systems, where the Europeans come together at the European Council, and the African system, and the Latin American system. And also the international system, which is the treaty-based system or the United Nations system, Human Rights Council function, and UPR. And away from the international system where politics and international relations complexity play a role in implementation of international norms. The most effective and also system of implementation of human rights is the national system, where countries that uphold the rule of law and human rights, respect for human rights, and also gives success to the regional system. We have the European system, the European Court of Human Rights, which is the most effective system in the regional system, because the countries are respecting the judgment of the European Court and also implemented at the national level. So if we strengthening the national system, which has a role to play in implementing international standard and international norms. And as the professor and the Justice Plato said, why are countries afraid from the judgment of the ICJ? Because the consequences at the national level, if the ICJ found that there is a genocide case against Israel, then those countries who are supporting the state of Israel through political means or also providing assistance and weapons, they will be held accountable in their own legal system. So that's why human rights matters and international law matters, because if we have a system of rule of law at the national level, then implementation of the international norms will have an effect and will deter any violations by governments like the and we have so many cases now in Holland and in Spain and etc. and the UK against selling arms to Israel, and we have suspension of shipment of weapons through the legal system, through the national system. So this is very important, and this is another way of avoiding the shortcomings of the international system of protection through strengthening the national system. Now I would like to reflect on the work of No Peace Without Justice in the Libyan context. Since I was working in the Ministry of Justice as an advisor to human rights, and as you know that the situation in Libya after 2011 on all violations that occur before the 2011 revolution and also during the crisis and afterward, and the ineffectiveness of the transitional justice process, there is a problem of achieving justice for the victims. And we have the role of the ICC here by the failure of the Security Council, but there is no much progress and result from such a refer. So through strengthening the national system, through the engagement of international partners, international community, United Nations system, and also organizations like No Peace Without Justice with the national level, in order to strengthen the national system, there's a good example of the cooperation with No Peace Without Justice, which resulted in for instance, on the establishment of the national mechanism for reporting and implementation and follow-up, which is responsible for implementations of the recommendation of the treaty body mechanism and also the UPR mechanisms. And this is one achievement of the cooperation and the engagement of the national authority with international community. Another example is the ambitious program that is being presented by the No Peace Without Justice in order to enhance the access to justice for victims and vulnerable groups like women, migrants, through the cooperation and also technical assistance to the judiciary of Libya and the state lawyers. And finally, let me reflect on the experience of the ICC in Libya. So since the 2011, according to the resolution 1973, the situation of Libya was referred to the ICC, and the public prosecutor's office of the ICC started investigating, crimes, international crimes in Libya. But so far has been little progress, apart from the indictment of 3 or 4 individuals, which never been extradited to the ICC. But now there is a room of improvement and development. As you may heard that Mr. Khan, the Public Prosecutor's Office has briefed the Security Council last week. And what's new in this brief is the new approach of the office in the Libyan context. It is the engagement of the office with the General Attorney's Office in Libya, which acknowledged the work that's been done by the national authority, which is close to the victim, which is close to the perpetrators as well, and able to deliver justice in a quicker way. And this is an example of the complementarity principle. So I think in the future we will see a real result of this close cooperation between the National General Attorney's Office and the ICC office, which led to the recognition of the General Attorney's Office work and give room to the national justice system to deal with violations in Libya. So again, I believe by strengthening the national system and rule of law in a specific countries at a national level, we get closer to the achievement of better protection of human rights, and also we give an effect to the international law at the gross level, at the national level. This is my intervention, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. I remember I was in Parliament when the indictment was made public against Gaddafi, his son, and the chief of the security services. And we were having a debate when he was killed. And that, I think, is what Professor Politi before called realpolitik. Maybe this is a criminal realpolitik, but what would have happened after the arrest warrant was issued? Instead of going and killing the dictator, they would have sent some special forces and apprehend him. Perhaps this would be a different world in general, and certainly a different scenario in Libya, but I congratulate your work and the work of No Peace Without Justice, coordinated by Fresh there, to try and strengthen the national legal system to make complementarity effect rather than just a part of the ICC statute. Now we move to Africa, southern part of Africa compared to Libya, with Victor Ochen, human rights activist, executive director of INET from Uganda. You have the floor, Victor.
Thank you very much, and hello, everybody. I know, thank you, Madam President. I am happy to be here to join a fantastic panel. Also, most importantly, to give my submissions. Also, we have had words of praises and glorifications and chants of joy about the progress made by No Peace to where we are today. 30 years is not a short period of time. Okay. 30 years is not something we can't appreciate. It's something that we should be absolutely joyful about it. But when you look through, I live in the nature, I'm from Africa, I live in the nature. In our nature world, there are so many species, animals and birds and butterflies and insects and so many other beautiful creatures. Let me take from the butterfly point of view. Today, we are celebrating No Peace at 30 years. And I think like any other dreams and ideology that came up was purposely to achieve a particular goal. But it started from, if you look at the metamorphosis of No Peace to where it is today, the journey beginning as an egg, hatching into a larva, the pupa, then becoming a beautiful butterfly. It's something that today we are probably at the last stage of the butterfly. We are celebrating the beautiful butterfly called No Peace Without Justice, We all want to take photos with it. You know, you've been in the nature, you know what it means. You see a butterfly, oh, how beautiful is it? You know, this is the no peace we are celebrating today. Thank you. But take it a little bit, 1 or 2 stages behind. Look at the larva status of the no peace or the eggs or the pupa status. Think about the tears and pains in the eyes of the caterpillar. That was once called no peace. The journey has not been easy. They've been through the wildfire, the bushfires of so many challenges, but they overcame to whatever it is today. But being a butterfly does not mean they are perfectly okay. They are pretty much more, they are even more exposed to predators in the sky. We have heard earlier on how they are very deliberate effort to attack and, you know, defame, create all the avenues to make no peace look unsuccessful, look bad, just because they're doing the right thing, something that they don't, maybe some people don't want them to do. So being a butterfly means they're even more exposed to the uncertainties and predators in the world. So congratulations being a butterfly, but beware of the predators in the sky. That's what we should be all concerned about. I'm from Uganda. As you might know, Uganda is the first situation country before the International Criminal Court. Way back when the first arrest warrant was issued in 2005, it came in against the commanders of the Lord Resistance Army, which is the region where I was born and raised in. I grew up in the camp of the internally displaced people's camp in northern Uganda as a result of the LRA war. ICC arrest warrant came in after we had already stayed in the camp for almost 20 years. Justice takes so long, but if it takes 20 years, it's, I think, a little bit too long. When over 4 million people were displaced, over 66,000 children were already recruited as child soldiers, close to 1 million people were already killed, culture, everything was destroyed. But that's when the ICC arrest warrant came in. And it was for the first time that communities felt something was finally happening about them. I'm talking as somebody who witnessed the success of the International Criminal Court. You might have read it, you researched on it, but I lived it. And I can testify where it has been successful. So making me to say congratulations to all of you for the work you have done, even though you have not seen the tangible outcome. In northern Uganda, after so long, the initial arrest warrant was a big relief for the local population. They felt that for the first time, at least their concern had come to international attention. That was a big success to the local population of northern Uganda. And one of the second success was that the court, the ICC intervention, forced the government of Uganda and the rebels to go into mediation. Negotiation started. It was the second success. The third was it had a very strong deterrent power of the supporters of the rebellion, which were already operating both in the bushes and in the urban settings around the world. And of course, the last, which I would say is also very important, is at least for the first time, the population felt that now that their situation had come to international attention, support started flowing into the population of northern Uganda. So it tells you, what does justice mean? Internationally, we might say justice is about prosecution of the accused or the perpetrators, but to victims, certain act of justice can deliver justice in many invisible formats, which I think I saw it happen in northern Uganda. So we can always celebrate and be happy about it. But what did we do? If you talk about the state, complementarity, which I think is the compliance of international mechanism. What does compliance mean to the affected person? Not about the states, not about the governments, or not about the perpetrators, but think about compliance, the implication and the impact in the life of the affected person. When our government started complying with international mechanism, at least it brought some relief. And we, as the victims of war, then took it upon and said, now that there's a bit of international support, can we step forward and we transform our pain, our suffering, our trauma into an opportunity to pursue leadership for change, for peace and justice. So that's why I started working on supporting ourselves, even though the court came in at a point when there was a lot of mistrust and all that. So we took it upon, and I'm proud to say that the first ever victims application to participate as witnesses before the ICC came from my organization in the whole world on record before the ICC. So I'm very proud of that we did the work. Then the second came in, it was in 2006, I think, when they were lobbying the state parties to launch the trust fund for victims. They were looking for statistics to justify the impact of war in northern Uganda. And there was no studies. There was no record whether with the UN or international humanitarian agencies that could portray anything. So that tells you how invisible the victims are in situation of conflict. We can talk about missiles and bombs, but nobody knows the statistics of how many people are dying. If they are counting up to 20, 50, think about triple or quadruple the number you are hearing. That came in, they used my personal story to lobby the state parties during the ASP in New York, which I'm sure President Sylvia was there. And they used my personal story, our story on the impact of the LRA war in northern Uganda. And as soon as the international community saw the impact in 2 square kilometers of the numbers of people who were abducted and killed, who were sexually abused, they were too fast to just say, let us approve the trust fund. So we implemented the first trust fund for victims project. Actually, I designed the trust fund logo. You might not know. I'm saying this not to brag. I'm saying this to tell you that when it comes to delivering justice, it's a responsibility of everybody. Not only people in The Hague, not only in New York, not only in Rome, but it's a responsibility of everybody. And you must be able to listen to the voice and the cries of the people who are affected by answering the question, whose justice? If we're able to answer that question, whose justice, then we are going to be able to address the issues. As I conclude, in 2010, when the review conference of the first review conference of the ICC was taking place in Kampala, I'm so grateful to know peace that we thought that innovatively, let the review conference be redirected to pay attention to the plight of the victims. And we were able to organize the first ever war victims football game with the support of No Peace Without Justice. And every diplomat who was in Kampala played that football game, including the Secretary General of the United Nations and the President. I don't know who was there if you didn't play, but it was also the first year that Africa was hosting the first World Cup ever. So it became the most important thing. Victim situation became at the center of the review conference in Kampala, but also most importantly, that tells us the power of advocacy. How can we be innovative as civil society, as we have always learned from No Peace Without Justice, that we can do so much better, even a lot better, if we put the victims and affected population at the forefront. This is what we should be pursuing. We can speak all the big Italians or big English or big French here and go nowhere as long as we don't bring victims and survivors and affected population at the forefront. Very, very lastly, as we are moving forward, we all have a lot of power. We have veto power. We can vote against or pro, whatever we want to do, and we go away with it. We have a lot of resources, a lot of money, but we forget that nature has the veto power against all of us. Nature is our biggest banker. It can bankrupt us at no time. We have seen it from COVID. I think it would also make sense that approach to international criminal justice should pay attention to environmental crimes. Time has come to put that should be the biggest issue right now because, yes, we are all talking about climate crisis. We may never solve it using nuclear weapons, but climate crisis might lead to nuclear war if you don't do something. I'm not scaring, but let's think about it. And people are divided. The North, the global North and the global South are pointing fingers at each other. You are responsible for our suffering. And some that are right, to complain too. You have had the indigenous communities complaining about it. But I think also maybe victimizing each other beyond talking, blaming. Can we sit and reflect? What can we do together to get a way forward? I think time has come now to not look so much at who is the perpetrator, who is the victim. I think we are twitching, we are playing the merry-go-round of this confusion. Let's work towards pursuing the healing between the victims and the perpetrators. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victor. All this speaking of indictments and arrest warrants reminds me that in May 1999, Slobodan Milosevic was indicted by the ICTY. And one of the reasons why he was indicted is because of the work of No Peace Without Justice. With Nicolò Figata-Lamanca, Giorgia Tortora, Lorna Davidson, Florence Dark, and Suling Tong, we spent a good 6 months undercover between Kosovo, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, and eventually shuttling between Brussels and Washington, D.C., thanks to Sven Spencer, who left us a few months ago, a dear friend of No Peace Without Justice, to try and bring about the final version of the indictment. Milosevic was eventually arrested in a very creative Serbian way, I would say, transferred to The Hague, where he died or was killed. This is still under investigation. But I think this is also something that we never remember ourselves enough of the impact that No Peace Without Justice has had on international affairs over the last 30 years. Salvatore Zappalà, professor of international law, University of Catania, and former legal advisor of to the Italy's mission to the United Nations in New York. You have the floor, Salvatore.
Thank you very much, Marco. And actually, you mentioned the ICTY, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, and it's there that in 1995 I met for the first time with Nicolò Figata-Lamanca, and thereafter we've been friends forever. And this is also what led me to work together with No Peace Without Justice on the occasion of the Rome conference. No Peace Without Justice actually is very much linked also to the situation in the former Yugoslavia, because in that context, it was very clear that there was a possible trade-off between peace and justice. This was something which was in the discussions at the time. And this is a temptation that realpolitik always has, to trade off justice for a quick peace that appeases the minds of the political leaders and probably creates a peace which is very weak and will not be sustainable. So I think that this institution we are celebrating today on its 30th anniversary, although the birthday maybe is not precisely today, but a few days ago. But I think that had a specific purpose. It has been always very concrete in its projects. And I think this is one important distinctive trait. And I think it's an important thing that in general, when we engage in any activity, I would say, the approach we need to have is to try to build something. And No Peace Without Justice has been an incredible builder, together with others, together with other civil society organizations, together with the local communities. This is also a very important trait of their activity, together with institutions at some point that have cooperated, together with academics, together with individuals, and the wonderful world of interns. As I started as an intern my career at the ICTY, and I think that the passion which interns bring into what they do is the passion we should preserve and keep in everything we do afterwards in our life. We should always have this psychological approach to what we do, reminding that what we do needs passion. And so we are in time of crisis, no doubt, but we need to find the passion within ourselves and try to see what we can do to build, what we can do to achieve concrete results that can improve the situation. So compliance in international law, basically, the international legal environment and the problem of compliance, I think it's the problem of international law. It's a problem with which, as our colleague recalled, international lawyers have been struggling forever. The problem of the international legal order is the problem of compliance. International criminal law for crimes against humanity, genocide, aggression, are a tool which the international community at some point thought could be useful to ensure compliance with regard to a certain specific area of international law. And it created these notions, and on some occasion it enforces them, on some occasion it does not have the necessary authority, power, willingness to implement them. When we look at the logic of international criminal law, I always keep in mind the sentences of the Nuremberg judgment. Violations against international law, violations of international law are committed by men, not by abstract entities. And yet, the international legal system is made of abstract entities, is made of states. And it's still made of states, basically, predominantly. And the other Nuremberg judgment sentence, which I keep remembering, and which I think we should translate more and more into a moral duty for all of us, is that there are legal duties that transcend the duty of allegiance to our own state. And this is something all civil servants, all soldiers, I would say all individuals should keep in mind. There is a duty of civic disobedience when the commands of the law or the commands of the superiors are manifestly unlawful. And on the basis of this, however, we cannot ensure compliance, because compliance requires something which is at odds with many of the values that we want to promote. It requires the force of states. There is no alternative. At the moment, we don't have something else. We have to rely on states to ensure compliance. What we can do, what the international society can do, is to try to ensure that states do what they are required to do by the law. So we have mentioned the issue of the notion of the rule of law. Well, the notion of the rule of law and the idea of an international legal order based on the rule of law, it's a notion which needs to be fully understood and implemented. It needs to have legal instruments at the domestic level to be fully implemented, but then it also needs the political will to do it. What can we do to force states to comply? Well, there are several instruments that the international community has. There is the international monitoring, the various system of human rights control on various levels. My academic mentor, Nino Cassese, wrote a wonderful book on Il controllo internazionale, international control or international monitoring. And the point of that is precisely that states do not want that international control. They prefer to hide what they do. The fact that they prefer to hide it in a way, it's still a sign that, as Mauro was saying, they feel unease. They know that they have to respect some rules, especially some rules that often they have accepted. But there are also other instruments in our toolbox to ensure compliance. So, but international monitoring is crucial, and there is the role for international institutions, the human rights system as a whole. The work Francesca Albanese does and all her colleagues is extremely important, and civil society can support them and can ensure that outrageous things that happen in all the member states do not happen. Must ensure that these systems have the support they need to carry out their task. We have the international courts. We have the ICJ that has started to be as busy as ever. And I think that's a positive development, not only because it's a good thing that the ICJ also gets involved, but also because the ICJ looks at state responsibility, which is the normal responsibility method in international law. The responsibility of individuals is something sui generis for the international legal system. It's something basically very recent, and it only applies to the most serious violations. But normally the rule in international law is that states must be accountable for what they do. We have other international courts. First of all, the International Criminal Court. It's extremely important that this court is fully supported not only by the governments which have adhered to the International Criminal Court statute, but also by civil society at large, and also by those states which, although they are not members of the Rome Statute, have asked the court to, or have accepted the jurisdiction of the court for crimes that are committed on their territory. We have other systems of compliance, but I think an essential element, we potentially have the role of the Security Council. I'm not going to repeat what the master of the topic, Mauro Politi, which has been, I have been one of his successors in the role of legal advisor at the mission, so he knows the reality of the reform of the Security Council very well. I don't know whether there will be the crisis will produce an acceleration in that respect, but something is sure: the Security Council can do a lot in terms of ensuring compliance. And actually, of course, the Security Council is blocked on the two main crises of our time. The Security Council has been historically blocked on the Israelo-Palestinian conflict. However, there are a number of situations in which the Council must work. They cannot say, we wait for the reform to take place. They have to deliver something. And I agree with Mauro that the role of the General Assembly is not negligible. Although not binding, the recommendations of the General Assembly, if they are followed by all states, they can also justify measures to be taken by all states. They can follow the recommendations of the General Assembly not to recognize manifestly illegal situations deriving from the illegal use of force. No, this is something which already derives from international law. And if the General Assembly tells the member state not to recognize certain situation, one could wish that states would respect that. I think, however, that there is another fundamental issue, and I will go to that immediately. I think there is another fundamental issue that is the risk of losing sight of the need for some universal standards. Our colleague earlier mentioned the fact that some standards were set or were derived from the Western systems. They were imposed, they were created by the West. Well, I don't think it's, I mean, the debate between universalism and regionalism or relativism, we don't want to engage in a theoretical debate. But I think we have certain standards which have been agreed, which are part of what is customary law or what are treaties that have been ratified by several states, the ICCPR or the twin brother on the economic, social, and cultural rights has been ratified by over 170 states. So I think there is a common basis, and we have to make sure that these rights are implemented all together, everywhere, with the same standards. What we must fight is what I think it's the real sin of the West, if I may, is that the West is often inconsistent. The West has double standards. So we must find a way to go back and adhere to those standards. But I don't think that challenging the standards, the universal standards, the universal human rights is a good way, because we may finish to erode basically the only thing which can help us providing better protection to the individuals. I think I am convinced that the strong does not really need the law. The law can be a tool for the strong to impose its power, to organize its power, to make it appear more legitimate than it really is. But ultimately, law is a tool for the weak, is a tool for the protection of individuals, of states. And what we have to try to do is to make sure that once the rules are agreed, states all respect these rules. And finally, the role of civil society. Well, I think the role of civil society is extremely important, and it should work along two main paths. On the one way, I think civil society should support and push states for the support of the existing institutions. There are institutions which are there, which can function. We have to make them function. The other, I would say, trick, the other way in which civil society can help making little steps, it's to identify 1, 2, 3 specific campaigns where coalitions of civil society organizations can be created. Basically, this is what was done also for the ICC. The ICC, the establishment of the ICC, the adoption of the treaty was a specific project. Having a specific project is the best way to make sure that some progress can be made. Of course, we can fail, but if the objective is clear, well identified, and reachable, it can help us making project. And in this regard, I must and I want to compliment No Peace Without Justice, for it has always find concrete projects to pursue and to try to achieve. And as we say in Italy, 100 di questi giorni. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Salvatore. Am I correct in reminding that it's thanks to an Italian resolution that we cannot reform the United Nations? Because my recollection is that maybe you drafted it, I don't know. Italy was the chair of the so-called coffee club in New York at the General Assembly. And under the leadership of Ambassador Fulci, a mythological figure in Italian diplomacy, a resolution was introduced and adopted that says that you need so many yeses in the room that it's virtually impossible to reform the United Nations. But unfortunately, we don't have time for answers. You just say no, it's okay. It's not legally, but that's not true. Okay, no, but I was only looking for this answer.
Introduced and adopted was to avoid a reform that would increase the number of the permanent members of the Security Council.
So
do you
the
want
answer
new
was yes.
permanent members?
No, no,
with
no,
a
I agree
veto?
with
I
you.
don't know.
But the answer is true, is a yes. So it's not true, but the answer is yes. Okay. Rodney Dixon should be online. He has been patiently listening to the debate. Rodney, you there? Yes, it's very clear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very well, please go on.
Oh, good afternoon, all. I'm really sorry that I can't be there with you today. It is indeed a very special and truly emotional time to be able to contribute to these landmark celebrations. Gosh, the time has really flown. I recall first working with No Peace probably 30 years ago in Sierra Leone, when I was part of a group there assisting with training the judges of the special court. And that was at a time before, in fact, Charles Taylor was arrested. And that court did go on to achieve so much thereafter. And as Salvatore has mentioned as well, that there was, of course, with Nicola, the time going back before that to the ICTY and the infamous Tadic jurisdictional decision that we were all involved in. I was with the prosecution, with Richard Goldstone, Nicola and others were with the judges, the giants, the late judges Georges Abissab and Judge Kasezi. It was a memorable time. And since then, we have done so many important cases together. They say that to be happy in life, you should really ensure that you surround yourself by people that set an example, not by those that you need to fix. And No Peace has certainly fulfilled that recipe entirely. One of the topics that they actually asked me to speak about to the judges in Sierra Leone was what is customary international law. You needn't worry, I'm not going to start going into the nitty-gritty of the North Sea continental shelf case now, but I did want to look at some state practice, when we think about this topic that everyone's been focusing on, that of compliance, because the practice of states who are still the central block of our international legal order is absolutely critical. When we come to the international criminal justice plane, and I'm only going to focus on that, not civil or public, we don't have the time today, but that plane is a place actually where all states across the globe genuinely agree that they do not like their leaders, those in charge and their friends being investigated. It doesn't matter if it's Russia and China calling the West out for double standards, or the West calling them out for their human rights abuses, or a North-South divide, the South pointing to the colonial powers of the North, or the North turning around and say, well, what about the human rights violations you're committing against your own people? Across the board, all states universally agree, and that's enshrined in the laws on immunity, that they do not want their leaders and those in charge touched by international criminal investigations. Even if they sign up to the ICC, they see it as something for other states, not for them. And they will fight it tooth and nail to the point of threatening to leave the court, or in some cases even leaving in the instance of the Philippines. I can only think of Kosovo, a country where I've done quite a lot of work and where no peace has been as well, where they were essentially in a position where they had to hand over their head of government and then their head of state. But I mean, that's really because they were at the mercy of the US and the EU. But I challenge you to think of any country that would not subscribe to that general practice, which, as I say, is enshrined in international customary law as well. It's different, and I need to point this out, to say that you have a defense. There are many states that say, well, what you allege is wrong. What I'm talking about here is actually submitting yourself to a jurisdiction and being prepared to be scrutinized while you are in office, while you are in power. There are some cases where we have heard the case of Kenya, I think it was mentioned earlier, where at the ICC, those in charge did come before the court, and to some extent that happened with the former government of Afghanistan as well. But those are very rare, and even in those situations, those states have still been asserting their immunity, and it was left to the ICC judges to say that no, immunity doesn't apply. But that's only been decided so far at the ICC, not at the ICJ or any other international body. So that's quite an interesting area of practice when you consider compliance. And then secondly, another part of it is that, and this is what a lot of people have been referring to today, there is a somewhat selective, irrational tendency to deviate from that norm from time to time. That's the other practice that we pick up. So for example, I was very fortunate to be able to hear Hatice Cengiz do the keynote speech earlier. We were representing her with the assistance of No Peace, and you will recall in that case where we went directly to the US and said, look, MBS is responsible for this murder and a lot of other things as well. So you need to take action against him and sanction him. And Biden said, no, this is not the kind of thing that we do against heads of state or heads of government. We can sanction people lower down, but we've got to keep dealing with these countries. So we never do this. This is not our practice. And only a few months later, the same president, Biden, was saying that in relation to Russia, Putin was a war criminal without there being any trial. He had said, you are a war criminal and I'm going to sanction you and everyone around you. And I remember at the time, just had to really laugh with Atija and others, because otherwise I think you go crazy. I mean, how can you justify those two practices alongside each other? The same when we were seeking here in the UK to stop MBS taking over Newcastle Football Club. The UK government said, no, we don't get involved in these kinds of things. This is for the sporting authorities and others. And yet only a few months later, in relation to Russia, they were freezing every single yacht in the Thames if it was connected to Russia, whether it was connected to Putin or not. They'd gone to completely the opposite extreme. Also, just seeing we are on the Khashoggi killing case, I think, as was highlighted earlier by Atija, no justice yet. In that case, as you will know, referring to Biden as well, the CIA came out and brought out a report saying that MBS was responsible. So there was never a criminal trial. There were never any sanctions, but there was this report that came out. Similarly, in Turkey, I mean, the Turkish government released all the evidence that ultimately showed who was responsible at the very top, started a trial, but then the Turkish courts stopped that trial. So it never went to its full conclusion, but all the evidence was on the record. So you could argue a measure of justice, soft justice, but clearly not enough. It hasn't gone all the way. Yet in other cases, as with Russia that I've highlighted, they wanted to go all the way. The US has not claimed that there are any obstacles, no immunity obstacles now, to putting a head of state on trial. Yet when it comes to other situations like the Uyghurs in China and another situation that No Peace has worked on, the rhetoric is, no, we need to keep engaging with China. We need to keep shaking hands and doing deals. That's the best way to try and change what is happening. Whether anything is done to change or not is simply not known. So there is this overarching impunity at the international level for those who are in power. And that is built up and been consolidated over many, many decades. And all states are responsible for that. That is why when we look at the situation in Palestine now, as has been highlighted, you see that this is at the very end of a long cycle where no action has been taken in relation to that situation or others. So the general message has gone out, you can get away with this time and time again. It's taken a huge catastrophe to bring us to the point now where we're on the brink, we would hope, of charges coming out in that case. But those charges could have come out a decade ago. They could have come out much, much earlier. There could have been charges in other cases much, much earlier. It is because of those failures that we see the cycle developing where it becomes harder and harder and harder to take that step. Fortunately, I think we are at the point now where the bubble is going to burst. And then we will all realize that the world hasn't ended. These charges can come, these steps can be taken, and it'll be a better international plane to be operating in. It's come at a huge price, though. That's the really distressing aspect to this. But I suppose we have to hold on to the fact that it is there, and we hope can be followed through now. But the point that I'm also emphasizing is that it's the lack of consistency, principled consistency across the board. And I'm pointing the finger at all states here to examine themselves. Look at what the law is, look at what the practice is that needs to be revisited. And as civil society, as practitioners in this field, that's also what we need to focus our attention on. How are we going to change that law and that practice so that it does apply consistently? And it can't just be, well, Putin is fair game, but others are not. But equally, I think an important question is going to arise in the future. If you look at states who were reluctant to arrest Bashir of Sudan on the basis that Sudan was not a member state, even though you had a Security Council resolution. Here we have Russia and Israel. They're also not signed up. One of the key decisions at the ICC was against Jordan, in fact, where Bashir went, and Jordan said that they're under no obligation to arrest him. What is going to happen if Israeli leaders or Russian leaders travel around? How are those countries and others going to respond, and then square it with positions that have been taken before? That consistency is going to be vital across the board to ensure that no one can point the finger at anyone. It doesn't help to say double standards here, double standards there only. We've got to ensure that there is only one standard all the way through, and that it is applied consistently. Also, when persons leave office, I just want to mention this very briefly because I think it's important, not only those in office. Once again, state practice is very mixed on this and quite erratic. We've heard about Charles Taylor, Milosevic, yes, when he was out of power, and others. But it largely depends on the politics of the time, who is vulnerable. There's no consistent practice. We've had some good case law, such as in the Pinochet case here in the UK, but that hasn't followed through. It certainly hasn't followed through into civil claims, and official immunity is still bandied around very widely. Once again, a principled consistency is needed. That's what occurs in our national jurisdictions. Yes, it might have taken 300-400 years to achieve it, but you can't say we'll prosecute somebody in London, but if they come from Manchester, no. It applies now across the board throughout the country. No special treatment. That has to be replicated at the international level. Otherwise, that impunity cycle will continue. And that's where No Peace has, over the entire 30 years, played such an important role of being that quality control for principled consistency, taking on situations across the board in all countries, irrespective, against those in power, against those who are not in power, but who are abusing rights. And they've done it to give those most affected, the victims, a voice, because that's what all victims want. They want to see that consistency applied. What aggravates them even more sometimes than the underlying crime is to have it aggravated even further by people dancing around and pretending and not ensuring that what happens to them is the same that happens to others. It's that drives people to the brink. And I sometimes think that no peace should be called no justice, then you will have no peace of mind, because it does drive an insanity without having proper justice. And that's why I want to express my very deep gratitude to No Peace for all of your action and unswerving dedication and support over the years, but most importantly, the example that you've set for consistency, principled consistency. We are in awe of your 30 glittering years, and long may you thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rodney, also for your support in the last few years. It has been a significant support to the activities, not only those that you've mentioned, but in the activities in general of the organization. Now, dulcis in fundo, if I may speak Roman. David Donat-Cattin, Professor of International Law, Center of Global Affairs at New York University, and the person who brought the European Law Student Association into the United Nations, and for many, many years, maybe a decade or so, has been leading Parliamentarians for Global Action, which had the ICC promotion and protection as one of the main objectives of the organization. You have the floor, David.
Thank you, Marco. And I had prepared something in Italian, but of course I will speak in English.
23 years with Parliamentarians for Global Action. So time goes fast. And I really thank No Peace Without Justice, because I joined the CICC. It was July 1995. But my organization, the European Law Students Association, didn't have any consultative status with the United Nations. So wonderful, you're invited, you cannot have access. Then there was this gentleman named Marino Busdachini. He said, no problem, we give you a badge. Are you a member of the Transnational Radical Party? No. Do you want to be a member of the Transnational Radical Party? No. Okay, you will have the badge anyway. So, and that's where the story started. I had the privilege to cooperate with Nico and Alison these years. Let me say something only, because you have heard too much. I was on the 2nd of April in the conference of the launch of a new students association. I was so happy, finally back into students. Fordham International Law Students Association, FILA. And the only NGO that was named in the entire proceedings was No Peace Without Justice. By who? By Binta, the former registrar of the Special Court for Sierra Leone, who mentioned the importance in a dialogue with Beatrice Maillet, who is the Canadian legal advisor to the UN, the importance of outreach to the victims, to the communities, and made the example of the work that they did, thanks also to the cooperation with No Peace Without Justice. I think Alison might have worked on that project, maybe even meeting Nico at that time, more or less. Okay. So I think I'm very happy to be here. So what I will try to say in a few words is to look at the future. What are the challenges for future compliance? Probably because the violations of today are also the result of the lack of trust in the system, which is not created in a systematic and I would say harmonious way. Let me make one example. The International Criminal Court protects the victims of the territories of a country, of a state that accepts the jurisdiction of the court, correct? Fine, because you as a nation state, you unite your efforts with other states to protect your citizens, the individuals living in a society. That is true for genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. But regretfully, in Kampala, I was at the football match, I had fever, I couldn't play, but Nico gave me a t-shirt, I couldn't play. The review conference didn't go well, because we focused so much on the so-called stock taking, and we forgot the real reason why we are there, to finish the unfinished business of Rome, which was that in Article 5, paragraph 2 of the statute, we had said that after the 7 years after the entry into force of the Rome Statute, we would have had a review conference to do what? To provide us with a definition of aggression. Why? Because in Nuremberg, it was defined, aggression is aggression. Crimes against the peace are crimes against the peace. No definition. So we missed that. In Rome, it was not possible to have a consensus. I think Professor Politi and the Greek delegate, they had a wonderful proposal. Germany had another proposal, but the majority of states wouldn't agree with you. But in Kampala, we achieved the definition, Article 8 bis, it's a workable one. But when it came about the conditions for the exercise of the court jurisdiction, Article 15 bis, the entire world was so happy to have the United States of America in the room. Remember, we had George W. Bush, who launched a global war against the ICC. Then he launched a global war on terror, where he legalized a policy of targeted killings that brought about the death of thousands of innocent people around the world. Unfortunately, I teach at NYU, I'm paid to say those things. So unfortunately, we are still paying that price. And that policy is still in the books, although very much limited thanks to revisions in the US policies. So assassination is the foreign policy of the largest power of the world. So no surprise that certain assassinations took place tragically. And so we need to make a lot of efforts. But in Kampala, what happened is that to appease the United States, the unanimity of the conference agreed to exempt nationals of states that are not parties to the Rome Statute from the jurisdiction of the court, as well as in paragraph 4 of Article 15 bis, to exempt nationals like myself, an Italian, who would invade Italy. Okay, if I, as an Italian, who ratified the Rome Statute and the Kampala Amendment, if I would become the head of the army of Algeria and occupy illegally Sicily, annexation, aggression, I would be exempted because of Article 15 bis paragraph 4, because it exempts individuals who are leading armies of states that are non-parties. It's really a monster, a juridical monster, monstrum juridicum, and we need to get rid of it. We realized that who is benefiting from this compromise today is Mr. Vladimir Putin, who thought that it was possible to annex with impunity Crimea in 2014. He received total appeasement from the international community because, for example, Angela Merkel said there is no military solution to the problem, we need to come to an understanding and so on and so forth. And what we saw on the 24th of February 2022 was a fully fledged war of invasion and annexation, World War II style, not in the middle of Europe, in the middle of the world. It hadn't happened since World War II. This is the first example since World War II. Okay, I know some people are saying no, but it's an imperialistic design to acquire. It's not a post-colonial fight between two sides as the unresolved conflict between Palestine and Israel. And I don't like to compare. I don't like to compare. Every situation is different. Every situation requires different. And I think having a jurisdiction for the crime of aggression that would be all-encompassing would benefit certainly the Palestinian state that agreed to be bound by the Rome Statute, and certainly the state of Israel should do the same and ratify the Rome Statute. What needs to happen next? We have a deadline. As we are working all together in civil society, we like to work on projects, as Salvatore reminded us. By the 17th of July, 2025, there has to be a process to start a review of the review. That process has been indicated already in the resolution adopted in Kampala. Why? Because in Kampala, there was already an understanding that what was agreed was insufficient. So at this stage, there is a group of states, and I'm happy to say that Italy is part of it, led by Germany, but it's quite large, that is putting together an amendment to the Kampala amendments. That would not only remove, of course, this exemption of non-state party nationals, but would also try to align as much as possible the conditions for the exercise of jurisdictional aggression to the one that already exists on war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Yet, that has not materialized yet. So we haven't seen a proposal yet on the table. I think for the purpose of progress of this project, the sooner the better. I really would like to see this project to be on the table and states start to engage. As we know, the international law is made by states, civil society can support, but it's states that ultimately must take the decision. The year 2024, however, is also marked by another deadline that is important for compliance vis-à-vis international law. Now, international law comprises of treaties, custom, or general principles of law. In the field of international criminal law, our law on that No Peace Without Justice centered a lot of its activity on international criminal law, has very good treaties covering genocide and to a certain extent war crimes. But for crimes against humanity, we only have a very fragmented system of treaties that covers the crime of apartheid, as we mentioned, or torture, enforced disappearances of persons, and many other aspects of crimes against humanity, like extermination. They are not really codified other than in the Rome Statute, Article 7. The International Law Commission has put together a project in 2019, a draft articles for a crimes against humanity convention, and has recommended the General Assembly to move forward for a treaty that would also create jurisdiction to the ICJ. It would also create an obligation to incriminate. Now that obligation is finally also in another treaty, the one that Judge Silvia Fernandez de Grumenti presided over, its adoption, the Ljubljana-Hague Convention on Mutual Legal Assistance. Also that one obliges states to include crimes against humanity in their law books. But what we have for 2014 is a deadline within the General Assembly to come to a decision. So this year, between October and November, the General Assembly, either by consensus, which is the procedure in the Sixth Committee, or I would say more likely a vote in the General Assembly, will have to take a decision whether to start the process to negotiate a new treaty. And by the way, that new treaty is already at the center of attention of many civil society organizations engaged on environmental crimes, on slavery and the slave trade, on gender-based crimes, gender apartheid. There are many proposals to improve and modernize that definition, getting rid of certain aspects of the gender definition, entirely removing paragraph 3 from the definition. So there is a very interesting debate, yet who is blocking that process at the United Nations? A group of states led by the Russian Federation, which self-named itself the Group of the Friends of the United Nations Charter. It comprises of North Korea and several others, Cuba, Nicaragua, and so on. So it is a very open issue. It will have to come to a vote. And I hope, for example, that certain Arab states that are now undecided will follow the example of Palestine, Jordan, and Lebanon, and join the group of states that are supporting this process. Compliance is very difficult to be achieved if the norms of rulemaking make very difficult to reform the law. And this is unfortunately what we have in the Rome Statute. In the Rome Statute, in Article 121, we have provisions that essentially impedes a prompt entry into force for amendments to the system. This was deliberately done in Rome. It has been criticized. Probably it was an essential component of the final package. It's not up to me to take decisions here, to make assessments here. But what we absolutely need vis-à-vis the crime of aggression is really a sense of urgency, that crime of aggression, being part of Article 5, paragraph 2, was to be seen as a separate amendment process vis-à-vis the other crimes, and probably mistaken to put it in the basket of the 125 amendments. If that problem cannot be overcome, and I know that the debate is very difficult at the Assembly of State Parties, at least the Assembly of State Parties could decide on a transitional regime. In other words, as in other treaty system, and I think the Rome Statute has not been explored to this effect, you can have additional protocols, which outside of the treaty can, by subsequent agreements, rectify certain problems that the system has been brought about with from the beginning. So, for example, my preferences would be that a transitional regime would be set up so that any trial, any prosecution, and eventual trial for the crime of aggression in relation to Ukraine, but also in relation to other situations, would not be dependent on the creation of an ad hoc international tribunal, either with the Council of Europe, as it's been discussed now or in other fora, but still under the umbrella of the Rome Statute system. I know how difficult this is, but at the end of the day, even players like the G7, and Italy now is chairing the G7, who are leading the debate around this, together with the Council of Europe and Ukraine, which has not yet ratified the Rome Statute, thereby creating a wound within the system, weakening its own stand for justice. Because Ukraine's plea for justice would be much more credible if it would have adhered and ratified the statute and accepted it for good. So I think this is a process that is ongoing, and let's open our eyes. It's going to happen within the next year and a half. So we have an opportunity to make a difference. And thank you so much once again, Marco, for all the great work that No Peace Without Justice is continuing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We will open our eyes. Well, we cannot open a debate. I'm sorry, we're over an hour behind schedule. So with this last presentation, I thank the panelists, and I invite the exchange of presidency and also speakers. I'll call upon Albert Alejo, Human Rights and People's Environment Center, Philippines, who will moderate the next panel. We will have presentations by Leila de Lima, former senator from the Philippines. She will speak in a video. Sayed Yusuf Al-Muhatfa, Bahraini human rights activist and researcher. Flavia Lattanzi, Professor Emeritus of International Law, University of Roma III, ad litem Judge of ICTR and ICTY. Hussein Sabag, Syrian human rights activist, Euro-Syrian Democratic Forum. Barbaros Sansal, Turkish human rights activist, and our Secretary General, Nicolo Figat Talamanca. The names that have been called upon, please, should take their seats behind the presidency. While they do that, the mention to the badge anecdote and the list of countries members of the Friends of the UN Charter reminded me that No Peace Without Justice, after having been around for over 30 years, just got the consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council in 2022. Now, it is true that if you don't ask, you're not given, but I think the first request was submitted in 2005 or 6 or 8 or something like that. So it took a lot of time and effort to get the consultative status, and now we have it. But funny enough, who was the country that allowed this consultative status to arrive? The one that is usually criticized inside the United Nations system for not being too close to the UN, which is the United States of America, that decided to put together a list of NGOs that were having problem with the countries like Cuba, Nicaragua, the Russian Federation, and the like. And in the end, a sort of an amnesty was adopted through a resolution in July 2022. So it's an interesting world, and it's difficult to spot who's the bad guy. But even if I have my certainties, and I sure know where to side. Albert Alejo, you have the floor. Okay, Mark. Thank you, Marco.
We'll play the video last.
That's
Okay,
nice.
yeah? That's right.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Are you tired? Yeah. Believe it or not, as we celebrate 30 years of No Peace Without Justice, since this morning, we have listened to 30 speakers. Believe it or not. And yet, it's not over yet. Do you have the poster? You have the folder? Inside is an infographic of the history, 30-year history of No Peace Without Justice. And it starts with 1994, the beginning, when No Peace Without Justice was put in charge of the preparation for the development of the International Criminal Court. I am Father Albert Alejo, a Filipino Jesuit who is now teaching in the Gregorian University and has been very, very fortunate to become a part of the No Peace Without Justice board. Now, we're running out of time. When you see this poster, the infographics, it's 30 years. And the next time we meet, there will be another infographics, which will start with photographs of this event. Because we are now part of this glorious and heroic, sometimes painful history of No Peace Without Justice. I have been fortunate to have encountered Nicolo and Alison almost 7 years ago, when because of the killings during the time of President Duterte in the name of the war on drugs, also killed that magic number, 30,000 people, mostly poor. And so it is with passion and with personal touch that I welcome you to this last session. The first, let me invite the first presenter, our brother Syed Yusuf Al-Muhafda. Is not immune to threats. He's a prominent human rights activist working as the International Relations Manager at Bahrain Center for Human Rights. He was head of the documentation of Bahrain Center for Human Rights from 2007 until 2012. And after that, he became an acting head of the Bahrain Center for Human Rights. And he has lectured many courses and training in human rights documentation. I have a suspicion he will also say something more about his personal experience of threats. Syed, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to speak in this important event. And would like also to congratulate No Peace Without Justice for their 30 years of anniversary and their incredible work in promoting justice in the world. I get to know No Peace Without Justice since 2011, after I was arrested in Bahrain for my human rights activities. There where I have met Nicola and Costa Coffee, Country Mall in west of Manama. That's the first time when Nicola came to as a representative of No Peace Without Justice to meet with official about the ongoing human rights violation. And also the same year in 2011, me and many other Bahraini activists have met and know Tara because she has been an active person to speak about human rights violation in Bahrain and a freedom fighter that was fighting for justice and human rights in Bahrain since 2011 and until this second. And I salute her work, and she's doing a brave work. And also the role of No Peace Without Justice, they have done a lot of work in bringing Bahrainis to the European Union through their office in Brussels and activism and relation with political parties within European Union. So we have achieved and succeed to get a lot of resolution in Bahrain about human rights violation in Bahrain. And that's the thing we could not have done without the work of No Peace Without Justice. And also they have give us a lot of, they were kind of a platform for us to know European mechanism and external urgent action and many other mechanism within EU. So also on the personal level, also I have been also fighting for justice alone. I mean, a lot. In 2011, there have been or thousands of people were jailed. Many of them were tortured, extrajudicial killing, and many human rights violations. So, and none of them were held accountable. All of the officials of human rights violation were not held accountable because of the culture of impunity in Bahrain. So what we have done, me and my colleague, Mariam Al-Khawaja, we have attended a seminar in Europe in 2013, and we have created a campaign called Wanted for Justice, where we have named and shamed all the human rights preparators in Bahrain with evidence that how they have systematically committed a human rights violation with the documentation, and some of them also are documented internationally. So we have launched this campaign, and because of, as a consequences of this campaign, I have been forced into exile. And since 2013 until now, I live in exile in Germany, and I cannot go back to my home country. So even on the personal level, I consider myself as a fighter for justice, and we need the work of your organization because it's very important for us. Because yes, there is no peace without justice. I mean, a lot of countries saying peace, stability, sustainable development, and that's something cannot be done without justice. Like if I'm speaking now about Bahrain, I also speak again about Bahrain. Bahrain has an uprising, for example, in 1995. Many of protesters were killed, and after that, in 2000. A new king came to the power. The last emir was died, and then in 2000 a new king came to the power. He declared an amnesty to the preparators that committed a human rights violation against the protester. So that's again here was the problem so all of the human rights violators have been not held accountable. So what happened that a committee of victim of torture and a committee of victim of extrajudicial killing were very active in Bahrain. And in 2011, they were also one of the main leading committee that lead the uprising in Bahrain in 2011. And that also give you an understanding that if you don't do a justice or transitional justice, as we called it, and rehabilitation, the uprising and the injustice, there will not be a stability without a justice, and no peace without justice. So that's why I think it's very important that we commit and cooperate together in order to promote peace. And I think also even recently in Bahrain again, that the king has released also around 1,584 prisoner of conscience. But again, without transitional justice, without rehabilitation, without compensation, without accountability to those who committed the crimes, because all of them were arbitrarily arrested, tortured, and subjected to human rights violations. So again, we have an issue in Bahrain about justice, and I think that's why I'm a lot attached to the work of No Peace Without Justice, because it's really summarize what's happening in Bahrain and many other countries in the region. And also I know that, for example, your focus in No Peace Without Justice, for example, one of your focus is supporting dissenting voice in MENA. And I'm not expert in MENA, but at least I'm specialized in the Gulf country. There is a human rights violation in the Gulf countries, death penalty, execution, human rights violation, revocation of nationality, and lack of independent civil society, suppression, political prisoner, and many other, and violation against migration, for example, in the Gulf country. But if we are now in Europe, I mean, what Europe has done, or the European Union has done to the Gulf country is not that much. I mean, they didn't really push for human rights human rights protection in the Gulf country. They can do a lot, and I think, for example, the EU is the second biggest trade partner of GCC, right after China, and also the GCC is the EU sixth largest export market. And there is a structured informal meeting between EU and GCC dialogue started in May 2017, but they didn't use this opportunity to promote for human rights violation. And I think also this is one of the main issues. They have a lot they can do. For example, Gulf countries, they want to make a visa-free to Europe, and they have many other tools. The European has many other tools to bring justice and promote justice in the Gulf country using this relation, but that's not happening. So I think, yes, peace, justice is very important. So if you ask Hatik, for example, do you want compensation or you want justice? She will answer you, we want justice. And also I will ask Ahmed from Gaza that you want peace or you want justice, he will answer, we want justice. And that applies to us in Bahrain or in the Gulf country or in MENA region. I think that's what we need. We need a justice. And I don't know, I'm run of time, but in terms of also of one of your objective, for example, that to promote accountabilities. And I think from a civil society perspective, yes, there is complication in terms of ICC or ICG, but I think there are many other tools that we as representative of civil society want to see from international organizations such as No Peace Without Justice, that we need kind of similar idea of the court of citizen, that trial, like an open trial to preparators in the MENA region. That's something we can do. And also there could be a platform for the victims in order to, kind of technical support of advocates in MENA region in order to make cases, because it's very difficult, and even funding issue is a problem for cases. So there are a lot of documented human rights violation in MENA region, but also we have issue of funding, that an institution cannot bring cases, without a proper funding. So that's also one of the things that we need to see from NPWJ justice, the support of civil society in bringing cases into individual or like national courts within Europe to make sanction against individual who committed human rights violation with countries that has a good relation with EU or not a good relation with EU. And that's why I give GCC an example, because we need to see a sanction against individual who committed human rights violation, even in countries that has a good economic relation with the West or with the EU. And also in terms of amplifying the voice of the victims, and I think also we need from NPWJ justice to give us kind of providing a space to people in exile, and also on the local level, kind of also a joint statement, joint work between local and international organization, because that will combat what we call it harmful narratives against civil society. So there is a harmful narratives against civil society in many organizations in the MENA, and we think that awards, prizes, joint statement, joint seminar would combat these narratives that undermine their work. And yes, and I think also one of your objectives in the website is that's kind of working on strategies for awareness to policymaker. And I think also that we need to be open to more, not only to human rights organization, but to more other actors. For example, we have a case of Hakim Al-Arabi. He is a refugee who have been arrested, asylum seeker who have been arrested. He's an asylum seeker, a Bahraini asylum seeker in Australia, and he traveled to Thailand, and then he was arrested for 50 days. We have done a lot of advocacy as NGOs, but we couldn't make him release. But what happened that football players were involved in the advocacy, and we have reached a wider audience. And then we have him released. So I think we need to be open to other actors, comedian, and that's what we see with Bassem Youssef, that he bring the cases of atrocity in Gaza and human rights violation in a wider audience, because he's a comedian. So maybe our language is maybe a little bit dry or like boring as a human right or legal scholar, but comedian and other actors can bring human rights matters in a better way. And also he's a fashion designer, so also you know what I mean, like yeah. So and I think also just to conclude about yes, a lot of countries in the MENA region that try to convince EU and Western states that by making a good relation with us, you will gain a lot, you will have a good business with us. And I think it's not our role, as not only that we as civil society, we need to convince Western country or European country that promoting human rights is necessary. But I think, as Francisca said, that not only ICG need Palestine, but I mean, they need that ICG need Palestine, not so I think that's the same idea, that they need there is a lack of a trust of the human rights system. There is a lack of trust in the international system, and also there is a stigma of double standard, there is a stigma of hypocrisy. So I think they need to implement the international human rights law. More than that, we need to convince Western countries to stick to human rights. So just to conclude, my final word is that, yeah, when we speak about double standard, it's again a lack of justice. So there is, if we speak about double standard, it means that there is one standard for justice, and there is another standard of no justice. So it's again emphasize what's the meaning of lack of justice. So for me, double standard of some Western country mean lack of justice, and that's why what we need to work more to bring justice to in the MENA region with all these challenges. So I think I take more time, so I'll finish with here.
Thank you, Syed. I pray that you can go back to your home country later, if not soon. Our next speaker is our sister Flavia Lattanzi. She's an Italian lawyer specializing in international law. She was former full professor at the University of Roma Tre, Università Roma Tre. She became member of the International Fact-Finding Commission created by Protocol 1 and the International Institute of Humanitarian Law. And then she served as a judge of the International Criminal Tribunal, first in Rwanda and then for Yugoslavia. Attorney Flavia Lattanzi, you have the floor.
In the first place, let me thank Marco for having closed the window and avoiding me from catching a pneumonia, which at my age is so easy to catch. So once again, please keep that window closed. I was really in the middle of the draft. Anyway, let me thank the No Peace Without Justice, precious people such as the Secretary General Nicolò for this kind invitation to take part in this ceremony where we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of this non-governmental international organization that was funded and created by basically Emma Bonino, fundamentally by her, together with so many other well-known persons attending this meeting today. And it had a very precise task, yet it not was just that, the task, but the task then at that time, it was rather the one of promoting in the 90s the international criminal law because of a general inertia in the states, in the arena of the states. And I do fully agree with those who said that the commitment of this organization at the time of the Conference of Rome and the personal commitment, let me say this, of Emma Bonino at that time, were fundamental for the birth and realization of what it was seen as a dream for a long time, that is the creation of an international criminal law on a permanent level and having a universal outreach, although there is no peace without any justice, was created to allow the boosting of and the coming into implementation of the Rwanda court against crimes and the one for the former Yugoslavia court. I am really convinced, just as many other people, that that would have never happened. The dream would have never been conceived without this kind of commitment on the side of these persons. And then let me say something more personal. Unfortunately, Nicolò is not here, but I wonder whether he remembers, or is it only me who, notwithstanding my old age, remember? And I do remember the very young Nicolò at that time, very busy in supporting a project led forward by There Is No Peace Without Justice that was supporting third world countries and supporting them in their own activities for the adoption of the Statute of Rome. Now, I do remember something personal with you, and I really wanted to say this. Now, Nicolò was, as I said, busy at that time doing this. And at that time, he was trying to sort of soothing me and saying nice words to me, because in the logic of only 2 jurisdictional criteria were passed by the International Court instead of the 4 that had been suggested and brought forward by the like-minded states. And I really didn't take that well, because Italy was part of the so-called like-minded countries. So we were there. We really strongly wanted the 4 criteria, jurisdictional criteria, that would have allowed the International Criminal Court to be much more effective and efficient and much more universal than it is currently. Now, I know that the previous speakers expressed and brought forward so many challenges in which there is no peace without justice is involved, which are ahead of us, one of which is international criminal law. I will say a few things with respect to the International Criminal Court, which may perhaps be criticized or be critical. Yes, there are some critiques, undoubtedly, but I do believe in that institution, in that court, for the future of justice and of how the justice in future times could even improve. And the fact that I do notice a few shadows coming along with the administration of criminal law by the court and by ICC, in other words, well, that is only what I'm doing because I am wanting to be constructive. We have to all roll up our sleeves and be committed, and especially there is no peace without justice should be committed in order to correcting, readjusting, and eliminating any such shadows. I also believe, for example, that the prosecutor should be more adherent to the norms of the statute so as to avoid accusations against him of having a double standard and proceeding according to double standards. Now, I believe that sometimes these accusations are not having any grounds, are not supported by any grounds. But I also think that such a caution, caution measure should be also be adopted by the preliminary chamber when the chamber is to decide whether to go along with the investigations and authorizing the prosecutor to go along with it, giving the green light, especially if there are no objections on the partner states. And I'm thinking of the first instance decision, especially in the case of Afghanistan, a decision which was then corrected at the time of the appeal. And Afghanistan had already suffered for a long delays, especially on the side of the International Court. And in late February 2023, the court decided to ratify the Statute of Rome, but the court's organ really didn't do anything for decades, for just 1 decade, sorry, just to ask or to deliver alongside with that request coming from Kabul. Now, and I'm thinking of a special prosecutor who at then a given point started very timid preliminary analysis. And then there are other shadows that are really worrying me a lot, especially in the judiciary activities of the International Criminal Court. That, and this is what really worries me the most, this is having to do with the reductive interpretation of the international norm as to the command responsibility, which is what led to the majority resolution, with some dissidents, though, in the Bemba case. Now, unfortunately, that interpretation had already been adopted previously in other decisions passed by the International Court for the cases of ex-Yugoslavia, with a jurisprudence which was rather contradicting, especially with regard the court, as regards the court. But I did take a look at it, especially in terms of command and sensibility. And to say the truth, the prevalence was for the appropriate interpretation and correct interpretation of that norm. Now, I do understand that the governmental leaderships are rather interested in having a reductive interpretation of the norm as to command and responsibility and accountability, especially the one wanted by the one whereby the superior is accountable only in the case where there is command and control over a given land or territory, which is what is going against the very essence of the principle in itself, the way it was born and the way it was developed in international law, starting from the Yamashita case, which probably many of you already remember and know. And then after that, that principle was then codified in the first protocol, additional protocol to the Conventions of Geneva, and also in the statutes of the international criminal courts, including the criminal courts, where we can find no trace, no mention of such a reductive meaning or significance. Then we just need to check the ITER followed and the pathway followed by that norm to realize and thus avoid to believe that the selfish interests or self-centered interests of the powerful prevail over the general norms of international law. In the making of the international general law, there are a number of elements that come into play. So that's not just for powerful characters or persons or figures to create them. And this is my idea. But instead, some other times, the interpretation is that, well, if we have the United States and if there was the Soviet Union, then the norm is there. At that time, we had the Soviet Union. So the reductive interpretation of the norm having to do with the responsibility of command would leave unpunished all of the leaders of the command chain at international level, so that international court would have to deal with the rulings regarding the material perpetrators, unless there is an implication, a direct implication of leaders. For example, in the case of the Russification decree having to do with Ukrainian children. And that would denature the very function of international criminal courts that were born so as to stop the impunity of leaders, command leaders. And that impunity, as we know, is instead allowed by internal jurisdictions, because the very jurisdiction, internal jurisdiction, because of inertia or because they apply the principle, they also implement it, they also allow for the impunity. And even the application or implementation of immunity, which has already been mentioned by another activist of human rights from South Africa. And here again, this topic would deserve some words on my side. We well know that the Article 27 of the Rome Statute has some aspects that exclude categorically the immunities, especially in the proceedings brought forward and in the face of the international court, and then the appeal sentence and ruling in the case of al-Bashir should do away with any doubts. But unfortunately, there are also some persons who, in the midst of the many scholars of international law, who try to prove the non-applicability of Article 27 for two different reasons. Now, maybe that could be due to the fact that there are internal jurisdictions who are in charge of decisions. In the very end, decisions such as the measures decided, such as arresting someone, that has been the decision of the International Court. Or there may be another reason which is brought forward, which is the derogation, whereby, on the basis of the well-known Article 98 of the Rome Statute, and Article 27, which I believe, according to my own experience, especially the one gained during my activities as a member of the Italian delegation, and I was involved in the preparatory New York works, and then again in the preparatory works of the Rome Conference. Article 27 is a fundamental pillar of international justice, which was firmly defended and sustained. And because of these opinions, it could be erased, unfortunately. Now, obviously, the law is not a perfect tool or instrument, but I believe that international law has an intrinsic consistency. Now, the task of jurists and lawmakers is the one of interpreting norms and rules according or in the light of such a consistency. And this is also applicable to the Statute of Rome. Now, the rejection of or firm objection of the many objections that diminish Article 27 is a challenge that we have to face, absolutely, by all terms. Now, as far as immunity, we shouldn't even set aside another fact. That is to say, something is happening also at internal jurisdiction level. In other words, there is a trend at national jurisdiction level which tries to erode the implementation of immunity to the leaders of government. And I believe that we have to encourage by all means this kind of activity, because internal jurisdictions should start taking upon themselves the responsibility, because the International Criminal Court cannot be doing everything, and it's not a universal court, because accountability and the responsibility of repressing crimes perpetrated by their own leaders, by the leaderships, in other words, or different leaderships according to the principles of the different jurisdictions, which only too often is being implemented or adopted by some countries in the north of Europe, and especially in this historical period. So we should encourage such a jurisprudence trend, which tries to not, or rather to exclude the implementation of or the application of immunity, even in the face of national jurisdiction, whenever the case is of an international crime proceeding. Now, I wonder, after all, whether that trend had not existed or had not been existing, what would be the meaning of a trend on the universality of jurisdictions that was adopted by given states, or that other states are trying to adopt, because the universality of jurisdiction intends to affect definitely not the perpetrators, the material perpetrators, whilst the universality is instrumental, especially for the big wigs, or those who are held as the major responsible ones. And then there are other external challenges, external to the court, that need to be faced, such as the one of achieving universality through ratification. As you well know, the ratification process, and you well know that some 70 states are not listed amongst the states that have ratified. there are many ratifications that are missing, as I said, especially the ones of some states that are affected or involved or may be involved in international crimes. For example, we know and we've heard that from David Donat-Katen that Ukraine has not signed nor adopted the Statute of Rome. It only accepted its competence, and the court is not in charge of the crime of aggression, as we have heard, because Ukraine nor Russia, the Russian Federation, have ever ratified the Rome Statute. And then, 2 more minutes, please, and then I'll conclude. And then also, let me say that with this respect, this is the prevailing interpretation that usually in such a historic moment is existing with respect to Statute 125 and the article of the amendments, the Kampala amendments, with respect to which I disagree. But I do expect that there may be an intervention by the Criminal International Court, which is competent in interpreting the rules and norms of the statute. That would be a huge challenge for the International Criminal Court, which could then solve the problem much more rapidly. And we also know that not even Israel has ratified the statute. Hence, if, notwithstanding everything, the competent court for the many crimes perpetrated by Israel and also by the Israelis and the Palestinians, well, definitely the court is not competent to rule for crimes that may be qualified as crimes against the mankind and humanity, which are perpetrated by some extremist citizens of the occupied territories in the colonies. So there is a huge campaign to try and have as many more ratifications to approach the concept as much as we can, the concept of the universality of the international criminal courts. Now, having said this, what I would like to wish to all of us and to There Is No Peace Without Justice, a good work. I wish well to everyone, especially to the ones that will come next, those that will follow us and follow on our wake. And I wish you successful work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lattanzi.
It's a young-looking guy, our brother Hussein Sabah. He's a former diplomat with the Syrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, serving most recently as Charge d'Affaires to the Benelux and Chief of Mission to the European Union before leaving to join the opposition. And Hussein joined the Foreign Service in 1998 and worked at the Syrian Mission to the United Nations in New York, where he participated in several international conferences. He is currently the Secretary General of the Euro-Syrian Democratic Forum. Brother Hussein, come.
Thank you. I want just to, at the beginning, to thank No Peace Without Justice for inviting me for this special occasion marking the 30th anniversary. I will be very brief since we are at the closing session, but I want to start with the way I was introduced as a human rights activist. And I want to admit that the first time I visited the office of No Peace Without Justice, I didn't know much about human rights activists. As a former diplomat, I knew human rights activists can spare much of their time speaking about certain principles, criticizing governments, inviting us as diplomats for side events while we can barely go to our formal meetings. and they make the UN so much crowded. But nevertheless, I wanted to speak out. I wanted to speak out about the atrocities in Syria. I wanted to speak out about impunity that intensifies the cycle of violence. So I reached out to my friends in No Peace, and we started the advocacy side events at the margins of the Human Rights Council. We did the first one, the second one, and then we went to The Hague. We went to the European Parliament. We did training for Syrian civil society organizations until it became a commitment for me. Despite all the challenges, working with sometimes with limited resources or no resources, facing the double standards as we are clearly witnessing today in Gaza, which makes it easy for authorities to silence and discredit human rights activists. And whenever I had fatigue, I see by coincidence a father that has lost his beloved ones, a mother that does not know the destiny of her boys, a woman that was subject to violence and torture and does not dare to speak about it. So I go back to Nicolo and to Gianluca and ask them that we need to do something. We need to do more about enforced disappearance, about detainees, and about death notification, for examples. Now, after 10 years, I think we have the right to claim that we did make contributions in getting more states committed to justice and accountability in Syria by more engaging with them, as we did not seek visibility to our work or to ourselves or to our organizations, but rather to the cause and by engaging more and more with member states. And we can also claim that we have contributed to the establishment of the IIIM mechanism, the UN international, impartial, independent mechanism on Syria. Finally, I want to conclude by to echo the words of demands for No Peace Without Justice, to continue its work, to continue its legacy, and to continue its championship on justice and accountability. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Hussein. Now, some people insist that we should put action in our activism, but our next speaker, Barbara Sansal, puts passion into fashion. He's a Turkish fashion designer and activist known for his stances on human rights, freedom of expression, and the rights of LGBTQ+. He was trained in London and made him a name for himself in the fashion world. But then he was arrested for criticizing the Turkish government, drawing attention internationally. So he continues to combine creativity and advocacy. So he remains a controversial and influential figure. Barbaros, you have the floor. Thank you.
I will make you happy. I will take only 3 minutes of you because it's a closing session. I got some notes to express my feelings first. All day I've been listening, so nice, valuable, intellectual, experienced people. I'm honored that you give me the chance because by my individual, it's not possible to reach you all one by one. And all day we were talking about the law of prosecution and justice, like ICC, ICG, European Human Rights Court, and etc. But for me, justice is an empty box. Whatever you feel it, the result comes out the way you feel it. That's how my experience comes out. I have been sent twice to exiles, which is one is 9 years in 1980 after the military revolution. It was not an exile for me. It was just a vacation. And I have been tortured in the dungeons of slavery. But it was not a torture for me. It was a Thai massage. So each time I have been jailed, I came out with a novel because creation is never democratic. Tonight, I'm finishing it with the creation because I met Premier Dam, our president, Tara, after the Bahrain case when they were trying to declare to the world about the banned tear gas. And all the team was having a result meeting in Istanbul in the hotels of Taksim Square. And they find themselves in a massive tear gas because we were occupying the Gezi Park. So I make her smuggle many cans illegally into the European courts. Others we are others to each others. Today we've been discussing all Rwanda, Israel and Palestinian or Ukraine, but what about the East China? What about the Kashmir? What about the East Timor? What about Yemen? Are the Houthis others for the United States or United States are other for the Houthis? So mirror is one of my tool of my occupation. Front of it is very bright, very beautiful, and it's clear, but behind the mirrors are black and poison. So we have to see double side of it. We create borders. We criticize the genocides, we criticize the world war, we just make ourselves guilty as well. But what about the Inquisition or Caliphate now, throwing the flags in the streets of Europe? Being an asylum seeker is a right, but asylum seekers, before integrating to the society, has not all of the rights. We all are refugees on this planet, which started our journey from the central of Africa and change. Races, genders, beliefs, cultures, religions shaped us with families, with schools. So my opinion of view is media, trade, government, and the digital network of the communication is creating an audiovisual world right now. Now we forget the smell, we forget the taste, and we forget the touch. We are buying a chewing gum of strawberry color, watermelon smell, and cherry taste, but aspartame in it, not even a sugar, and if we pay €2, and then we criticize bread is €1. So we have to understand, first thing, we have to be with surrounded universe. We are adapted and a piece of it. This is not the issue. We should be all talking about the human rights because all living creatures has the equal rights to stay alive, to multiply, to produce, and to die in health with peace. Therefore, all the governments or the teams like us should create free health, security, and education to the public for our targets. And security, which is a justice, is the most expensive service at the planet Earth now. Every week, I'm in the courts of Turkey. I pay a fortune for my lawyers. Some of them help me for free. That's good, but they are revolutionaries. And in the end, I like to finish. Thank you all. And I just like to give a message to Selahattin Demirtas and Osman Kavala, which is in jail in Turkey now, and they are sentenced to death this week, which they have done nothing. So justice for peace, yes, but justice can destroy the peace sometimes. We need correct justice. We need equal justice. Thank you for you all.
Wow. Thank you very much, Barbaros, for bringing us back to our senses. Now, in your program, Nicolo should be saying something, but his name has been the most repeated name in this conversation. But I'd like to mention Alison also, the back, please. Now, instead of Nicolas speaking, I think he's giving his time for a friend, David Borden, who is already online. David Borden is the head of Stop the Drug War. And last month, we were together in Vienna, the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, as well as in Geneva Human Rights Council side events. David, welcome.
Thank you, Father Albert. It seems like only yesterday that we were together in Vienna and then Geneva. Nico, it seems like only yesterday that you and Marco Perduca and I were together on our Zoom event. Actually, that one was yesterday. StopTheDrugWar.org is a Washington, D.C. based NGO which works for drug policies grounded in human rights, health, development, and human security. In the overview internationally, we view the current global drug control system as effectively in competition with the human rights system at times. Prohibition-based drug control ensures that the worst human rights violations will erupt at times. For example, there is Portugal with a very good and thorough decriminalization system with support, but there is also Rodrigo Duterte's Philippines. There are countries relying primarily on alternatives to incarceration, but there is also US-style mass incarceration. Some countries have embraced harm reduction approaches like opioid maintenance therapies or syringe exchange. But there are countries, among them Russia, which ban even methadone, an essential medicine according to the World Health Organization. The abrupt termination of methadone access in Crimea following the 2014 invasion is believed to have cost the lives of 80 to 100 patients. Did this violate international criminal law? That de facto ban in an area considered internationally to still be a part of Ukraine continues today amidst the opioids crisis. Integrating drug policy concepts into the human rights system has been a process, and through the years, we have known no peace without justice to be an ally with broad understanding that speaks up on these issues, even when controversial. It's also the case that our own work has benefited greatly from your enthusiastically offered advice and help. Indeed, my own path into the world of NGO advocacy in support of international criminal justice went through your organization. I also must say that we have taken inspiration from your nonstop campaigning on the very wide breadth of human rights issues, not only our own. The times I've been able to return the favor in small ways, I view as among the honors of my career. Despite suffering more than the usual number of slings and arrows recently, no peace without justice is still here. I am confident that that will continue to be the case. And so while I am sad that I could not join you today in person, I look forward to doing so for your next major anniversary gathering, which I personally request and hope will again be held in Rome. All the best to No Peace and Justice and friends for the remainder of this special day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. I forgot. Some men are successful because they have women behind them. But Nicolo has more men, more women behind and beside him. There's Julia and of course Antonella at the back. Now talking about women, our last speaker is another woman, a strong woman, a woman of faith, and somebody I really know very well. She is Laila de Lima, a former senator, a Filipino politician, lawyer, and law professor, known for her unwavering dedication to human rights and justice. She was appointed chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights during the time I got to know her when we were dealing with assassination, secretary of Philippine Department of Justice, and then later on, she was elected as senator to the Philippine Senate, but she was not able to finish her term because she was put in jail by our former president, Rodrigo Duterte, and she was in jail for almost 7 years because of spurious drug cases. So let's listen to her. She is a powerful woman of faith.
To my dear friends and allies in the NPWJ, my heartfelt gratitude for this opportunity to be part of this celebration of unparalleled courage and the power of collective action. It's a humbling experience to appear before such an organization, one that has been a relentless force for justice for the past 30 years. For 30 years, you have been at the forefront of the struggle for truth and justice, tirelessly advocating for the rights of the oppressed, the marginalized, and the forgotten. From the corridors of power to the streets where injustice festers, NPWJ has been a steadfast ally, a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. Whether speaking truth to power in high-level diplomatic negotiations or standing in solidarity with activists on the front lines, we have never wavered in its pursuit of a more just and equitable world. The journey has been long, the battles hard fought. Yet we stand here today. I stand here today, a testament that even the most entrenched systems of power can be challenged. Today, as we celebrate your remarkable contributions in the pursuit of justice, from your pivotal role in the signing of the Rome Statute and the creation of the International Court of Justice, we acknowledge the continuing struggle for accountability, particularly for the countless victims of the drug war. I remember a statement in an article that the NPWJ wrote on my release from detention. You said, quote, "Her release cannot yet mean peace if along the way, the perpetrators of crimes continue to escape from justice." End of quote. Indeed, true peace cannot exist when powerful figures can act with impunity. A cycle of violence breeds more violence. Without accountability for those who have inflicted pain and suffering, the families of the victims are left without closure, and communities are left vulnerable to further injustice. The wounds of the drug war remain raw. Families are still grieving for loved ones lost under atrocious circumstances. Justice for them and for all victims of injustice is the only path to true peace. My dear friends and fellow human rights defenders, I remain committed in the pursuit of ICC justice for the victims of the drug war. I stand ready to lend my voice, my resources, and my resolve to see those responsible held to account for their crimes. For the families left behind, the ICC investigation represents not just a glimmer of hope, but perhaps their only chance of closure and restitution. I met a few weeks ago a mother who lost her son to an extrajudicial killing. She was one of the first of the EJK mothers who visited me in Camp Krame a few months after my incarceration. 7 years ago, her world was consumed by loss. Her eyes then mirrored that emptiness, a storm of grief raging behind them. This time, she spoke with a different fire in her eyes. Her voice now held a note of cautious optimism. When she spoke of the ICC investigation, a flicker of hope danced in her gaze. She mentioned plans to visit her son's grave, one she hadn't dared to make before. Hope that does that to us, my dear friends. It doesn't erase the pain, but it allows you to see a future beyond the darkness. Hope did that to me. Thank you all for giving me something to hope for in those almost 7 years of unjust detention. Thank you for reminding me of the incredible power of collective action and purpose. In those moments of vulnerability, I learned that this fight is not solely about me. It transcends personal narratives and becomes a collective struggle for justice and human rights. I've always been asked why I still believe in the rule of law, despite the clear injustice done to me. Well, because this is not only about hoping for a just future, but also about actively working for it. Thank you, NPWJ, for reminding me that it is possible to fight for myself while never surrendering my commitment to fight for others. The future is bright, my friends. and it belongs to those who fight for it. Mabuhay ang NPWJ.
Thank you, thank you, Senator Laila de Lima. We hear not just your words, but your heart. This kind of feeling reminds me of a colleague, former Commission on Human Rights Chair Chito Gascon, a very serious partner of Nicolo and Alison. He has died, and I'm sure he would be one of those who would really pay salute to No Peace Without Justice. It has been said many times that those who do not look back cannot look forward to the future. But in our language, looking back has a special term. It's called lingon. Lingon is not just looking back. It is turning your head so that one ear listens to the wisdom of the past, and the other ear listens to the challenge, the invitation of the future. I think this is where we are in No Peace Without Justice. And I'm really sincerely thankful to all of you for making a space for me here. Thank you very much. Salute.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Father Albert. We invite our panelists to go back to the audience. Let me invite to the presidency Silvia Fernandez de Gurmendi, former ICC and former ICC president of the Assembly of State Parties of the ICC. I apologize. Our president, Tara O'Grady, but also Antonella Caso, right? Longtime treasurer of the organization, as well as Alison Smith. Not to do some pink washing, but because we have to honor the people that have been working relentlessly and tirelessly for our organization. And of course, Nicolò Figata-Lamanca, our Secretary General, who will conclude. Tara? I know that Silvia has promised a 45-minute speech, so be prepared. Silvia Fernandez de Gurmendi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And indeed, I will not speak 45 minutes. I will be extremely brief. We have had an extremely interesting day, and I would like to start by thanking No Peace Without Justice for putting together this extraordinary program. We have listened during the day to an impressive number of speakers with direct experience of what they were talking about, and some of them personally affected by international crimes, by violations of human rights, or affected as members of directly affected societies. So that's why also what they told us has resonated so much with each one of us, I'm sure. I've learned a lot, and I'm sure you have learned a lot as well. And I have to say that this program reflects very much the philosophy, I would say, or the institutional personality of No Peace Without Justice, because they have always focused, and many of you said it, focus on very concrete, practical projects, very specific experiences, and not on abstractions. I think Nicolò said it today, they are not supposed to be a think tank. That's not the objective. And indeed, they have always focused on very practical initiatives. And that is why they have been so effective in these 30 years. And this is extremely important because this is what we also need for the next 30 years. Because one of the main takeaways of this day is that many of you have said and stressed that we are in the middle of a crisis, a profound crisis, as put it by Judge Mauro Politi, where the ideas, the rights, the values, the institutions we have fought so much to consolidate now hang in the balance. So we are really in a situation where we can see the weakening of international law, the weakening of the institutions we have created. All of them look and we can see how they are suffer. They are vulnerable to attacks. They are weakened in many ways by lack of cooperation, by defunding, and by hostility and open attacks. So we are really in a situation of crisis where where we can see, and some of you said it also, a new world is emerging, and not necessarily a world we will feel comfortable with. So if we want to shape this new world, if we want to defend what we have managed to achieve in 30 years, we will need to put ourselves a good act together. We need to learn new tricks because it's a new world. And it has some good trends also and has new technologies that they may be part of the problem, but they are also maybe part of the solution. So we really need to take into account the new trends of this new world, the new aspirations of new generations that are also part of this new context. And we need to know how to shape this new world, how to make sure that we attract these new generations to make sure that we can defend our values. So this will require perseverance, resilience, imagination, very specific projects, very specific ideas. So we will need a lot more from No Peace Without Justice. And if we look at the past, I think we can be confident that they will also help us in the future, because they're also very, and some of you have also give an indication of new initiatives that are in the pipeline, some of them very good. So it's not that everything is bleak. There are some good things happening, but we need to really be imaginative to make sure that we can do the most we can to really push for these good initiatives in the areas of the law and institution, to make sure that we also capture, as I said before, 30 years ago, No Peace Without Justice and others captured the spirit of the time. Now we need to capture the spirit of the time, the new concerns for the environment, concerns for other matters that are extremely relevant today. We need to capture all that and push for that in the future. So we count on No Peace Without Justice. We are all responsible, as also said today. We are all have something to say. The crisis is too deep to leave it only to politicians and governments. We need civil society. We need what we needed in 30 years ago, but more. This coalition between civil society and the willing states that want to push forward for these values. So thank you very much for the opportunity of being here today.
Thank you, Sylvia. Tara O'Grady, President of No Peace Without Justice.
I have to thank you all warmly and wholeheartedly for coming today, whether from near or from very far, as you can see by this incredible adornment that I'm displaying very proudly on my chest from Chief Raoni. To think that I shook the hand of a man who shook the hand of the Pope and who gave the Pope his blessing yesterday. I have to make mention of all of the interns and the volunteers and those people who not only, since I started in this role a year ago, but whom I've known since I began working with the organization in 2011, and some of whom I see here today, older, more mature, more seasoned, who have really grown into fantastic people from the young people that I knew years ago. I wrote a couple of words because I don't trust myself to fly on emotion, which I'm feeling quite quite profoundly right now, and I am profoundly inspired by these titans of human rights who have spoken with such conviction today. As I said to Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese earlier, I know that we are the gladiators in the forum, and that together in the veritable lutus of no peace without justice, we are facing a relentless onslaught, but that we are resolute in our stand against injustice, impunity, and those who would prefer to silence us all. We have heard hopes for the next phase of our work. We have listened to concepts which will assist with framing our mutual advancement. And we are ready to stand with you, our partners, to achieve and to succeed in not only improving, but realizing those rights which have been ignored, maligned, or denied. We do not underestimate our foe, the predator in the skies, as Victor Oken said. But I am optimistic. I must be, because for the next generation to pick up our tools and continue, we have a duty to refine and sharpen those implements. And it is clear that the energy, capacity, and skill to do exactly this necessary work is fastened hard to that task. I applaud my colleagues and the immense work of our teams and the support people who applied themselves to making this aspirational 30th anniversary a reality, and indeed a success. We never lost faith in our Secretary General, truly a general indeed, who has risen in all of our esteem. And I will end as I began, fiat justitia ruat caelum, for those who do not speak Latin. Let justice be done, though the heavens fall. I want you all to look around, congratulate each one of each other, because this is a victorious and triumphant day. Happy anniversary, no peace without justice, and many more.
Thank you, Tara. And now the floor goes to our General, Secretary General, Niccolò Figata-La Manca.
Sometimes I say I'm everybody's secretary. Reminding people what to do and stuff. I have nothing to add to what Tara said. I accept Sylvia's challenge. And I absolutely commit to the extent that my president and the board allow. No Peace has had a tremendous run over the last 30 years. Just listening to some of it, we've forgotten more things than we remember in terms of achievements. Somebody was talking about outreach in Sierra Leone, and we just remembered we invented the word, and we brought it from Sierra Leone to the ICC. And we made it not just about victims, we made it about the ambition to change the political dynamics through accountability, changing the society, and ultimately, I think the objective of accountability is not an objective that is exhausted with redress for victims. The objective is to, for each particular country, but also respectively for the world, is to make sure that freedom becomes a right, and becomes a right when it's protected by law. And when there are institutions, and I'm repeating the words said a few minutes earlier by a speaker that preceded me, when there are institutions that make those rights justiciable. Otherwise, They're not rights, they're concessions. Otherwise, it's not freedom, it's license. And what makes human rights rights is exactly that there is avenues of redress for grave violations and for little ones. I mean, I've had a little one for me. The world has not gotten much better since we started this. But I was at the ICTY during the Srebrenica massacre. We had the strongest possible mandate. We had a Chapter 7 resolution. We had an institution. I was working with the best people in the world. I was working with Sunil Stephen, I was his law clerk. I was working with George Abisab. I was occasionally lent to him, another great Egyptian jurist, in addition to Sharif Bassioni. And we watched the Srebrenica massacre occur under our own eyes. So the machine of justice is not sufficient. The fact that you have theoretical powers, we had Chapter 7, is not enough. What we have to leverage our activism to create institutions, and then we have to leverage the institutions to create effectiveness. So that's a little bit of the challenge. You cannot substitute the institution, and civil society should never replace the obligations of the state. And this is my criticism to the human rights world, sometimes to the humanitarian world in particular. We should never replace the obligation of the state, as the court should not replace the obligation of the state, it should affirm them. But we have to continuously monitor and continuously leverage what we have. I've heard a lot about double standards which plague the international legal system. And it is a plague. But let the Palestinian suffering never be used as an excuse for impunity for the atrocities in Darfur. Never say you cannot talk about Darfur because you're not talking about Palestine. Talk about Darfur when you can. Talk about Palestine when you can. We will not use impunity in one country as a way to silence our call for accountability in another country. Otherwise, we're victimizing the Darfurians and the Palestinians twice. So I want to be clear that double standards are something to be fought because it undermines the system. But we should never buy into the rhetoric that double standards prevents activism on one situation because there is no possibility for activism in another situation. If we buy into that, we are selling the principle of equality to the lowest bidder, to the dictator, to the tyrant who wants to use the double standards precisely to silence those who are asking for justice. And there is an alliance. I mean, people who voted no in Rome, I will not cite them because we don't even know who they were exactly. Some abstained, but there is an alliance. There is an unholy alliance that relies on despair, relies on violence, relies on reach and money and secret services cooperation and mukabarat. It relies most of all on our own incapacity to find solutions together. And this is what we have to find. This is where our strengths are. And so that's, in a way, that's my only addition and comment. Let the weaknesses of the law not make us despair. Let them make us campaign harder and stronger for each of the situations and for all of them. And that's all I had to say, Marco.
Those were the words of a general, not a secretary, I should say. Last thanks, in addition to all of you to demonstrate that your resilience, to our interpreters. We apologize if we spoke too fast at some point and some other, it was a bad connection. And last but not least, to Radio Radicale that videotaped everything, sent us online, and you can retrieve everything at radioradicale.it for the next 30 years. Goodbye and welcome to our aperitif.